Pirates, dragon-slaying magic, suppressing the four emperors. Chapter 1 Fairy Tale Guild. In the year 1519 of the Kayan calendar, East China Sea, there is a ship drifting on the vast ocean. To be more precise, it is a special houseboat. This ship has a deck, a mast, a canvas, and a house. The house, the canvas, and the flag hanging on the mast are unique symbols. Fairy tale. The setting sun shines into the house through the window. Suyu sits calmly on a soft fur chair. There is a panel in front of him that only he can see. Fairy Tale LV5. President, Suyu. Lost Magic, Thunder Dragon Slayer Magic 100%. Dragon Slayer's secret skill has been unlocked. Thunder Dragon King mode to be unlocked. Guild members, S-Class Magician Fairy Queen Urza, Demon Myra Jane. 33% left to upgrade. Magic Guild System, this is the golden finger of the time traveler Suyu. 3 months ago, Suyu came to this world. He awakened the Magic Guild system, and he chose to create Fairy Tale. As long as you keep doing tasks, the guild can be upgraded. Moreover, you can randomly get magic from the Fairy Tale world and summon partners in the guild. In addition, the system also gave a novice gift package. Suyu got the ability of Laxus, an S-Class magician of the Fairy Tale Guild. In 3 months, Suyu completely mastered the Thunder Dragon Slayer magic. The guild ship, the Fairy, was also built. In addition, what made Suyu most happy was that he was no longer alone. In 3 months, he continued to complete commissions, upgrade the guild, and summon 2 partners. Fairy Queen Urza, S-Class Wizard, one of the protagonists. She has super strong combat power and the aura of the protagonist. Once she puts on a tube top and sounds BGM, even gods and Buddhas can't stop her. And the demon Myra Jane. She is also an S-Class Wizard of Fairy Tale. She has a gentle personality, a sweet appearance, and white hair. She is simply a man's white moonlight. Of course. The most important thing is that Urza and Myra Jane, after being summoned, have a high favorability towards Suyu. Suyu is the most important person to them. They try their best to meet any request Suyu makes. Even if the request is too much. President. A sweet female voice sounded. Myra Jane, wearing a white dress, walked to Suyu with a glass of wine. Suyu reached out to take the glass. President, it's still daytime now, let's wait until night. Myra Jane blushed and spoke softly. That's right, then you feed me. Suyu said with a smile. Yet. Myra Jane responded lightly. Picked up the wine glass and drank it all, then bent down. 3 minutes later. Ding ding ding. The ringing of the guild bell suddenly broke the silence and disturbed the wonderful atmosphere. Why did it ring at this time? Suyu frowned unhappily. President, you said that you should be positive about every commissioned task. Myra Jane quickly left behind Suyu and said seriously. Okay, go and prepare for the reception. Suyu shook his head helplessly and ordered. On the vast ocean, a small fishing boat without a cabin was tossing in the waves, as if it could be swallowed by the wind and waves at any time, but it remained stable miraculously. This is enough to prove that the sailor who controls this ship is very skilled and has a keen insight and precise grasp of ocean currents and wind direction. If someone witnessed this scene, they would be surprised to find out. The one with such a high level is not a senior sailor, but a 16 or 17-year-old orange-haired girl. Ah, it's right there. In an instant, the orange-haired girl Nami shouted in surprise. She looked through the telescope and saw the houseboat on the sea not far away. Yes, that sign is the commissioned guild that has recently become famous in the East China Sea Fairy Tale. Nami clenched her fists, feeling nervous and expectant. A month ago, she first heard the name Fairy Tale. She heard it from a staff member when she sneaked into a high-end party to steal. This is an organization that specializes in helping others solve problems, of course, a certain fee needs to be paid. At first, Nami thought it was just a new money-making gang that emerged, and she didn't take it seriously, and even thought about making a fortune someday. However, in the following month, she accidentally came into contact with several villages that had cooperated with Fairy Tale. From the vivid descriptions of the villagers, Nami realized that her initial idea was wrong. This guild called Fairy Tale does not seem to be simple. 3 days ago, when she heard that the overlord of the East China Sea, the Creek Pirates, was killed by this guild, she finally made up her mind to give it a try. She wanted to save the village, which was her last hope. Approaching the houseboat, Nami took a deep breath and rang the call bell on the side of the ship. Ding ding ding. Chapter 2 Nami's Commission. Miss, please follow me, the president is waiting for you. Myra Jane gently pushed open the door of the office and made a gesture of invitation to Nami. Thank you. Nami nodded slightly and walked into the office. What do you want to entrust us with? Suyu sat on his unique swivel chair. Seeing the girl in front of him, his brows unconsciously frowned. He had recognized the other party's identity. This is natural. As a time traveler, how could he not recognize the person in front of him? A member of the Straw Hat Pirates, the genius navigator Nami. And he already knew the purpose of Nami's coming here. The Dragon Pirates, it's time to deal with them. Feeling Suyu's suddenly sharp eyes, Nami's petite body trembled slightly, and a trace of panic surged in her heart. Miss, don't be nervous, drink some tea first, and slowly tell me your commission. Myra Jane brought a cup of hot tea and spoke gently. Nami took a sip of tea and gradually calmed down. She recounted the evil deeds of the Dragon Pirates without reservation. How could this happen? This is too much. The kind Marajana's face was moved, and her eyes were full of sympathy and pity for Nami. Please, please drive Arlong and his men out of Coco West Village and out of the East China Sea. This is my commission. Nami bowed solemnly and requested. What about the reward? How much commission money have you prepared? Suyu asked. 100 million 1 million berries. Nami replied. Of course she could give more, but first, she didn't know the strength of the guild. Whether Suyu could solve Arlong was still unknown. Second, if she revealed her details at the beginning, there would be less room for bargaining. Finally, she heard that Suyu only charged 10,000 berries for solving the Creek Pirates. In comparison, her 1 million berries was already high. It's just. Ms. Nami, 1 million berries, don't you think this commission is a little inconsistent with your commission? Suyu looked at Nami with a smile. He knew something about Nami's wealth. Of course, the matter of the Dragon Pirates did need to be resolved. But before that, this little rich woman had to be beaten. I also know the difficulty of this commission, President Su, just make an offer. As long as the Dragon Pirates can be resolved, I am willing to pay any price. Nami gritted her teeth and said firmly. In that case, I won't be polite. I want this number. Suyu smiled and raised 2 fingers. 2 million. Nami asked tentatively. Suyu shook his head. That 20 million. Nami raised the offer again, and the price was barely within her tolerance. But Suyu still shook his head. Not 200 million. Nami's mouth twitched, this offer far exceeded her expectations. But grit her teeth and still accept it. However, to Nami's surprise, Suyu still shook his head and gave his own offer. 2 billion, 100 million per village, I will make the Dragon Pirates completely disappear from this world. Suyu said seriously. 2 billion. Nami stood up suddenly. She shouted robbery in her heart. Myra Jane next to her was also surprised, and was obviously frightened by Suyu's offer. In previous commissions, Suyu did not pay much attention to the reward. If there is money, give more, if there is no money, give less. Sometimes, even if it is a meal, Su-yu will gladly accept it. Just like solving the Creek pirates, Nami learned that the reward was 10,000 berries. But in fact, Su-yu only wanted a glass of water and a meal. However, for this poor girl in front of him, Su-yu offered a sky-high price of 2 billion. Although I don't know why, Myra Jane has 100% trust in Su-yu, knowing that he must have his own considerations, so she didn't say much. Ms. Nami, although my price is a bit high, it is definitely worth it. Su-yu said with a smile. Nami pursed her red lips and said nothing. 100 million baileys for a village, this is barely within her affordability. Because she originally planned to spend 100 million baileys to buy Kikyoksi village from A Long. If Su-yu offered 100 million, she might hesitate and then agree. But now it is 2 billion, not just Kikyoksi village, but 20 villages together. This is far beyond her affordability. You know, she has worked hard for so many years, and she is still far from 100 million baileys. 2 billion, that is simply an impossible task. Sure enough. Nami pursed her lips and prepared to leave. Don't give up in a hurry, we support installment payments, only 1 bailey down payment, the rest can be paid slowly by working. I just happen to be short of a few people here. Su-yu smiled and proposed a plan that Nami did not expect. Oh! Myra Jane suddenly realized and finally understood the real intention of Su-yu's sky-high price. It turned out that he wanted to keep her because she was beautiful. Whether to continue this commission, you can think about it slowly. Myra, send Miss Nami to rest first. Su-yu said. Yes. President. Myra Jane replied. A few minutes later, Myra Jane, who had settled Nami, returned to Su-yu. Her beautiful big eyes looked at Su-yu, and her little mouth pouted slightly. What's wrong? Su-yu touched Mirajana's little head. Hey, the president is really fickle, he obviously already has me, we are jealous. Myra Jane said. Jealous? Su-yu's smile became more intense. Who is jealous? Myra Jane denied in panic, her eyes flickering. Haha. Su-yu held Myra Jane in his arms lovingly. Myra, you think too much. I want to keep Nami for the future of the guild. Su-yu said seriously. Really? Myra Jane looked suspicious. Of course. Su-yu nodded affirmatively. We will go to the Grand Line soon, where the weather is unpredictable, and it is difficult to move without a good navigator. And Nami is the talent we need. Is Miss Nami a navigator? Speaking of which, it is impossible for ordinary people to sail alone on the sea. Myra Jane nodded gently. So, where are we going next? Should we meet up with Urza first? No, let's go directly to Coco West Village. Su-yu said. Chapter 3 Destroy the Dragon Pirates. 2 billion. Banditry. Robbery without a doubt. Isn't it said that the goods are of good quality and low price, and they are fair to everyone? Why do I need 2 billion? I can save such a large sum of money even if I steal until I die. In the guest room of the guild, Nami wanted to cry but had no tears, and her heart was full of grievances. But it's expensive for a reason. If we can really completely eliminate the dragon pirates and rescue everyone, no matter how much we pay, it's worth it. But what does the installment payment mean? Let me work here to pay back the money. This night was destined to be a sleepless night for the little thief Nami. The next day, until 9 o'clock in the morning, Nami finally walked out of the room with a pair of panda eyes. Good morning, Miss Nami. Myra Jane smiled and served a delicate breakfast. Thank you. Nami thanked her and chatted with Myra Jane casually. From Mirajana's mouth, Nami confirmed her guess. Where is President Su-yu now? After breakfast, Nami made up her mind. The president is waiting for you on the deck. Myra Jane said. Yes. Nami nodded, immediately pushed the door out, and walked behind Yu. How did you decide? Miss Nami, you don't have much time. Yu looked ahead without turning his head and spoke calmly. Nami was stunned and looked around. Her beautiful pupils shrank until Yu reminded her that this was a sea area that she was very familiar with. In the distance, a tiny black dot can be seen. That is her hometown, Coco West Village. At this moment, Nami understood. Yu definitely did not want to cheat her money, let alone offer a sky-high price of 2 billion to scare her away. Yu used practical actions to dispel all the concerns in Nami's heart. Nami took a deep breath and decided to gamble. President Yu, please help me get rid of the dragon pirates. Nami said, took out a coin from her pocket and handed it to Yu. I'll take your commission. Yu took Nami's coin with a smile. At this moment, with a splash, the sea water churned, and a huge manatee broke out of the sea and blocked the ferry. That was the sea beast raised by the Along gang, the manatee Mu. Nami was suddenly startled, her pupils shrank, and she was about to issue a warning. The next second, Yu tapped her finger lightly. Click! A golden flash of lightning flashed, and the manatee Mu made a wail, and then sank to the bottom of the sea in a charred state. Nami was stunned with shock, watching this scene in disbelief. The ferry started at full speed and headed straight for Along Paradise. 1 minute later. Bang! With a loud bang, the sea gate of Along Paradise was knocked open. The fish people who had been playing wantonly in the early morning were suddenly shocked and roared. Who is it? Who is so bold? Don't you know that this is our territory? Whoever dares to disrupt our banquet will die today. The fishmen cursed. Hearing the fishmen's curses, Nami, who was immersed in shock, finally came to her senses. The resentment and anger that had accumulated in her heart for many years burst out at this moment. Along! Nami plucked up her courage and stood on the bow and shouted. Nami? Am I seeing right? That's Nami. Boss Along, that ship was brought by Nami. Hey, Nami, did you take the wrong medicine today? You know the consequences of challenging us. Facing the angry rebukes and threats of a group of fishmen, Nami was unmoved, and her eyes were still fixed on Along. Along, I've had enough. Everything you have done to me and Coco West Village ends today. I will not let you continue to do whatever you want. Nami's voice was not loud, but it was full of determination and resolution. Hearing this, the whole audience was silent at first, and then burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, did I hear it right? You, a weak human, actually want to retaliate against us. Hey, Nami, we can't pretend we didn't hear what you said. Traitors will only die. Brother Along, since Nami said so, let's kill all the people in this village in front of her today, okay? Good idea, I agree. Those arrogant fishmen laughed as if they heard the funniest joke in the world. Ha ha ha. On the beach chair, the megalodon shark Along also laughed. Nami, since you dare to say that, it seems that you have found backer. Along's eyes fell on the ferry. Brother Along, that seems to be the most active guild in the East China Sea recently, it seems to be called Fairy Tale. The fishman Cotter said in a low voice. Fairy Tale? I wonder who gave you the courage, just relying on this guild? Nami, even a smart woman like you can be deceived. It's really stupid to believe that an unknown person can defeat me. Along sneered, with cruelty and contempt in his eyes. Nami's expression was firm and unshakable. After witnessing Yu easily kill the sea beast with her own eyes, she was full of confidence in Yu's strength and would not have the slightest doubt. Although I don't know what this man promised you to make you do such a rebellious thing, I don't know, when I throw his head in front of you, can you still be as arrogant as now? Merkiman Along stared at Yu beside Nami and grinned cruelly. However, the next second, the pupils of the fishman Along shrank suddenly. Because Yu, who was locked in his sight, suddenly disappeared. Whoosh! Whoosh! A golden lightning flashed, and Su had come to A Long. The huge sense of oppression shocked A Long and he retreated repeatedly. When he reacted, he was actually scared away by the seemingly weak human, and he couldn't help but get angry. "Is this your last words?" Su said indifferently. "Asshole! It's just a human." Aaron grabbed the serrated knife next to him, and he hadn't raised his hand yet, and he hadn't finished speaking. "ZZ." The arc flashed between Su's hair, and he raised his right hand and waved it gently. Boom! Boom! The roar of thunder resounded through the sky. A golden and red lightning that was brighter than the sun fell from the sky and hit the body of the fishman Aaron. In an instant, the fishman Aaron's movements, words, and life all stopped. His body had turned into a charred black color, and then shattered on the spot, turning into a piece of dust. The Thunder Fruit ability user in this world, Enel's lightning can't kill people, but Su's lightning can. Chapter 4 Find Colonel Mouse. Thunder, the most violent elemental power between heaven and earth. It stands out from the crowd with its unparalleled attack power. The Thunder Fruit in the pirate world seems to be incapable of killing people, but Su's Thunder Dragon Slayer magic is different. Facing the pure evil of Arlong, Su did not hesitate to use the most powerful thunder without any mercy. In an instant, the fishman Arlong turned into ashes under the extreme power of thunder, his body was charred and shattered, and the scene was shocking. The surrounding fishmen were so shocked that they could not speak, and it took a long time for them to react. Dead, dead. Brother Arlong, brother is dead. Brother was killed by that human. Monster, that guy is a monster. Run, run. Panic quickly spread among the fishmen, and all the mermaids fled in all directions. If you are allowed to escape, the name of Fairy Tale will be lost. Su said lightly, and light flashed between his fingers. Lightning bullet. Tiny lightning bolts flew out from his fingertips, accompanied by a terrifying explosion, and Aaron Paradise instantly turned into a charred ruin. The charred fragments of the fishmen's bodies were scattered all over the ground, and the air was filled with a pungent smell of burning. Humans, do you really want to kill us all? The fishman Cotter Croby suppressed his fear and roared loudly. You rely on your powerlessness to oppress kindness and act recklessly here. You should have thought that there would be such a day. Su responded indifferently, and then a golden light flashed, and the fishman Cotter Croby also fell in a pool of blood. The remaining fishmen were so scared that they dared not have the slightest idea of resistance, and jumped into the sea to flee. The sea is their territory, and no human can chase them in the sea. Usually, this is true. However, today is an exception. Su dived into the sea with one hand and said coldly, "In my original world, electric fishing is prohibited, but..." As soon as the voice fell, a golden arc of light enveloped the ocean for 1,000 miles. Countless large and small sea fish floated on the sea with their bellies turned white, and floated up at the same time. There were more than a dozen fleeing fishmen. The fishman group that ruled this sea area for 8 years and cruelly exploited the poor finally ushered in its doomsday. On the bow of the fairy tale, Nami held the pole tightly with both hands, staring straight at the direction where the fishmen disappeared. The death of Arlong marked the end of the fishmen who oppressed them, Belmir's revenge was avenged, and the village regained its freedom. At this moment, the dark cloud that had been hanging over Nami's heart for 7 years finally dissipated, and her long-suppressed resentment poured out. Taking off her strong disguise, Nami burst into tears like a child. Myra Jane gently embraced her in her arms and comforted her softly. Su returned to the boat and said to Myra Jane, "Myra, I'll leave this mess here to you. I'll go out for a while." Myra Jane asked in confusion, "President, hasn't Nami's commission been completed? What else do you want to do?" Su shook his head calmly, "No, it's not over yet." Before he finished speaking, his figure turned into a flash of lightning and disappeared into the sky. Although the fishman Arlong and his gang have been executed, the Navy scum who colluded with Arlong, Colonel Mouse, is still at large. In Suryu's mind, Nami is already a member of Fairy Tail, and everyone in Fairy Tail is the most important partner in the family. Whoever dares to do something to his family will have to pay the price. In the East China Sea, the 166th branch of the Navy, Colonel Mouse laughed triumphantly, looking at the mountains of wealth in the vault with satisfaction. Since cooperating with the fishman Aaron, he has bid farewell to the hard days of living on a meager salary, and has been promoted step by step to live a rich life. Although he knew that as a navy, colluding with pirates was a felony, if he was discovered, he would be tried by a military court. However, in this remote place in the East China Sea, he was confident that as long as he didn't say it and his subordinates didn't say it, the bigwigs of the headquarters would not know. He had already taken care of the entire branch in all aspects. Now the 166th branch is all his confidants. As a community of interests, they will never tell on others. A good life is about to begin. Colonel Mouse became more and more excited as he thought about it. However, the next second, his body suddenly twitched. The originally beautiful imagination was inexplicably shrouded by the scene of hell. The shadow of death followed him like a shadow. What's going on? Colonel Mouse rushed out of the door with fear. Looking up suddenly, he saw a figure brighter than the sun standing in the sky, like a god. This place is rotten to the core, rotten to the point of stinking, Suryu said coldly. Since the Navy headquarters can't see it, let me punish you. 15 minutes ago, Suryu had arrived here and conducted a thorough investigation of District 166. From Colonel Rat to ordinary Marines, no one is innocent. In this case, Suryu naturally does not need any mercy. A violent thunder gathered in his palm, forming a highly concentrated lightning ball. Thunder explosion. As the thunder exploded, Colonel Rat screamed in horror, wait a minute, who are you? This is a naval base, what do you want to do? Suryu ignored him and the lightning ball in his hand fell down. Boom! Chapter 5, A Bounty of 80 Million. East China Sea, Coco West Village. The thunderstorm incident in Along Paradise was like a thunderclap in the plain, alarming the villagers. On the way to the 166th Navy branch, the villagers, led by the village police officer Aegean and Nami's sister Nakago, also hurried to Along Paradise. The scene in front of them shocked them. The ground was in a mess, and Along Paradise seemed to have experienced a catastrophe. What shocked them even more was Nami's existence. Nami, why are you here? Did Along and the others do anything to you? Are you injured? Police officer Aegean asked anxiously. He always treated Nami as his own daughter. Nami, it's okay, I'm here. Nakago hugged Nami tightly and comforted her softly. I'm fine, Nakago. It's over, everything is over. Along and the others are dead, we are free. Nami shook her head and burst into laughter, as if all the haze had dissipated at this moment. It's okay. As long as it's okay. Nakago patted Nami on the back and breathed a sigh of relief. However, when her eyes fell on the charred object on the ground, the whole person froze. What? Nami, you said Arlong is dead? This is it true? Nakago's voice rose 8 degrees, obviously unbelievable about this fact. Before Nami could speak, other villagers also found the charred object on the ground. Ah! Yet! This, what is this? This is the body of a fishman. The fishmen are all dead. The villagers exclaimed. Nami turned and glanced at the ferry behind her. Thanks to Fairy Tail. Grand Line, Marine Headquarters Marineford. Marshal Sengoku's roar was deafening. What? East China Sea 166 branch was destroyed? Who did it? Even if it was just a small base of the Four Seas branch, its destruction was by no means a trivial matter. In addition to the casualties of the Navy, it was also a contempt for the dignity of the Navy. If it is not handled properly, it will definitely affect the image of the Navy. Brigadier General Branyo quickly submitted the organized information to Marshal Sengoku and reported, based on the evidence left at the scene and the information provided by nearby witnesses, the criminal should be this man, Su Yu, the president of the Fairy Tale Guild who has recently become famous in the East China Sea. At this moment, Garp's careless voice came from outside the door. Sengoku, I heard that something happened in the East China Sea. Do you want me to go there? Staff Officer Crane followed him into the marshal's office and said coldly, you going there will only make things more complicated. She ignored the resentful look of the Navy hero Garp and continued to report to Marshal Sengoku, all the information I know about Fairy Tale from 3 months ago. According to my investigation, they are not a group of pirates, but more like bounty hunters. They are hired and commissioned, and so far, their actions have always maintained a certain sense of justice. Staff Officer Crane revealed all the information he had investigated. Garp was shocked after hearing this and exclaimed, what? A natural thunder fruit user? This kind of terrible power has not appeared for many years. Marshal Sengoku frowned and handed a few photos to Vice Admiral Tsuru. That was the scene where the 166th branch of the East China Sea was attacked. The entire branch disappeared, leaving only a huge pit with a diameter of 100 meters. An organization that accepts commissions for money is really pure. It can accept civilians. They can be commissioned to eliminate pirates, and they can also accept the commission of pirates to take action against our navy. Marshal Zhang Guo said angrily, as long as the money is in place, they will do anything. This so-called guild, after all, is just like those organizations in the dark world, and they are all people without bottom line. Staff Officer Crane tried to calm the marshal down. Wait a minute, Zhang Guo, there may be some reasons behind this, which need to be investigated clearly. But Marshal Zhang Guo decisively interrupted her. No matter what the reason is, doing such a thing is the biggest provocation to our navy, and we will never tolerate it. Staff Officer Crane sighed, knowing that it would be useless to continue talking. So he asked, so, how much reward are you going to give this person? Marshal Zhang Guo answered without hesitation, 80 million. Chapter 6 Fame in the Sea. Grand Line, somewhere in the sky, a huge hot air balloon floats leisurely in the wind. On the sphere of the hot air balloon, the 5 characters World Economic News are written, announcing that this is the headquarters of the king of the news industry, Morgans. Wow, ha 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 ha, the first bounty is 80 million berries, this sea area really has a monster. Morgans laughed wildly. He counted the new era powerhouses that have emerged in recent years. 2 years ago, the unstoppable super rookie broke into the new world, the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, Ace the Fire Fist. This year's famous Cavendish, the captain of the South Sea, the Pirate Beak of the West Sea, the magician Hawkins of the North Sea plus the East Sea, this dark horse rookie with a first bounty of 80 million, the new era is really getting more and more interesting. President, this is the information you want about Fairy Tale and President Su Yu. A member hurried into the office and handed a stack of documents to Morgans. Morgans couldn't wait to open the information and was shocked at first sight. Let me see the Fairy Tale what? Thunder Fruit? Could it be the legendary natural Thunder Fruit ability user? If so, the reward of 80 million Baileys is reasonable, and that ability is definitely worth the reward. He continued to flip through, and his expression became more and more surprised. What? In addition to the Thunder Fruit ability, there is also a great swordsman? And mastered the legendary swordsmanship. At this moment, another member rushed into the president's office with a document in his arms. President, our East China Sea branch just received anonymous information, revealing that the colonel of the East China Sea Navy Branch 166 colluded with the Dragon Pirates, oppressed the people, and persecuted Cocoa West Village and other 20 villages for 8 years. Hearing this, Morgan's eyes flashed with a sharp light. There is also this matter? Ha ha ha, it's getting more and more interesting. East China Sea, it seems worth my personal trip. In the New World, on the whale ship Moby Dick of the Whitebeard Pirates. Hey, Ace, I remember you are from the East China Sea. Captain Thatch of the 4th Division waved the newspaper in his hand. Yeah, what's the matter? Ace responded vaguely with his mouth full of food. An incredible newcomer appeared in the East China Sea, and the initial bounty reached 80 million berries. Thatch's voice was full of shock. What? The initial bounty is 80 million. Ace's eyes widened, and the food in his mouth almost fell out. What did this guy do? Captains such as Jaws, Vista, and Lakyo also gathered around and showed great interest in this newcomer from the East China Sea. The powerful newcomer in the East China Sea, could it be Luffy? Luffy went to sea in advance. Ace's eyes lit up, as if he thought of something. It shouldn't be, Ace. You said your brother is a superhuman ability user. This guy is a natural type like you, and he is the strongest natural type. Guess what it is? Thatch smiled mysteriously and deliberately kept it a secret. Before Ace could speak, a fat black man, with eyes wide open and a nervous look on his ugly face, urged impatiently, what natural type? Captain Thatch, tell me. Teach, what happened to you suddenly? Ace looked at the fat black man with a suspicious face. Okay, Thatch, don't keep me in suspense, just tell me. Captain Marco said. Ha ha ha, okay, this guy named Tsuyu is the strongest natural type with the Thunder Fruit ability. Thatch finally revealed the answer. Nanny. The Whitebeard pirates were all shocked. But there are exceptions. Ha Thunder Fruit, then there's nothing to worry about. Blackbeard Teach breathed a sigh of relief, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and didn't think about it anymore. He had been lurking on Whitebeard's ship for decades, waiting for a fruit, the most ferocious and evil dark fruit in the natural system. So after hearing about the new natural ability user, he immediately became nervous, worried that the dark fruit would be taken by someone first. Now that he knew it was not because the dark fruit was weak, he was relieved. Not only the Whitebeard pirates, the news of the first bounty of 80 million Baileys in the East China Sea spread like wildfire, quickly causing a huge wave around the world. And, 3 hours after the bounty was issued, Marine Headquarters Marineford. The hurried footsteps echoed in the corridor, and the Navy Chief of Staff Vice Admiral Tsuru pushed open the door of the Marshal's office with an ugly face. What's wrong, Zaya-he? Marshal Sengoku asked unhappily. We already know why that man attacked the 166th branch. Lieutenant General he handed the latest investigation data to Marshal Zhangguo. Colonel Mouse of the East China Sea 166th branch and the Fishman Arlong and others colluded, deceiving their superiors and hiding the truth from their subordinates. Vice Admiral Tsuru reported the investigation in detail. Listening to Vice Admiral Tsuru's report, Marshal Sengoku's face couldn't help but sink. My intuition is right. Fairy Tail is not the kind of killer organization with no bottom line. They act in good faith and do everything for a reason, Vice Admiral Tsuru said excitedly. As early as 2 months ago, Vice Admiral Tsuru noticed Fairy Tail and has been observing their actions. She evaluated their behavior and even planned to invite them to join the Navy. However, the 166 branch incident disrupted her plan. Now, knowing the inside story of this matter, maybe there is still a chance, Vice Admiral Tsuru will inevitably be excited. So what? Marshal Sengoku asked. He didn't seem to intend to change his view of Fairy Tail because of this incident. It is our dereliction of duty to fail to discover the evil deeds of the 166 branch, but even if there are bad apples in the Navy, they will be tried by the military court. Not everyone can deal with them at will, and the dignity of the Navy will never tolerate provocation. Marshal Zhangguo said decisively. Even if this may bring us terrible enemies. Vice Admiral he asked worriedly. Marshal Zhangguo remained silent. He certainly knew Vice Admiral he's concerns. However, the bounty has been issued, like spilled water, it cannot be taken back. How to lead people in the future if the order changes every day. Chapter 7 Awakening Magic. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the sun was setting in the west, and the sky was illuminated by a fiery red color, covering the Donghai Coco West village with a golden coat. In the village, the atmosphere was full of joy and excitement, because the shadow that had shrouded the village for 7 years was finally lifted today. The assembly square was crowded and lively. The villagers were dressed in festive costumes, with happy smiles on their faces. The banquet to celebrate the village's rebirth was ready, and the long table was filled with rich food and fine wine, waiting for the protagonist to appear. Not back yet. Miss Myra Zhen looked around anxiously, hoping to see Su Yu. Is President Su Yu not back yet? We really want to thank him in person. Feng Chaijian and other villagers said. Just then, a thunderous sound came from a distance, and the villagers were startled. But Myra Zhen laughed. Everyone calm down, the president should be back soon. As soon as the voice fell, a flash of lightning flashed, and Su Yu had appeared in the assembly square. He was wearing a black robe, with a faint smile on his handsome face. The villagers looked at each other at first, and then burst into warm cheers. And the wave of gratitude directly drowned Su Yu. Nami intervened, which slightly subsided the villagers' high emotions. She left Aegean, Nakajao, and other village representatives to accompany the wine. Mr. Su Yu, thank you for your help. I can't repay your kindness. I toast you a glass. Nokijao walked up to Su Yu, filled his glass with wine, and said gratefully. This is Nami's commission, I just did what I should do. Su Yu smiled and raised his glass, clinked glasses with Nokijao and drank it all. Mr. Jian also patted his chest and promised, even if President Su Yu wants me to go through fire and water in the future, I will never say no. Nami smiled and said, yes, yes, Mr. Jian, the president will not want you to go through fire and water. At this time, the uncle in the newsstand in Kokoyasi village who was responsible for delivering newspapers suddenly screamed and waved today's newspaper in his hand, the rat of branch 166? The rat colonel who colluded with Along was killed. What? The rat is finished too. This is really great news. The villagers were even more excited when they heard this. Their disgust for Colonel Mouse was even greater than that of Along and his gang to some extent. Unlike the excitement of ordinary villagers, Nami suddenly turned her head when she heard the news that the mouse was eliminated, and her eyes fell on Su Yu at the first time. She seemed to have guessed where Su Yu, who disappeared during the day, had gone. Is it President Su Yu? Feng Chaijian and Nokikao also reacted and looked at Su Yu in surprise. And their guess was confirmed in the next second. When it was learned that the person who killed Colonel Mouse was Su Yu, the entire assembly square was enveloped by a new wave of excitement. In the excitement and gratitude, Nami, Aegean and Nokikao couldn't help but feel self-blame in their hearts. They knew that it was because of their affairs that Su Yu became a wanted criminal of the navy. However, Su Yu smiled and said calmly, it's just a reward, it doesn't matter. The important thing now is to celebrate the rebirth of the village, isn't it? He didn't care that he was wanted by the navy. After all, it was only a matter of time for him. Myra Jane asked, but President, didn't you tell Urza not to conflict with the navy? Su Yu explained, yes, but that is for the righteous people in the navy, not the trash in the navy. And, most importantly, everyone in the guild is family. Fairy tale will never allow others to bully family. That rat bullied Nami, can we tolerate him to continue to get away with it? Of course not. Myra Jane said without hesitation. Family. Nami picked up the wine glass, her eyes moved, and her beautiful face unconsciously raised an arc. After 3 rounds of wine, the dishes were 5 flavors. As night fell, the banquet was over. Now as a wanted criminal with a reward of 80 million, Su Yu naturally couldn't stay in Coco village for long. He was worried about himself staying here will cause trouble for the villagers. So the fairy gradually went away as the villagers waved goodbye reluctantly. Ah, my wallet! Mine is gone too. Is it Nami? That girl did it. Nami, you must come back often. The villagers' eyes were full of tears, and they kept scolding and laughing. It's gone. Feng Zhejian felt a little lost. Don't worry, Nami has met the best partner, we can look forward to her wonderful life in the future. The blue-haired girl Nakajao comforted with a smile. Now, the Fairy Tale Guild has added a new member. Then, Nami, you are also a member of Fairy Tale, welcome to join our big family. Myra Jane put away the magic seal, with a welcoming smile on her face. It's incredible. Nami widened her eyes in surprise, staring at the place on her arm where Arlong had tattooed. Now, it has been replaced by the Fairy Tale logo, painless and one-click replacement. Well, Nami, have a good rest tonight, and start working hard to pay off your debts tomorrow. Suyu said with a smile. However, Nami blinked cunningly and said, Really, President, you are here again. I remember you said that everyone in the guild is a family, and family members don't talk about money. She thought she had everything under control, and then said, Besides, Miss Myra has already told me that you want to go to the Grand Line and want me to be a navigator, so you offered that outrageous commission price and want me to join Fairy Tale. However, Suyu shook his head seriously and said, No, Nami, brothers still have to settle accounts. You work hard, and the remaining 19,999,999 Baileys are still waiting for you. Hearing this number, Nami's face collapsed. How could this be? Ha ha ha. The face of the little thief cat Nami collapsed immediately. It was late at night. Nami sat at the desk, writing her sailing diary carefully in the dim candlelight. Through the moonlight, she looked at the guild logo on her arm, which was the symbol of her new identity and her hope for the future, and a smile appeared on her face unconsciously. Mom Belmare, my second life is about to begin, she whispered softly, there must be endless surprises waiting for me in the future. Nami closed the book and fell asleep peacefully. In her dream, she seemed to be under a vast starry sky, with magic light shining, mysterious and charming. She knew that it was the magic of Fairy Tale calling her, and it was the magic that she was about to awaken that was guiding her. Without magic, how could she be considered a member of Fairy Tale? Every member who was accepted by Suyu to join Fairy Tale could get a chance to awaken magic. Now, the magic that Nami is about to awaken in her dream is Chapter 8 Gravity Magic. The next day, the morning sun filled the deck, and the Fairy Tale Guild ushered in a new day. Fairy Tale LV7. President, Suyu. Lost Magic Thunder Dragon Slayer Magic, perfect. Dragon Slayer secret has been opened, Thunder Dragon King mode is to be opened. New magic, Gravity Magic. Guild members, S-Class Wizard Fairy Queen Urza, S-Class Wizard Magic Blade Myra Jane, Little Thief Cat Nami. 82% to the next level. Suyu stood on the deck and looked at the sea surface dozens of meters away. Suddenly, the sea surface collapsed without warning, as if oppressed by an invisible heavy pressure. This is the new power that the guild upgrade brought to Suyu Gravity Magic. This time, Nami's commission was completed and the Coco West Village incident was resolved. With the addition of Nami, the guild has been upgraded to level 7. The upgrade of the guild not only improved Suyu's strength, but also brought new magical powers. His Thunder Dragon Slayer magic has reached perfection. Although the Thunder Dragon King mode has not yet been opened, Suyu is also very satisfied with the gravity magic he has obtained. Gravity magic, not bad. Suyu clenched his fists, feeling the new power, and a slight arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. In addition to obtaining new magic, you can also summon the Fairy Tale Wizard again. After Urza and Myra Jane, the third Fairy Tale Wizard was also summoned to this world. However, the locations of the summoned partners are random, and even Suyu doesn't know who they are. However, he can sense the location of the new partner, otherwise the pirate world is so big that it would be like looking for a needle in a haystack to find a new partner. At this moment, the surprised voice of the girl came from the cabin. Nami didn't even bother to put on her shoes, she ran to the deck barefoot, excited and incoherent. Ms. Myra, I don't know what's going on, but I seem to have awakened some kind of wonderful power. Miss Myra, do you know what it is? Well, this is also one of the benefits of joining Fairy Tale. Congratulations, Nami, from now on, you are also a wizard. Myra Jane said, with a gratified smile on her face. Wizard? Nami scratched her head blankly, seeming a little confused by the title. So, Nami, what power have you awakened? Show it. Suyu smiled, he was also curious about what kind of magic Nami might perform. Yet. Nami nodded, her mind moved, and a gorgeous magic circle immediately emerged under her feet. The next second, the clothes of Nami changed. The upper body became a black and white cow bikini, and the lower body was a trendy combination of half trousers and half hot pants. In her hand, there was a love whip that looked like a succubus's tail. Looking at her transformation, Nami was stunned at first, and then she couldn't help but squat down shyly. Is it a dress-up magic? Myra Jane asked. No. No, it's not a dress-up magic, it's a star magic. Suyu explained. As a time traveler, he knew the nature of the magic that Nami was performing at this moment. The magic that Nami performed was the star magic of Lucy, the heroine of Fairy Tale. Star magic is a holding magic, and the user must hold a magic item, the star key. After signing a contract with the star to which the key belongs, you can use the key to open the door to the star world and summon the star to fight. This is the way of ordinary star wizards. Advanced star wizards can summon special star clothes and borrow the power of the star. The magic that Nami cast at this moment was to summon the star spirit clothes, and what she obtained was the power of the zodiac, Taurus. After listening to Suyu, Nami forgot her shyness and immersed herself in the comprehension and understanding of her new power. The power of the zodiac, Taurus. She clenched her pink fists. I think my current power can kill a cow with one punch. Nami, don't forget, you borrowed the power of Taurus. Myra Jane reminded her with a smile. Wrong, it's not a cow, it's a sea king, I can kill a sea king with one punch. Nami quickly corrected. Okay, the sea king is here. Start your performance. Suyu raised his chin and pointed forward. Half a mile ahead, a giant sea king was breaking through the waves. Wow, I'm kidding. Nami's face sank. Even with the strength of Taurus, she was still a kitten in her heart. She couldn't really beat a sea king. Don't be nervous, Nami, the president won't really let you fight the sea king. Look carefully, the sea king has been dealt with. Myra Jane said with a smile. Hey? Really? Nami was stunned, then she reacted, she looked carefully, there seems to be someone in front of the Sea King. That's our Fairy Queen, Urza Chocolatto. Chapter 9 Fairy Queen Urza. The magic powerboat galloped in the turbulent sea, like a wild horse running away. On the boat, Fairy Queen Urza, like a god of war, stood against the wind, her silver armor shining brightly in the sun, and her long crimson hair fluttering in the wind, adding a bit of heroic spirit. She is the first partner summoned by Sunning to this world. She has a generous personality and is serious and responsible at work. Together with Myra Jane, she is Sunning's most capable partner. President. Urza's voice was clear and powerful. She jumped up and landed steadily on the deck. She handed a stack of commission feedback books in her hand to Suyu. Going to Fish Island, Cold Wind Town, expelling mountain bandits, killing sea kings, and other 7 commissions have been completed. This is the task feedback book. As she said, she handed a stack of feedback books to Suyu. Suyu took the feedback book and couldn't help but admired, it's worthy of Urza. Always so outstanding. Myra Jane also walked up with a smile and patted Urza on the shoulder, you've worked hard, and have a good rest next. Urza nodded, her eyes fell on Nami, her eyes were majestic and deep. Nami couldn't help but feel a little trembling. She had heard some of the reputation of the Fairy Queen, but now she saw it with her own eyes and felt Urza's power firsthand. Myra Jane saw this and quickly introduced, Iluza, this is the new member of the guild. Urza nodded, yes, I know. Then she stretched out her hand to Nami, hello, I'm Urza, please take care of me. She saw the sign on Nami's shoulder the first time. Hello, Miss Urza, I've heard of your name. My name is Nami, please take care of me. Nami also stretched out her hand. After the two exchanged a few words, Urza looked at Suyu again. She took out a wanted order, President, what's going on? Urza's voice was full of confusion and dissatisfaction. Iluza, let me explain it. Myra Jane took over the conversation and told her everything. After Urza heard this, she was furious. What? The navy that claims to be righteous actually colluded with pirates. Such scum deserves death 100 times. The president is obviously eliminating harm for the people, why is he wanted? Suyu raised his big hand, gently rubbed Urza's head, and comforted her, the world is like this, Urza. We just need to do our best and have a clear conscience. Other people's judgments don't matter. Urza nodded, as if she understood what Suyu said. Then, she walked in front of Nami. Gurgle. Nami swallowed nervously. Before she could speak, Urza's hand had already been on her shoulder, and with a sudden pull, Nami was pulled into her arms. Then, with a bang, Nami's head hit Urza's hard armor. It hurts. Nami blinked her eyes, tears rolling in pain. But compared to the pain in her head, she cared more about why Urza did this. Nami, don't be afraid. You are our partner now. No one can bully you in the future. Urza's voice was full of tenderness. Hearing this, Nami suddenly realized that this was Urza's unique way of caring. Suspicious way. After learning about Nami's experience, Urza opened her heart to her and gave her a solid support. However, the chest is indeed a little hard. Nami touched the bulge on her forehead, feeling touched and happy. Ms. Urza, thank you. If you were a man, I might fall in love with you. Nami said with a smile. Hey, Nami, I helped you solve the evil dragon and the mouse, shouldn't you fall in love with me more? Suyu joked. If you didn't blackmail me, I might really fall in love with you. Nami blinked, looking cunning. No, one thing is one thing. Suyu pretended to be serious. Okay, you don't play by the rules. At this time, shouldn't you say then your debt is written off? Nami continued to strive for it. Okay, the East China Sea is almost solved, and we will set off for the Grand Line now. Suyu looked at the sea and said with great passion. Hey, don't change the subject. Nami shouted hurriedly. 2 days later, Suyu and his party arrived at the entrance to the East China Sea, Rogue Town. As the ferry slowly entered the port of Rogue Town, it immediately became the focus of everyone's attention. Look! That's the fairy tale, someone exclaimed. Yes, I've heard of them. They specialize in helping people solve problems. They are simply the patron saints of civilians. Hey, your information is out of date. What patron saint? Do you know what they have done recently? That guy named Suyu attacked a naval base, and now his bounty is as high as 80 million Baileys. 80 million? This is not a joke, this is a dangerous person. I have to report to Colonel Smoker. At the port, the whispers of civilians came one after another. Urza's ears moved slightly, and a trace of anger appeared on her pretty face, ready to step forward and argue with them. However, before she could speak, Suyu grabbed her. People are always ignorant, we just need to be clear in conscience. Chapter 10 Zoro joins East Sea Rogue Town. This town carries the legendary story of the pirate king god Rogue. He was born here, set sail from here, and finally ended his life here. Therefore, this town is called the town of beginning and end and became the last supply station on the Grand Route. The purpose of Su Yu and his party coming here is very simple, that is, to make supplies for the next journey. Since Su Yu now bears the title of 80 million pirates, their supply procurement went very smoothly. The shop owners dared not to cheat at all, and some even dared not to collect money, for fear of angering this vicious pirate. Of course, Su Yu is not the kind of person who would take advantage of others, and the money he gives is always far more than the value of the goods. While replenishing and purchasing, Su Yu also gave Urza and Myra Jane some basic common sense about this world. After all, the Grand Line they were about to enter was thousands of times more dangerous than the East China Sea. It would be foolish if something bad happened because of the lack of information. One Piece? Do pirates also have kings? Urza looked confused. Nami smiled and explained for her, One Piece Gold Roger is recognized by the world as the Pirate King. He is the only man who conquered the Grand Line. Haven't you heard of him? No. Urza and Myra Jane shook their heads at the same time. It doesn't matter if you don't understand now. There is plenty of time to understand it slowly in the future. Compared with the affairs of One Piece, we should figure out the power system of this world. Su Yu said. You mean the devil fruit ability users? It's really interesting. I met a few of them when I was on a mission. Some can transform into animals, and some can still jump around after being broken into several pieces. Urza continued. He's still alive even after being broken into several pieces. Is he still a human? How can you deal with such an opponent? Myra Jane widened her eyes, looking surprised. It's not difficult, actually. Although that guy is not afraid of my sword, he is afraid of blunt weapons. I knocked him down in a few hits. Urza explained. Speaking of which, President, when I was on a mission a few days ago, I met a very interesting three-sword swordsman. Urza suddenly remembered something. Oh. Su Yu raised his eyebrows and became interested. When he mentioned the three-sword swordsman in the pirate world, he immediately thought of someone. I saw that he had a good character and was very strong, so I took the initiative to invite him to join our guild. Urza continued. Did he refuse? Myra Jane asked. He didn't refuse. He seemed to be quite interested in our fairy tale, but later, when I went on a mission, I made an appointment with him to meet at the port, but I waited for a long time and he didn't come. Urza shook her head regretfully. Maybe he changed his mind halfway, this kind of thing is quite common. Myra Jane guessed. No. That's not the case. Su Yu shook his head. Hey! Urza was stunned. The reason why that green algae head didn't meet you, Urza, is probably because he got lost again. Su Yu said with a smile. Su Yu knew a lot about Zoro's helpless road blindness. Lost. Urza had a series of small question marks on her head, but, the island where the swordsman and I agreed to meet is not big, how could I get lost? And, President, how do you know that the three-bladed swordsman is the green algae head? Do you know him? I think so. Su Yu nodded without explaining much. Then should we go find him? Myra Jane asked on the side. No, we will meet again in a while. Su Yu waved his hand and said. Although it was a pity to miss Zoro, he did not want to disrupt the original plan for this. On the one hand, they didn't know where Zoro was lost now. On the other hand, there was another partner waiting for them on the other side of the Red Earth continent. Okay, the supplies are enough, let's go, Grand Line. Su Yu waved his hand and prepared to return to the port. However, at this moment, a vicissitudes and precipitous voice suddenly sounded, Want to go to the Grand Line? It's a foolish dream. I bet on the title of Rogue Town Navy Colonel, and I will never let you enter the Grand Line, fairy tale, President Su Yu. As the voice fell, a large cloud of white smoke rose above the street. Colonel Smoker, White Hunter Smoker, appeared at this time. Chapter 11 Urza vs. Smoker. Smoker, the Navy Colonel of Rogue Town, is a legendary Navy figure who forced Luffy into a desperate situation. As a time traveler, Suyu knows Smoker very well. He has the ability of the natural smoke fruit, acts rigorously, is independent, and sticks to his own justice. He is a rare upright person in the Navy. In dealing with pirate issues, he is firm and unquestionable. It is precisely because Smoker guards Rogue Town that pirates in the East China Sea have been unable to cross the upside-down mountain to enter the Grand Line in recent years. Suyu still has some respect for Smoker. If possible, he does not want to be his enemy. But now that the other party has come to him, Suyu will never back down. Besides, Suyu also wanted Urza and Myra Jane to see the natural ability users in this world. For them who don't know Haki and only know magic, the elementalization of natural ability users is undoubtedly the most difficult. Suyu, the captain of the fairy tale pirates, your journey ends here, and I will never let you set foot on the Grand Line. Smoker's tone was firm, and the 10 hands of sea stone in his hand pointed directly at Suyu. Correction, it's not a pirate group, it's a guild. Suyu said lightly. Humph, what guild? They destroyed the naval base, aren't they a group of evil guys? Smoker said coldly. Correction again, it's not destruction, it's razing the 166th branch to the ground. Suyu responded with a smile. Damn it! Smoker's face suddenly changed. Suyu's words seemed to him to be a provocation. Hey, Navy, if it weren't for the scum in your Navy who went too far, colluded with pirates, and oppressed the people, why would the President take action? Urza shouted. Smoker's face darkened. The World Economic News had revealed the collusion between the 166th branch and the Dragon Pirates 2 days ago. Although the report was quickly blocked by the world government and most civilians knew nothing about it, Smoker knew it well. Facing Urza's accusation, he was speechless for a moment and could not refute it. After a long while, he spoke. Even so, that is not an excuse for you to act at will. The scum in the Navy should be tried by a military court. His views coincided with those of Marshal Sengoku. Then there is no need to say more, Urza, go and try your hand. Suyu ordered. Yes. Iluza handed the cart to Nami, and then walked forward calmly. Change clothes, heavenly wheel armor. A gorgeous magic circle appeared under Urza's feet. Magic, night. The dazzling light instantly illuminated the whole place. When the light faded, Urza, who appeared in front of everyone, had a brand new look. The ordinary silver-white armor was replaced by a set of gorgeous sword armor. At this moment, Urza was like an angel descending from a myth. The pair of wings behind her that supported her suspension were also made of swords. Behind her, there were dozens of flying swords floating. Wow, Urza is so handsome. Nami, who saw Urza take action for the first time, was so excited that her face flushed and she exclaimed repeatedly. It's too early to be surprised now. This is only a small part of Urza's strength. Myra Jane said with a smile. As Urza's biggest rival, she knew Urza's strength very well. Queen Urza, I have heard of your name, is this your strength? It is indeed not simple. Smoker said calmly. He looked calm. But in fact, he was shocked. The power Urza showed was far beyond his cognition. His intuition told him that this was definitely not the power of the devil fruit. It was a strange ability beyond the norm. Mr. Smoker. The Navy soldiers of Rogue Town, led by Tashiji, finally arrived at the scene. Witnessing this scene, the Marines hurriedly raised their guns, but before they could aim. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Several cold lights were already dancing. Heavenly Wheel, Sword of Chaos. In an instant, the guns in the hands of the Marines were all cut off. If Urza really intended to kill, the streets would probably be full of corpses and blood at this moment. Thinking of this, even Smoker was shocked. And Sergeant Dashiki was so frightened that he stood there. "Mr. Smoker, what's going on? Don't come over Tashiji, everyone, step back. This is not something you can handle," Smoker ordered loudly. "This is a wise move," Urza said calmly. "Humph." Smoker snorted coldly. "Then, let me personally experience the strength of the Fairy Queen." As soon as the voice fell, thick smoke rose. With the cover of white smoke, Smoker's figure suddenly rose into the air. The 10 hands of sea stone in his hand stabbed Urza without hesitation. "Heavenly Wheel, Sword of 3. Urza's figure flashed and swung the sword at an astonishing speed. In a flash, she passed by Smoker. The world seemed to freeze at this moment. Then the next second, the triangular sword light suddenly lit up on Smoker. Chapter 12, Killing Smoker in Seconds. Heavenly Wheel, Sword of 3. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. 3 sharp sword beams intertwined and condensed into a triangular mark, landing accurately on Smoker's body. "It's over." Myra Jane smiled. "Really? Great." Nami's eyes flashed with surprise. "Mr. Smoker." Sergeant Tashiji was dumbfounded and exclaimed. "No, this is far from enough." Suyu responded calmly. The sword attack without domineering power was almost useless for the natural ability user. This was indeed the case. Urza's sword beam penetrated Smoker, but what was scattered was white smoke, not blood. "This kind of attack is meaningless to me." Smoker growled in a deep voice, and drew out 10 hands of sea stone with his backhand, colliding with Urza's magic sword, and the sound of metal clashing was heard. Smoker's counterattack caught Urza off guard, and she retreated more than 10 meters. "Your ability can also make my sword attack invalid." Urza raised her eyebrows in surprise. "Not only sword attacks, all physical attacks are ineffective against me," Smoker said bluntly. In his opinion, it is well-known common sense that natural ability users are immune to physical attacks. "Immune to all physical attacks," Urza whispered, and waved her jade hand lightly. Dozens of magic flying swords shot out from all directions, cutting Smoker's figure into pieces, but there was still no trace of blood. "It's really ineffective, what a difficult ability." Urza looked solemn. Urza's attack was actually ineffective, what's going on? Myra Jane, who was watching the battle, was astonished. Natural devil fruit users can transform their bodies into natural elements and are immune to all physical attacks. Suyu explained calmly. "I also remembered that Colonel Smoker of Rogue Town seems to be a natural smoke fruit user." Nami suddenly realized. "Immune to physical attacks, doesn't that mean invincibility? How can we defeat such an opponent?" Myra Jane couldn't help but ask in amazement. "It's not invincibility. Although the natural system is strong, it also has its nemesis, such as sea stone, domineering, and large-scale energy attacks, which can pose a threat to the natural system." Suyu answered calmly. "Sea stone? Domineering?" Myra Jane was at a loss for these novel concepts. At this time, a deafening roar pulled her back to reality from her confusion. "President, if Urza continues to fight like this, the whole street will be demolished by her," Myra Jane reminded hurriedly. As they were talking, Urza had changed her equipment continuously and launched a fierce offensive against Smoker. However, these attacks were completely ineffective against Smoker, a natural ability user, and the aftermath of the attacks had left the streets in ruins. As a well-known demolition worker in Fairy Tail, Urza's ability to destroy buildings in battle is no worse than Natsu's, and she receives a lot of complaints every year. Seeing that the entire street was about to turn into ruins, Suyu finally couldn't sit idly by. He originally just wanted Urza to fight with natural ability users to understand the characteristics of this type of ability user. "Enough!" Suyu gave an order, and his figure teleported like golden lightning. The next moment, he appeared between Urza and Smoker, holding Smoker's 10 hands with his left hand, and blocking Urza's sword with his right hand. Next. Leave it to me. Su Yu said lightly. Yes, President. Arisa immediately agreed and left the battlefield. You're just in time. I also want to see how powerful the legendary Thunder Fruit is. Smoker was eager to fight. However, just a moment later, his face suddenly changed. An invisible terrifying pressure descended from the sky, pressing him so hard that he could hardly stand up straight. Is this gravity? Smoker gritted his teeth and fought hard. His heart was once again filled with turbulent waves. Didn't he say the Thunder Fruit? Why was it gravity? Smoker was full of doubts. The next moment. Boom! Gravity suddenly increased several times, pressing Smoker's entire body into the street. Just as he was about to be completely crushed by gravity, Smoker's body quickly elementalized, turning into countless white smoke that drifted around, and finally recondensed behind Su Yu. The 10 hands of sea stone in his hand whipped down fiercely. But it fell in vain. Smoker only felt a flash in front of his eyes, and Su Yu, who was originally locked, had disappeared without a trace. Then, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his wrist, and the 10 hands of sea stone were taken away by Su Yu. First, you were the one who started the fight. You are responsible for the damage to the streets. Second, although sea stone weapons are good, they can also become your weak spot. Finally, I will accept your sea stone 10 hands. Su Yu's mouth curled up into a smile. Smoker. An unprecedented sense of crisis surged in his heart, and his body instinctively transformed into an element and soared into the sky. However, Su Yu followed closely. Su Yu's 10 hands of sea stone in his hand mercilessly whipped Smoker's head. Whoosh! Boom! Smoker's figure flew out like a kite with a broken string, crashed through the houses on the street, and was finally buried by the ruins. Just one blow. Navy Colonel Smoker, White Hunter Smoker, was defeated. Chapter 13 The Fourth Partner. With one blow, the natural ability user Colonel Smoker was defeated. This situation shocked everyone present. The Navy members led by Dashiki were stunned one by one. Urza, Myra Jane and Nami did not react for a while. No one expected that the battle would end so quickly. After a while. Wow, the president is awesome! Nami shouted excitedly. As expected of the president. Myra Jane clapped her hands with a smile. Colonel Smoker. Sergeant Tashiji screamed in horror, and rushed into the ruins with her men, rescuing the bloodied and unconscious Smoker. Let's go, everyone! Su Yu waved the spoils in his hand and turned away first. President, how did you defeat him? His body seemed to be able to block all physical attacks, and my sword couldn't hurt him at all. Urza asked in confusion. It's very simple, there is sea stone on the top of his weapon, which can suppress the ability user. Su Yu explained. Stones that can suppress ability users must be very rare, right? Fortunately, you can find a lot if you want. Are there any armors made of sea stone? I want to buy a set. As for armor, it may be a bit difficult, because sea stone is harder than diamond. What? So hard? Forget it. Are there any other ways to restrain it? Haki. What is Haki? Haki is the hidden power in everyone's body. President, can you do it? No. As they talked, Su Yu and the other 4 returned to the ship. In the eyes of awe, the ferry set sail again. The goal is the Grand Line. An hour later, the weather changed suddenly. The originally clear sky was suddenly covered by heavy dark clouds. And then, heavy rain poured down without any warning. The sea was surging, and huge waves rolled one after another. Look over there, is it a wall? How can there be a wall on the sea? Urza saw the huge red wall towering into the sky through the mist. That's the Red Earth continent, and I've seen it for the first time. I heard that if you cross the upside-down mountain, you can reach the Grand Line," Nami said, with a hint of nervousness in her voice. "But how do we get to the other side of the wall?" Myra Jane shook her head in confusion. "It's very simple." Suyu stared at the front. There is a gap in the red clay wall, and a special canal flows upstream under the action of some force. The climbing canal of Upside Down Mountain is amazing every time you see it. Even Urza and Myra Jane from the magic world couldn't help but open their mouths in surprise. "Everyone hold on tight." Suyu held the rudder tightly and drove the ferry into the climbing canal. 5 minutes later, the ferry broke through the cumulonimbus clouds and reached the top of Upside Down Mountain. In an instant, the sky was clear. "It's so beautiful standing at the highest point of Upside Down Mountain and looking at the boundless sea," Nami and others couldn't help but marvel. However, this beautiful scenery only lasted for a moment. The ferry's bow was facing down, and it began to fall rapidly like a roller coaster. "Ah!" the girls screamed one after another. Gemini Cape. The starting point of the Grand Line. A place you must pass if you want to enter the Grand Line. The weather in Gemini Cape has not been very good recently. It has been drizzling all the time, and it feels like people are going to mold. Under the parasol next to the lighthouse, there is an old man wearing slippers and a flowered shirt, Crocus. He held his chin up a little melancholy. Although the weather in the Grand Line is always unpredictable, he feels that the rainy weather in the past 2 days is not right. Old man Crocus looked at the coast, where there was a girl with long blue hair, a blue skirt, and a blue hat, holding a blue lace umbrella, staring at the entrance of the Grand Line like a statue. 2 days ago, after Crocus came out of the whale lab's body after the inspection, he found this girl who suddenly appeared in Gemini Cape. He thought it was a pirate group resting here, so he didn't care. However, after half a day, when he came out of lab's body, the girl was still standing alone in the rain. The kind-hearted Kulokas brought her hot soup and food, and chatted with her. From the girl, Kulokas learned that her name was Juvia Roxa, and she was waiting for her partner to pick her up. Partner. Kulokas shook his head and remembered what happened 50 years ago. At that time, there was also a whale left here by his partner, who agreed to pick it up after circling the world. However, 50 years have passed, and they still haven't come back. The whale was abandoned, and no one would come to pick it up again. Similarly, this girl might also encounter such a thing. However, Kulokas couldn't bear to say such cruel words, and could only hope that she could understand it herself. "Oh, when will the sky clear up?" Kurokas shook his head sadly. Just then, a miracle happened. The drizzle suddenly stopped, the sun shone down, and the sky cleared up. The girl on the shore turned her head and smiled brightly. "Grandpa, thank you for your care these 2 days. My friends are here to pick me up." Chapter 14 Searching for the Rumber Pirates. Wow, the Upside Down Mountain is more exciting than the roller coaster. I really want to play it again. Play again? Spare me, Sister Urza. Hey, I think it's nice to do it again. Hey, even Miss Myra said so. Don't. The girls' laughter broke the gloom and dullness of Gemini Cape. The dark clouds over Gemini Cape gradually dissipated. The bright sunshine poured down. The rain stopped and the sky cleared. Suyu did not join the girls' chat. As soon as he arrived at Gemini Cape, his eyes were firmly attracted by the girl on the shore. He naturally recognized that girl. Ever since he was summoned 2 days ago, he has been curious about who the fourth partner would be. Now, the mystery is revealed, and it is still so surprising. "Sorry to keep you waiting, Juvia, we are here to take you home." Suyu smiled lightly. Wu Juvia's mouth flattened. "President, you are finally here." Juvia thought she was forgotten. Juvia jumped up from the shore and threw herself directly into Suyu's arms, sobbing softly with grievance. Like Urza and Myra Jane, Juvia also likes Suyu very much. Moreover, because Juvia has a tendency to be infatuated, she does not hide her feelings at all. She expressed it directly at the beginning, and rushed into Suryu's arms with the ball, and acted like a spoiled child. This scene stunned Nami, who was born and raised in the city. Wait a minute, President, this girl is Nami hasn't finished asking. Juvia. Isn't this Juvia? Urza and Marajana's eyes lit up and walked over together. They knew the partners of Fairy Tale, of course. Arisa, Myra, Juvia greeted familiarly. But her body was still tightly pressed against Suryu. Nami. What's going on? Nami was completely confused. She had always thought that she was the fourth member of the guild. But now, suddenly Juvia appeared. And it seemed that she had joined the guild earlier than her. But why did Suryu, Urza, and Myra never mention it to her? Moreover, how could this partner be in Cape Twin? Judging from the appearance of Urza and Myra Jane, they didn't seem to have been to the Grand Line. Nami, this is Juvia, also our partner. In addition to Juvia, there are many other partners. I will introduce them to you when I meet them in the future. Suryu saw Nami's confusion and hurried to explain. Yet, Nami nodded in a daze. And didn't think about this question anymore. Hello, Juvia, I'm Nami. Nami smiled and greeted Juvia. The next second, Nami suddenly felt a burst of fragrance, and Juvia was already close in front of her. The distance between the two was so close that they could almost feel each other's every breath. What's wrong? Nami was panicked by Juvia's straight eyes. Nami, what is your relationship with the president? Juvia asked straight to the point. What relationship? Of course we are partners, and I owe him money. Nami answered straightforwardly. Then do you like the president? Juvia asked. Ah? Like him? How is it possible? Absolutely not. Nami raised her voice and shook her head repeatedly. Oh, then I'm relieved, we are not rivals in love. The expression on Juvia's face relaxed instantly. Nami. We have to get along well in the future. Juvia happily held Nami's hand, looking intimate. Nami. What kind of logic is this? Ahem. At this time, an old voice broke the joyful atmosphere on the boat. Old man, my Juvia has been taken care of these 2 days thanks to you. If you don't mind, how about coming to our boat to sit? Suryu said to Crocus with a smile. Then I won't be polite. Crocus agreed readily. As soon as he saw the fairy tale, Crocus recognized Suryu and his group. This is the fairy tale that has recently become famous in the East China Sea. Captain Suryu is a powerful figure with a bounty of 80 million. Generally speaking, Crocus doesn't want to have too many interactions with other people. But he really wants to know why Juvia is in Cape Gemini. A quarter of an hour later, Crocus has visited every corner of the fairy tale. From Suryu and Urza's narration, he learned that Fairy Tale is not a pirate, but a guild that specializes in helping people in trouble solve various problems. It seems that the news reports are somewhat different from the actual situation. Crocus said with emotion. It doesn't matter what the outside world spreads, as long as we have a clear conscience. Suryu replied casually, by the way, Mr. Crocus, do you have anything you want us to do? If so, just tell us. As a time traveler, Suryu knew everything about the Whale Lab and the Rumba Pirates. If possible, he also wanted to help Lab and Brook reunite. Moreover, Suryu found out in the Cocoa Village incident that it seems that more rewards can be obtained by completing commissions related to the plot. Suryu was naturally very happy to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Don't talk about commissions. I'm just an old man guarding the lighthouse. How can I need help with anything? Crocus waved his hand. Then, alas, forget it. So many years have passed. I have looked for it myself, but there is no hope. No hope? I can't pretend that I didn't hear this. There are always countless possibilities hidden in the sea. Yu said with a smile. Crocus was stunned for a moment. He had heard this from an amazing person before, his captain. Because of this sentence, Crocus decided to give it a try. Okay, I do have something I want to ask you for help. Crocus walked to the side of the ship. Lab! Come out, Lab! Crocus shouted at the sea. Urza and Nami looked at each other and didn't speak. Suddenly, the sea surface suddenly changed. A small hill rose from the originally calm sea. A huge island whale rushed out of the sea. Zhao. Chapter 15 Domineering Training. Grand Line, Gemini Cape. Whale whale. A whale as big as a mountain. Nami widened her eyes and screamed in fear as she watched the huge island whale Labia break through the waves. President. Urza had already grasped the hilt of the magic sword at her waist, waiting for Yu's order to act immediately. Don't worry, Urza, that's the whale Labu, a friend of the old man. Juvia quickly stopped Urza. President Yu, this is not my personal commission, but Labu's request. If possible, please listen to Labu's story. Crocus said. Please speak. Yu made a gesture of invitation. That was 50 years ago. Lab was a partner of a pirate group in the West Sea. Crocus' face showed a look of reminiscence, and he slowly told the story of Lab and the Rumba pirates 50 years ago. How could this happen? After hearing Lab's story, the girls were deeply touched. Did they abandon Lab? Juvia's eyes were filled with tears, and even the clear sky seemed to be a little dim because of this. No, it shouldn't be. Crocus shook his head. Although I don't know the specific situation, I think they should not have forgotten the agreement with Lab, but encountered misfortune on the Grand Line. That's roughly the situation. I also went out to sea with others to look for them that year, but found nothing. Now that you know this, are you still willing to accept this commission? Crocus asked. Accept? Of course I will accept. Why not? Yu affirmed without hesitation. But the Rumba pirates that Lab is waiting for may have. Nami frowned, revealing worry. So what? Yu asked back. Since we have made an agreement, it is a lifelong thing. Even if I die, I must crawl out of the ground to fulfill it. Yu said firmly. An agreement made 50 years ago? Interesting. Urza seemed to be ignited. Mr. Crocus, here is a letter of authorization. Please take a look. If there is no problem, please sign here. Myra Jane handed the letter of authorization to Crocus while speaking. Seeing Yu's firm attitude, Crocus did not hesitate, and signed his and Lab's names on the letter of authorization. It was not until he signed that Crocus remembered an important thing. By the way, how much is the cost of this mission? I don't have much money, so I'll try to be within my means. Crocus said. Well, you took care of Juvia for 2 days, which can be used to offset part of it, and the rest can be exchanged in other ways. Yu replied with a smile. What do you want? Crocus' heart moved, and he vaguely felt that Yu had other plans. It's very simple. I hope the old man can teach the girls something. Yu said. If it's medical skills, I know a little bit, that's no problem. Crocus nodded in agreement. But Yu shook his head. I don't want the old man to teach me medical skills, but haki, the haki of armament haki and observation haki. What? Crocus' pupils shrank slightly. As a former crew member of the Pirate King, you can't be without haki, right? Yu smiled. Crocus' pupils shrank again. Few people know about his experience on the Pirate King's ship, and most of them are old. However, Yu said it in one sentence. Wait a minute, President, did you say Mr. Crocus was a crew member of the Pirate King? Nami widened her eyes and exclaimed. Pirate King? Is he the powerful person we heard about in that town before? His crew must be very strong too. Urza held the hilt of the sword, and a fighting spirit flashed in her eyes. Although she is not as bellicose as Natsu, she is equally eager for a duel between strong men, especially in this strange world. Stop! You'll die! Crocus sensed Urza's intention and shouted suddenly, his momentum suddenly changing. When the girls thought he was going to show off his strength, they heard him say, "I'll die." I fainted. Nami staggered and almost sprained her waist. The old man in front of her was too different from the legendary One Piece crew. I said before that I followed the pirates to sea for 2 years in order to find the Rumba pirates. It's true that I was Roger's crew member, but my domineering attainments are very ordinary, far inferior to the captain and his men. Kurika said. That's enough, the master leads you to the door, and the practice depends on yourself. As long as you can get started, it's fine. Suyu nodded. In the world of pirates, the fastest way to improve haki is to fight. Luffy practiced on Monster Island for 2 years, and his haki was only at a medium level. But in the Battle of Wano Country, he learned the advanced Ryuo armed haki in just 1 week, and even mastered the Conqueror's color entanglement after several battles. As long as you can grasp the trick, the rest can be honed through actual combat. As soon as he said it, Crocus's haki crash course started soon. The fairy tale group stayed at Gemini Cape for 3 days. Under Crocus's careful guidance, the result was: Nami, give up. Juvia, give up. Myra Jane, give up. Urza, get started. XXXX. Chapter 16 Weather Change. Teacher Crocus, I have benefited a lot from your guidance in these 3 days. Arisa sincerely expressed her gratitude to Crocus. Oh, don't call me teacher so formally, I don't deserve it. To be honest, with my little ability, you can get started so quickly, Ms. Urza, it's all because of your own talent. Kurikas hurriedly shook his hand to refuse. In fact, Suyu had overestimated the level of haki of Kurikas before. Although he was Roger's ship doctor, he had only been on the ship for 2 years. He was completely incomparable with top haki masters like Rayleigh and Roger. If you think about it carefully, even in the future Pirate King group, not everyone is proficient in armament haki and observation haki. In this case, Urza was able to touch the threshold of haki in just 3 days, thanks entirely to her outstanding talent. As for Nami, Juvia, and Myra Jane, they were simply student scum in the back row of the class for these 3 days. Especially Juvia, who was almost always by Suyu's side and had no intention of practicing. However, for Juvia, haki was really unnecessary. She herself was a water element wizard, proficient in water magic, and naturally restrained all ability users. Urza tended to be a swordsman, and mastering haki would obviously improve her combat effectiveness. As for Suyu, he had no intention of practicing haki from beginning to end. His Thunder Dragon Slayer magic is similar to the natural ability, and lightning attacks have a restraining effect on most elemental systems. In addition, most of the strong people in the pirate world do not use sea stone weapons, but Suyu can use them. More importantly, Suyu's way of improving his strength mainly depends on the upgrade of the guild. Maybe one day when the guild is upgraded, he will directly obtain domineering, so why bother to practice hard? Instead of practicing, it is better to stay with the girls leisurely. Ah, President! After saying goodbye to Crocus, Urza seemed to have thought of something and suddenly called out. What's the matter? Suyu lay under the parasol, with Juvia on the left and Myra Jane on the right, and responded lazily. I suddenly remembered that we usually collect the client's reward after completing the task. But now, we have collected the fee in advance. If the task fails, there is no possibility of failure. Suyu smiled confidently and interrupted Urza's words. Don't worry, Urza, we will definitely complete this task successfully. After saying that, Suyu stood up and walked to the whale Leibo. Leibo, this is my agreement with you. Within a year, I will definitely bring back the Rumba pirates. So, before I come back, You have to take good care of yourself and stop hitting the Red Earth continent in vain, understand? Suyu said to Leibo. Jiao jiao jiao. Leibo shouted 3 times in a row to express his agreement. Now it seems that you are indeed a bit handsome. Nami held her chin with both hands and whispered to herself. Oh? I seem to hear someone praising me for being handsome behind my back. Who is it? Suyu pretended to listen attentively. Bah, I didn't praise you. Nami quickly denied. However, the next second, she suddenly felt like a thorn in her back. Stare. Juvia's eyes were gloomy and she was observing in secret. Ha ha ha, are you ready? We are about to set sail. Suyu announced with a big wave of his hand. The ferry, set sail. Lab, this time, maybe something good will really happen. Crocus sighed as he looked at the ship going away. Ah! Not long after leaving Gemini Cape. President, let's sunbathe together. Juvia cheered excitedly, completely letting herself go. Before at Gemini Cape, because of Crocus's presence, she was more restrained and dressed relatively decently. Now that they are finally out to sea, Juvia can't wait to take off her skirt, wearing only a sexy blue bikini. Her figure is clearly visible, and she approaches Suyu without hesitation. This scene makes Nami blush and her heartbeat speeds up. President, help Juvia apply sunscreen, all over her body. Juvia asked with little stars in her eyes. Okay, okay. Suyu smiled helplessly, took the sunscreen and prepared to start. But before he started, the next second. Boom! There was a loud noise in the sky, and the originally clear sky was covered by thick black clouds, and heavy rain fell from the sky in an instant. Juvia's plan to let Suyu apply sunscreen while sunbathing was thwarted on the spot. Ah, how could this happen? Juvia didn't want it to rain. She looked disappointed and puzzled. I know this is not caused by you. This is the Grand Line. Unpredictable weather is the norm here. Suyu explained. As soon as the voice fell, the rainstorm stopped abruptly, and then the goose feather snow began to fall, followed by the howling wind, and then the huge hail followed. In just a few minutes, the climate changed one after another, but it did not cause much trouble to Suyu and his party. Whether it was hail or floating icebergs, they were all easily shattered by Suyu's thunder power. Okay, go back to the cabin, don't catch a cold. Suyu picked up Juvia and walked towards the cabin. Yes, Juvia's face was filled with a happy smile, and her hands were tightly around Suyu's neck. President, Juvia's clothes are all wet, can you help Juvia dry it? She whispered shyly. Such a small matter, there is no need for the president, let me help you. Iluza smiled and took Juvia. Hey, Urza used her arms to spin Juvia up, and instantly turned her into an aerial washing machine. Is that enough? If not, I'll do it again. Hey! Enough, enough! Juvia shouted hurriedly. Hey! The ship was full of laughter. How is it? Nami, our guild is good, right? It will be more lively in the future. Suyu said with a smile. I'm looking forward to it. Nami chuckled. Then, the next voyage is up to you. Suyu said. Don't worry, I'll take care of it. Nami replied confidently. 2 days later, the fairy tale arrived at the first island on the Grand Line, Whiskey Peak. Chapter 17 First Kiss. On the 3rd day after leaving the Twin Capes, at dusk, the fairy tale crew finally arrived at the first island on the Grand Line. Look at that! Is it a cactus? How come it's so big? Like a mountain. Nami saw the scene in front of her from afar, and her eyes widened in surprise. It's probably a mountain that looks like a cactus. Urza agreed. Anyway, it looks interesting. Myra Jane said with a smile. Juvia will be satisfied as long as she can be with the president. Juvia pressed close to Suyu, with an obsessed look on her face. Are we finally there? Whiskey Peak, I wonder if I can meet those 2 people. Suyu's mouth curled up a smile. Suyu was naturally very familiar with the huge cactus island not far away, because it was an island that the Straw Hat Pirates had visited before. On the surface, it was an island that welcomed pirates, Whiskey Peak. But in fact, it was a trap set by the bounty hunters of Baroque Works for new pirates. On the surface, they were warmly entertaining, but in fact they wanted to get the inexperienced newcomers drunk at the banquet, let them relax their vigilance, and then capture them easily. Suyu chose this route not to repeat other people's journeys. In contrast, he was more inclined to explore those unknown islands that the Straw Hat Pirates had never set foot on. It's just, there is a main quest on this route. If you can accept and complete it, the guild can be upgraded by leaps and bounds. So Suyu came here and planned to try to activate this quest. The ferry entered the inner river of Whiskey Peak. The river bank was shrouded in mist, and people could be vaguely seen swaying. The bounty hunters hid in the dark and monitored. Look, another ship is approaching, it looks like a pirate. No, that's not a pirate ship, I don't see a skull flag. Hey, I think I've seen that ship logo somewhere. Oh, that's the ship of Fairy Tale. Fairy Tale? What the hell? You guys, didn't you watch the news? That's a very popular team in the East China Sea recently. Suyu from Fairy Tale, a bounty of 80 million. What? 80 million? This. Haha, great, if I catch this 80 million, I can upgrade to a digital agent. Don't be impulsive, follow Mr. 8's plan. The bounty hunters lowered their voices and discussed at once. On the ferry. It seems that a lot of people have gathered on the shore. Aerosol looked serious, holding the hilt tightly, ready for battle. Don't worry. Suyu waved his hand, signaling her to relax. Then, the people hiding on the shore appeared one after another and gathered on both sides of the river. Wow! Warm cheers suddenly rang out. Welcome everyone! Welcome to the Grand Line! Welcome to the friendly Whiskey Peak town! People shouted enthusiastically. This what's going on? Urza was stunned. Although she didn't hear the conversation between the bounty hunters, she could feel that things were not simple from the breath vaguely revealed by those people. But now, could it be that the people in this town recognized us and wanted to entrust us with something? Nami guessed. Maybe. Myra Jane nodded. President, what exactly is this? Hey, let's take it one step at a time. Since they welcome it, let's accept it. Suyu replied with a smile. The boat slowly approached the shore. A man with exaggerated aristocratic curly hair walked up to Suyu and his group. Well, the man cleared his throat. I am Akalam, the current mayor of Whiskey Peak. We are a town of wine and music, and entertaining guests is what we are most proud of. He introduced enthusiastically. As a member of the Baroque Works, Mr. 8, the special agent and the captain of the Alabasta Kingdom's Guard, is a perfect actor. Suyu gladly accepted his hospitality and responded with a smile. In the tavern of the town, a noisy wine party was going on. Well. Akalam cleared his throat habitually again. Although we don't lack beautiful hostesses here, you shouldn't need them, President Suyu. He took a look, Urza, Myra Jane, Juvia, and Nami, all of whom were top beauties. In the land of Whiskey Peak, there is only one girl who can compare with them. The seat next to the president belongs to Juvia. Juvia flew towards Suyu happily like a little bird. But this time, Suyu didn't catch her as usual. Haha, if possible, I would like to ask that girl to drink a few glasses with me. Suyu's eyes fell on a blue-haired girl in the crowd. Humph, you've had enough of playing with the women around you, and you want to change things up? And you've set your sights on Princess Vivi. The 80 million bounty is really not easy. Akaram gnashed his teeth secretly. As the captain of the Kingdom's Guard, how could he watch the princess being flirted with? just as Akaram was thinking about how to refuse. Okay, President Suyu. The blue-haired beauty, Vivi, the princess of the kingdom of Alabasta, who was as beautiful as Nami and others, smiled and agreed happily. Then, in Juvia's envious and jealous eyes, she sat next to Suyu. A year ago, as the princess of Alabasta, she sneaked into Baroque works as an undercover agent in order to find out the truth about the country's successive years of drought. After a year of hard work, she was able to reach her current position. If she can successfully capture the man with a bounty of 80 million, then her position in the organization will undoubtedly be greatly improved, so that she can get closer to the truth and save Alabasta from the dire situation. All for Alabasta. Don't be so reserved, miss. Suyu unceremoniously put his arm around Vivi's shoulders and pulled her close to him. Haha, President Suyu, please drink. Vivi forced a smile and handed over the wine glass. If you want me to drink, this alone is not sincere enough. Suyu shook his head. Then what does President Suyu want? Vivi asked. If a beautiful woman kisses me, I can drink even a whole barrel of wine in one gulp. Suyu grinned heartily. Hearing this, Vivi's body trembled slightly. After just a slight hesitation. Forget it, this guy is pretty good looking. For 80 million, I'll go all out. Vivi closed her eyes tightly and made up her mind. She quickly pecked Suyu's face with her soft and attractive red lips, leaving a light lip print. This was the maximum she could do. Suyu also knew this in his heart, so he didn't go any further. Ha ha ha, waiter, bring the wine. Chapter 18, Salty Hands. The banquet at Whiskey Peak was noisy. Another glass. In the sofa booth, Suyu drank the 20th glass of liquor generously. Wow, President Suyu is really amazing, Wei applauded. Ha ha ha, it's still early. Suyu laughed, looking uninhibited. At this time, at the adjacent table, Juvia sobbed, tears falling. We both have blue hair, why didn't the president choose me? Is he tired of me? Gulp gulp. Juvia drank one glass after another, trying to numb herself with alcohol. Okay, Juvia, don't worry about that bad man, we can take care of ourselves. Nami hugged Juvia and comforted her softly. On the side, Urza and Myra Jane exchanged glances, and both shook their heads helplessly. After spending several months with Suyu, they also understood his character very well. There must be something wrong when things are abnormal. Although they don't know what happened specifically, they know that Suyu must have his intentions. His current unruly behavior is just a superficial disguise. After 3 rounds of drinking, it was already early morning. Finally. One more. Bang. Suyu fell on the table and was completely drunk. On the other side, Urza, Myra Jane, Nami and Juvia also fell drunk on the table. Of course, only Juvia was really drunk. Ma. Akalam cleared his throat habitually. It took us so much effort. He is worthy of being the man with a bounty of 80 million. Akalam looked around, his voice full of excitement. In order to get Suyu drunk, almost all the bounty hunters in the town fell down. One person knocked down nearly 100 people, which was simply horrifying. But, at last, we got the 80 million. Wei also breathed a sigh of relief. If she continued to drink, she didn't know if she could hold on. Because the drunk Suyu was getting more and more dishonest. At first, he just hugged her shoulders. Later, his face, neck, lower abdomen, thighs. Except for the most critical places, other places were all harassed. For a princess, this was simply humiliating to the extreme. Well, Wei, Miss Wednesday, you've suffered. Akalam said apologetically. It's okay, this is all for the overall situation. Wei answered firmly. Mr8, that man is the bad guy. The other girls must have been captured by him. We have to settle them down. Understood. Akalam waved his hand. Several bounty hunters outside the door came in with ropes, ready to tie up Silyu. However, just when they were about to touch Silyu, their bodies suddenly stiffened, and then they fell straight to the ground, with black smoke coming out of their mouths. What's going on? Akalam widened his eyes and quickly pulled Weiwei back. They looked at the drunk Silyu vigilantly and puzzledly. After a while, seeing that Silyu still didn't move, Akalam waved his hand again. Several more bounty hunters came forward, but the result was the same, and they also fell straight. What the hell did this man do? Mr9, holding two metal bats, swallowed nervously. Although we have to capture him alive, it doesn't matter if he gets hurt. Miss Monday put on brass knuckles, took off her nun's clothes, revealed her dark and strong muscles, and hit Silyu hard. Bang! The wine table was smashed to pieces by Miss Monday's strange power. Coincidentally, Silyu, who was sleeping, just stretched and rolled onto the sofa. You won't be so lucky next time. Miss Monday, the strong woman, punched again. Bang! Boom! Ah! Before Miss Monday's fist hit her, she was knocked away by Silyu's punch. I don't believe that our digital agents can't even deal with a sleeping guy. Mr9 used a backflip acrobatics and hit Silyu with a stick. Immediately afterwards. Boom! Ouch! Tragedy strikes again. Mr9 was kicked hundreds of meters away by Silyu's unconscious kick in his dream. Damn 80 million, you weren't sleeping at all. Akaram's eyes suddenly tightened, confirming the truth in front of him. Master Vivi, run away, I'll hold him back. After realizing that Silyu had actually been awake and was just playing with them. The only thing Akaram could do was to protect the princess and evacuate. After all, that was a pirate with a bounty of 80 million. In a head-on confrontation, they had no hope of winning. Ta-ta-ta! Akaram pulled his tie, and in an instant, several gun barrels emerged from his curly hair, ready to fire. Uncle, I advise you not to act rashly. Urza said calmly. At some point, she was standing at the door, with the sword pointed at Vivi. Urza, don't hurt that girl, she's not an enemy. Myra Jane reminded. I understand. Urza nodded to confirm. When she pretended to be drunk before, Vivi had asked Akaram to take good care of them. This shows that she is kind-hearted. I said, there is no town that welcomes pirates, you are bounty hunters. Nami said with a smile, you dare to attack Fairy Tale, it seems that you are mentally prepared. We admit defeat, I have nothing to say, you can kill or cut it, just ask you to let Miss Wednesday go. Akalam gave up resistance. I can't decide how to deal with you, I have to wait, President, why are you still asleep, wake up. Nami leaned close to Silyu's ear and shouted loudly. Oh, it's really not easy to get a good sleep. Silyu stretched and finally opened his eyes. Chapter 19 We Are Fairy Tale. The starting point of the Grand Line, Whiskey Peak. After some twists and turns, the main plot of Alabasta officially kicked off. Then, let's start with introducing ourselves. Tell us your names and identities. Silyu asked deliberately. Although he knew the details of Vivi and Akaram, Urza and others did not know, so it was necessary to ask. I am Akaram, a digital agent of Baroque Works, codenamed Mr. 8. My name is Vivi, an agent of Baroque Works, codenamed Miss Wednesday. Akaram and Vivi answered one after another. Baroque Works? What kind of organization is this? Myra Jane asked curiously. Yes, it is an organization. Akaram nodded to confirm. Baroque Works is a criminal organization on the Grand Line, mainly engaged in members' bosses. The ultimate goal of the organization is to build an ideal town, so. In order to protect Princess Vivi's safety, Akaram told all the information about Baroque Works without reservation. Wait a minute, what you meant just now is that you don't even know the identity of your boss. Working for an unknown person? You are all from the same organization, but you don't even know who the boss is. Are you lying to us? Nami narrowed her eyes and stared at the two of them. It's true, Baroque Works is so mysterious. There is only one person in the entire organization who knows the identity of the boss. Vivi hurriedly explained. Who? Urza raised her eyebrows. Missile Sunday, she is the boss's partner. Vivi replied. Missile Sunday? Hey, let's put this aside for now. The key is you. Since you dare to attack us, you have to pay something. Where is your money hidden? Nami rubbed her hands, and the light of gold coins flashed in her eyes. But soon, her face sank. Because this bounty hunter base is also empty. Almost all the money they had robbed from the pirates before was handed over. They hadn't opened for a long time, and the first business was from Suyu and his team. Hey, Miss Vivi, Myra Jane walked up to Vivi and took Vivi's hand. I feel that you should be a kind person, why did you go down this path? Vivi gritted her teeth, shook her head, and said nothing. Do you still want to keep hiding? In addition to being members of the Baroque Works, you are also Princess Vivi of Alabasta and Captain Akaram of the Guard. Suyu said calmly. Princess Vivi and Akaram suddenly looked up and stared at Suyu in shock. It was obviously their first meeting. And they hadn't talked yet. But Suyu actually revealed their true identities directly. What? Princess of Alabasta. Nami, Urza, and Myra Jane were also shocked. Princess, that's the princess of a country. Why would a princess join a criminal organization? Urza's doubts deepened. No, Princess Vivi is not from Alabasta. Akaram fell into panic and spoke incoherently. Okay, Akaram. Vivi smiled bitterly and shook her head. Yes, I am indeed the princess of Alabasta. I joined Baroque Works because... Since Suyu had seen through her completely, Vivi decided not to hide it anymore. She told the current predicament of Alabasta and the real reason why she joined Baroque Works one by one. For the sake of the country, she did not hesitate to lower her status, infiltrate the criminal group, and investigate the truth of the domestic unrest. She is really an amazing princess. Myra Jane looked solemn. In that case, why didn't you make it clear earlier? Urza asked. Urza, because our president is a big villain with a bounty of 80 million. If he kidnaps the princess and extorts a huge ransom from the kingdom, it will be troublesome. Nami explained the reason. I see. Urza suddenly realized. Because Suyu is a wanted criminal, Vivi and Akaram are naturally wary of him. If they knew the nature of the fairy tale guild, they might make different choices. But Urza looked at Suyu. She understood that everything now should be within Suyu's expectations. Perhaps from the beginning, this was Suyu's plan. Okay, we've talked about it, let's get to the point. Suyu's eyes fell on Princess Vivi. Now, you have two choices. I choose to let Lady Vivi return to Alabasta safely. As for me, anything is fine. Akaram hurriedly raised his hand to answer. Listen to it first and then decide. Myra Jane reminded with a smile. The first way, you and we go our own way now, and no one owes anyone anything. Although you have calculated us, at least you treated us to a meal, which is fair. Suyu said lightly. Good people. Vivi and Akaram couldn't help thinking so in their hearts. Then what is the second one? Akaram asked cautiously. The first one would not harm them in any way, so he wanted to continue asking. Suyu did not answer immediately, but glanced at Myra Jane. Myra Jane thought for a moment, took out a pen and paper from her bag, and handed it to Vivi. This, Akaram's face changed instantly, and he wanted to slap himself. Why do you talk too much? Why do you still ask? Sure enough, there was a problem as soon as you asked. This is obviously asking them to write a letter to the king and prepare to extort a ransom. Miss Vivi, Please write down what you want to entrust us with here. Myra Jane said gently. I know, hey. Vivi and Akaram were stunned at the same time. Don't you understand? It's a letter of entrustment. You can write down what you want to entrust us to do with fairy tale. Nami explained. Vivi and Akaram were motionless, as if they couldn't believe their ears. Vivi, don't you want to find out and solve the root cause of the civil unrest in the country? Just leave this matter to us. If you insist on solving it yourself, we will not interfere. Urza added calmly. Why, who are you? Vivi asked subconsciously in a low voice. Fairy tale. Suyu replied with a smile. Chapter 20 The Poor Princess. So that's it, this is the real fairy tale. Have I exhausted all my luck to meet it? Vivi whispered to herself. After listening to Urza and Marajana's explanation, she finally understood what kind of group fairy tale is. In short, if you are in trouble, I will help. Ms. Vivi, have you thought about it? Do you want to entrust us? Myra Jane asked with a smile. Yes, yes, yes. Of course. Vivi nodded like a chicken and agreed again and again. She grabbed a pen and quickly wrote her request on the power of attorney. Is that all? Wei asked nervously, feeling that it was incredible that she could get powerful help with just a few words. It's not over yet, let's talk about the reward first, Your Highness. Nami rubbed her hands, and the symbol of money flashed in her eyes again. Yes, yes, yes. Wei agreed quickly. So, how much can Your Highness pay for this commission? Nami asked. 500,000 berry, is it enough? Vivi asked cautiously. This is all she can come up with. As a princess of a country, Nami thought Vivi would be very rich. However, in fact, the total savings of Vivi, a princess, is only 500,000 berries. Nami, who didn't know this, was disappointed when she heard this number, and felt that she had met a tough opponent. She was willing to pay 1 million berries for the village at the beginning. But, although Vivi, as a princess, can take risks for the country, she is extremely frugal when it comes to money. Well, Your Highness, don't you think this amount of money is a bit inconsistent with your commission? Is your country worth 500,000? Nami looked at Suyu and looked at Vivi with a smile. This I know, but this is all I have. Vivi said in a low voice. Everyone in fairy tale, you should name a price. Akalam said bluntly. Okay, then I'll say it straight, we want this amount. Nami held up 2 fingers. 2 million. Vivi's eyes lit up. She had 500,000 in her hand, and the remaining 1.5 million should not be difficult to borrow. However, no. Nami waved her hand. Then is it 20 million? Akaram asked tentatively. If it is this price, it will have to come out of the treasury. Although Alabasta's current financial situation is very tight, this money still has to be paid for the country. However, Nami still shook her head. It can't be 200 million. Akaram was shocked. However, Nami's offer was 10 times what they guessed. 2 billion, only 2 billion, our president will definitely help you solve all problems and threats. Nami said seriously. 2 billion. Vivi and Akarim widened their eyes at the same time. Alabasta was already in financial difficulties. If it spent another 2 billion, even if it could really quell the civil unrest and eliminate the threat, countless people in the country would die of poverty. This price is far beyond Alabasta's affordability. But, if they refuse, can they solve the root cause of the civil unrest with their own strength? Once the civil unrest breaks out, countless people will die. This is a difficult choice. Akarim couldn't make a decision, and Vivi didn't dare to make a decision. Nami Urza frowned. She felt that Nami's asking price was too outrageous, which was not in line with the style of fairy tale. However, before she opened her mouth, Myra Jane on the side grabbed her and shook her head. Myra Jane was very familiar with the current scene. Not long ago, the same thing happened to Nami, and things are not over yet. Of course, I also know that a country experiencing civil unrest must have a very bad financial situation and it is impossible to come up with so much money at once. However, our guild supports installment payment. The down payment is 1 berry, and the remaining 1.999,999,999,999 berries can be paid back slowly by working. Nami learned and used all the tricks that Suyu had used on her. Hey? Can you really pay 1 berry first? Wei was a little unbelievable. She was still a little dizzy after completing the commission with only 1 berry. Okay, since you have accepted the commission, don't waste time, let's go. Suyu stood up and said. Urza and Myra Jane supported the drunk Juvia and followed closely behind. President Nami trotted forward, looking proud. What's the matter? Suyu asked calmly. Just now, I helped you negotiate a big order worth 2 billion. Shouldn't you give me some rewards? For example, a share of the profits. Nami rubbed her fingers, her eyes shining. Actually, I was going to offer 10 billion. Suyu said casually. Ah! Nami was stunned on the spot. And Wei's legs went weak behind her and she almost fell down. Fortunately, the fast-running duck Kalu supported her. 10 billion. President, are you kidding? Nami thought she was already very greedy, but... Of course, what else do you think? So the missing 8 billion will be counted on you. I'll give you 1 berry, and you owe me 10 billion. Suyu said seriously. Hey? Hey. Nami was stunned for a moment. She thought she had completed a big deal, but she ended up with a debt of 8 billion inexplicably. 10 billion? Even if she didn't eat or drink, she couldn't pay it back in her lifetime. No, dear President, this won't work. Ha, just kidding. Chapter 21 Chat with Robin. The sun rises and the night recedes. The ferry breaks through the waves. Heading straight for the kingdom of Alabasta. Permanent pointer? How is this different from my record pointer? Nami asked curiously. When the record pointer is full of the magnetic force of a place, it points to the next island, but the permanent pointer always remembers the magnetic force of a certain island and will not always point there. Vivi said simply and clearly. I understand, no wonder my pointer is different from this direction. Nami nodded in sudden enlightenment. Then, if we follow the record pointer, where is the next place? Urza asked curiously. It should be the small garden of the ancient island. Akalam said seriously. I've been to that island when I was at Baroque Works. That place is not easy to deal with. Oh, Urza became interested. If Miss Urza is interested, I can tell you about it. The ancient island is an ancient island that still retains the ancient climate. The extinct dinosaurs outside are still there, but... Akaram changed the subject. There are creatures on that island that are more dangerous than dinosaurs. What? More dangerous than dinosaurs? Could they be real dragons? Nami asked in surprise. Giant. 2 giants. It is said that they are the captains of the notorious giant pirates 100 years ago, and the bounty is 100 million. Akaram said. Gulp. Nami and Vivi swallowed at the same time. I really want to compete with the giants in this world. Urza said. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future, so forget it this time. Suyu said. Okay, Urza nodded obediently. Good morning everyone. Ouch, headache. Juvia, who was hungover, rubbed her temples and went downstairs. Suddenly, Juvia was stunned and stared at Vivi. Wow, it's you, the woman who stole the president's woman. I want to compete with you. Juvia's eyes were red in an instant. Thinking of the various scenes of Vivi snuggling in Suyu's arms last night in her mind. The jealousy in Juvia's heart was almost uncontrollable and almost burst out. She was about to challenge Vivi. "Juvia, wait, stay calm. Princess Vivi is our client." Urza and Myra Jane reacted quickly and stood on both sides of Juvia to stop her. 5 minutes later, Juvia finally figured out the whole story. "Last night so many things happened after I got drunk." Juvia looked confused. After a while, Juvia pursed her lips and walked to Vivi. "Miss Vivi, I'm really sorry, I'm so rude." No, Miss Juvia, don't say that, I'm also wrong." Vivi waved her hand quickly. "Miss Vivi, I will do my best to complete your task," Juvia said firmly. "No. Don't rush to refuse. Juvia's power is indispensable to solve the problems of the Kingdom of Alabasta," Suyu said. A week later, the ferry entered a sea area with stable climate and magnetic field, which indicated that they were approaching a large island. Half an hour later, a magnificent island came into view. That was Saint Ting Island on the Grand Line, and the Kingdom of Alabasta had arrived. After a week of preparation, the action plan after landing has been clear. At present, Vivi does not know the identity of the mastermind behind Baroque Works, and the only clue is Missile Sunday. Therefore, it is planned that Vivi and Akalem will lead the way to the secret base of Baroque Works in Alabasta. The subsequent strategy is to use a crucial piece of intelligence as bait to lure Missile Sunday to show up and then subdue her as the key to breakthrough. The entire action plan is concise and clear. The key to the success of the plan lies in Missile Sunday alone. Soon, the meeting letter was sent out. "Vivi, don't worry. With the president here, no matter who it is, he will never come back." Nami comforted Vivi with a frown on her face. "No, Nami, that's not what I'm worried about." Vivi was worried. Missile Sunday is an extremely cunning and shrewd woman. She manages the organization tightly and may be able to see through our plan at a glance. There's no point in worrying. Let's wait and see. If it doesn't work, ask the president for help," Urza said. Back to 3 days ago, when the plan was just proposed. Urza noticed the change in Suryu's expression. She knew that Suryu must be hiding a lot of things they didn't know. Urza's intuition was indeed correct. Suryu knew exactly the identity of the boss behind Baroque Works. However, he decided to act according to the plan because he wanted to talk to Missile Sunday, Nico Robin. Time passed slowly, and it was the next night in a blink of an eye. Vivi was about to give up. Just then, dong dong dong. There was a sudden sound of hurried footsteps outside the base, and a big turtle arrived with a gorgeous carriage. "It's the turtle Binky, Missile Sunday is here." Vivi's eyes lit up and she shouted excitedly. Chapter 22 Invitation. In the territory of Alabasta, Baroque Base. "What a grand welcome, Miss Wednesday, Mr. 8, or should I call you Princess Vivi of Alabasta and the loyal guard Captain Akalem." Robin, a dark-skinned beauty wearing a wide-brimmed sun hat and a close-fitting leather suit, said with a smile. She seemed calm about the siege. "Missile Sunday, you already knew who I was." Vivi widened her eyes and was horrified. "Ah, I knew it from the moment you joined Baroque Works a year ago. You and Mr. 8 were able to be promoted to digital agents so quickly, thanks to my promotion." Robin answered slowly. "What did you say?" Wei was even more shocked. It turned out that her identity had been known by the other party from the beginning, but the other party had always pretended not to know. Their actions were always under Baroque's surveillance. If it weren't for what would be their final fate if they had met Suyu? Wei dared not imagine, but it was certain that it would never be a good result. "Since you knew our identities, why didn't you attack us?" Akalem asked sternly. "For the sake of the country, you brave princess who took the risk of lurking in the hostile criminal organization, even I can't bear to destroy your hope," Robin said with a smile. "Miss Missile Sunday, my intuition tells me that you are not a bad person," Myra Jane said with her own feelings. "Oh, Miss Myra Jane, you are wrong, I am completely different from you, I am a bad woman through and through. Robin said seriously. You know me? Myra Jane seemed a little surprised. Who doesn't know the Fairy Tale Guild? Captain Suryu's first bounty was as high as 80 million berries, and the Fairy Queen Urza's reputation in the East China Sea is even louder. As for Miss Myra Jane, your beauty is also known to everyone. Robin counted slowly. Oh, you're so flattering. My beauty is not comparable to yours. Myra Jane lowered her head shyly. Myra, don't be fooled by her sweet words. Nami reminded seriously. You may have conducted a comprehensive investigation on us, but it's all in vain, because you are now surrounded by us. You can't escape today. Juvia said sternly. Surrounded? Did you surround me, or did I surround you? Robin asked in return. What, is there an ambush? You brought people with you? Nami was suddenly shocked. Robin chuckled, don't be nervous, I came here alone today. Knowing that there is a trap here, you dare to come alone? Urza stared at Robin in confusion. Hey, to be honest, I'm quite interested in the legendary fairy tale and your president. Robin said. Oh, this is such a coincidence, I was just about to talk to Miss Robin. Suryu pushed open the door and walked slowly to Robin. President Suryu, it's true that hearing about you is worse than meeting you in person. You are even more handsome in person than in the photo. Robin praised. Don't be polite, let's get it straight, Miss Robin, would you consider changing your job and joining our fairy tale? For a smart person like Robin, Suryu didn't beat around the bush and directly invited her to join the club. As soon as this was said, the whole audience was stunned. What is the president doing? It's different from our plan. Why did you invite that woman? She is the second in command of the enemy. Nami, Urza, Juvia and others were all shocked. Myra Jane frowned slightly, but soon relaxed, as if she had thought of something, and quickly gestured to Urza and others. Understood. Urza and others also understood Marajana's meaning. Directly subduing her with force and forcing her to surrender is only a bad strategy, and attacking her heart is the best strategy. If Robin really joins, then they can attack from both inside and outside and easily destroy the entire Baroque works. The president is amazing. At this moment, all the girls thought of the same thing. If Suryu knew what they were thinking, he would be at a loss. He didn't think too much. The reason for inviting Robin was simple. Because she was a member of the protagonist group. And she was a capable elder sister. With Robin, it would definitely help the management of the guild. Besides, in this pirate world, the history is an inevitable link. Suryu was not interested in the position of Pirate King. However, he was very interested in the final island and the great treasure One Piece mentioned by Pirate King Roger before his death. If he had the chance, he would definitely want to see it with his own eyes. To go to Raftel, Robin is a key figure. Chapter 23 Juvia's Outbreak. Miss Robin, what do you think? Do you want to consider changing the environment? The treatment of our guild is definitely much better than that of Baroque works. Suryu made another invitation. There was silence again around for a long time. Who? Robin exhaled slowly and shook her head slightly. Although she was very smart, she did not expect such an invitation. Become a member of Fairy Tale? Sounds like a good choice. However, her cooperation with Crocodile and Alabasta has not yet been completed. Besides, President Suryu, since you already know my identity, you should understand that I am a woman who will cause trouble. Letting me join will only cause trouble to the guild. Robin said. That little trouble is nothing, Fairy Tale is never afraid of trouble. Suryu responded confidently. In Fairy Tale, everyone is a vital family member. We will never let go of those who hurt our family members. This is our rule. Suryu said firmly. Family for me, this is too far away, Robin whispered to himself. What? Suyu raised his eyebrows. Nothing. It's just that President Suyu's invitation is very attractive. But if I agree easily, won't you think I'm too rash? Robin asked back. Absolutely not. Suyu answered immediately. Robin. Sincerity is the most powerful weapon. Suyu's frankness made Robin stunned for a moment. She could feel that Suyu's invitation was sincere. This was different from any organization she had been in before. Thesa Man sincerely hopes that she will become his partner. It was their first meeting, but Suyu seemed to know her very well. Of course, you don't have to answer now. Miss Robin, you can go back and think about it for a few days, and then tell me your decision. Suyu said generously. Just let me leave like this? You don't need information about the boss. Robin raised her eyebrows in surprise. No. Suyu waved his hand casually. However, please help me pass on a message, Miss Robin, and tell him that I will give him 3 days to surrender to the Navy. If he doesn't want to, I will send him there in person. Understood. Robin turned and left, got on a luxurious carriage, and disappeared into the night. After watching Robin go away, Nami, Vivi and others gradually came back to their senses, looking at each other, full of doubts in their hearts. All this, just ended like this? It seemed that something was grasped, but it seemed that nothing could be grasped. President, have you achieved your goal? Urza asked first. Yet. Suyu nodded gently. Then let's wait 3 days. After hearing Suyu's words, neither Nami nor Vivi asked any more questions. Although they didn't know Suyu's specific plan, they all felt inexplicably relieved. Since Suyu said to wait for 3 days, then wait for 3 days. The next morning, the ferry set sail. Sailed along the border of Alabasta to the port city of Narohara. After purchasing enough supplies for 3 days of life, the ferry set off again. Going up the St. Dora River, it finally found a stop on the east bank of the river. Lord Vivi, Kalu and I have to go back to Albina to report to the king first. Akalam said, and then he and super-fast Duck Kalu flew towards the capital. The ferry left the river bank and slowly drove into the central area of the St. Dora River. This is probably the center of Alabasta, but President Suyu, why are we here? Vivi asked with doubts. Rain. Suyu answered casually. Vivi looked confused. The turmoil in Alabasta actually stems from the continuous drought. Therefore, I plan to bring you a heavy rain that will moisten the whole country. Suyu explained. Vivi was stunned. Indeed, as Suyu said, drought is the root cause of civil unrest. If there is a heavy rain that falls all over the country, then all rumors will disappear and all problems can be solved. But rainfall is a natural phenomenon, how can ordinary people do it at will? Juvia, let the sky rain. Suyu ordered. Yes, President Juvia replied. As a genius of water magic, she has awakened the magic of controlling water since she was a child. Although it used to be difficult to control this talent, it always rained around her, but now, for Juvia, the next rain has become as natural and simple as breathing. As Juvia cast her magic, the blue magic surged like a whirlpool and spread rapidly. The previous second, the sky was still clear and cloudless. But at this moment, dark clouds gathered quickly and covered the sky. Crash! The rain poured down. It's actually raining. What's going on? Seeing this miraculous scene with her own eyes, Weiwei was completely stunned. Juvia, expand the range. Suyu said. Yes, President Juvia immediately urged the magic power of her whole body to let the rain clouds spread rapidly around. However, the output of magic power is still limited after all. Although on the ferry, Juvia and others have almost infinite magic power, there is no need to worry about exhaustion. But the total amount of magic power released at one time is still limited by their own strength. The total amount of magic power that Juvia can release instantly is limited. The so-called unlimited magic power is mainly reflected in the continuous output of magic power. Even Suyu did not expect this. He had said confidently before that he would let the rain cover the whole country. It seems that this is the only way. Suyu walked up to Vivi, who was still in shock, and said, "Vivi, to let this rain cover the whole country, I still need your help." Suyu said bluntly, "President, as long as it rains, I am willing to do anything." Vivi answered without hesitation. "Really willing to do anything?" Suyu asked seriously. "Yes." Vivi nodded firmly. "Then I won't be polite," Suyu said, and suddenly leaned over and kissed Vivi's lips under the gaze of everyone. This sudden kiss made Vivi's eyes widen and her body froze. Juvia was also stunned by this scene. Seeing her beloved kissing another woman in front of her, she instantly exploded and her magic broke through the limit. Boom! Boom! Thunder roared, and huge rain clouds expanded rapidly, covering the entire sky of Alabasta. Chapter 24 Heavy Rain. The power of love is hard to measure. Seeing the one you love kissing someone else. Being betrayed by him in front of you. Unable to bear this scene, Juvia instantly surpassed herself. She expanded the rain clouds to the entire Alabasta. At this moment, the whole Alabasta was boiling. In the capital of the kingdom, Albina, King Cobra leaned on the throne tiredly, his brows full of fatigue. Since becoming the king of Alabasta, he governed the country diligently and was deeply loved by the people. But that was all in the past. In the past 2 years or so, only the capital Albina occasionally rained. At first, people thought it was God's favor to the king's benevolent rule. They regarded it as a special grace bestowed by God on Cobra and were proud of it. However, as time passed, the rumor that King Cobra secretly used the forbidden dancing powder to seize rainwater spread more and more. His beloved daughter went out for the country and has not been heard from since. As a king, he was helpless. This feeling was almost desperate. Want to change all this? Only a heavy rain. Your Majesty, the rain is coming. Falcon Bell, the deputy captain of the Kingdom Guard, shouted excitedly. Is it still only Albina that is raining? King Cobra's face showed no joy at all. No, Lord Cobra. Bell gestured excitedly. Lord Cobra, not only the capital Albina, but also Juba, Iluma, Katlia. Huge rain clouds almost covered the entire kingdom. What? The originally depressed King Cobra suddenly opened his eyes wide and stumbled out of the hall. When he saw the rain cloud extending to the end of the sky, his heart was filled with unprecedented joy and excitement. Lord Cobra, good news! Great news! Jaka rushed over. Ha ha ha, Jaka, if you are here to report the rain, then you are late, the people of the whole country have seen it. Bell laughed. No, it's not raining, it's Captain Akalum and Kalu are back. Jaka said. What? What about Vivi? Is Vivi back too? King Cobra was very excited. Juba Oasis, this famous oasis city in Alabasta, years of drought have made this oasis on the verge of extinction. At this moment, rain is finally here. Kosa, you kid, open your eyes and take a good look. This rain is the best proof. Can you still say that King Cobra took away everyone's rain? The thin old man Dodo knelt in the rain, his tears intertwined with the rain. Rain is really here. Are we really wrong? The young rebel leader Kosa murmured to himself. The rain that had not been seen for 2 years plunged the entire Alabasta into a carnival. People rushed into this long-lost heavy rain, singing and laughing, and crying with joy. The excited shouts, laughter, and crying, intertwined with the dripping sound of rain, echoed in the sky of Alabasta, lasting for a long time, and pleasant to the ears. However, not everyone celebrated in this heavy rain. The city of dreams, Rainland. Is this what you talked about? Shishibukai Crocodile stared at Robin coldly. Yes, he also invited me to join, but I refused. Robin replied. Ha ha ha, wise move, only by following me can you achieve your goal in this country. Crocodile laughed triumphantly. Yet. Robin nodded gently. Humph, what fairy tale, just a group of arrogant novices, want me to surrender to the navy? I want to see how capable you are. Crocodile stood by the huge window with a wine glass in his hand, and a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. But at this moment, Crocodile's smile froze instantly. Because it's raining in Alabasta. Witnessing the sudden heavy rain, Crocodile was stunned. The sound of rain and the cheers of the people in the rainland sounded like ruthless ridicule in his ears. It's raining, which is a fatal blow to our plan. Robin pretended to be surprised and said sarcastically. Who is the one who did it? Crocodile roared in a low voice, his face was terribly gloomy. He worked hard for 2 or 3 years, but it turned into nothing at this moment. His heart was bleeding. Alabasta seizure plan. The plan to seize the ancient weapon Pluto. All went down the drain with this heavy rain. If you want to implement it again, I don't know how many years you have to wait. How could this happen? I clearly used the sand fruit to control all the moisture in the sky, how could the rain still fall? Crocodile roared. The 3-year drought in Alabasta was actually caused by him. He used the ability of the natural sand fruit to absorb the moisture in the air. This is an already dry desert country with little rain. With his power, it is easy to absorb the moisture. However, this rain came so fast that it caught people off guard and could not be stopped at all. I don't know how they did it, but the only one who can cause this change may be Fairy Tale. This is a challenge. Robin analyzed calmly. Fairy Tale. Bang! The wine glass in his hand shattered, and the red wine splashed. Okay, since you want to play, I'll play with you to the end. Nico Robin, gather all the senior agents immediately, I want to make sure those guys are dead. Chapter 25 Active Weiwei. In the hazy drizzle, Suyu and Weiwei hugged each other tightly and kissed each other passionately. This scene was as romantic as an idol drama. At first, facing Suyu's sudden kiss, Weiwei resisted and struggled. This was her first kiss. Before at Whiskey Peak, she mustered all her strength to kiss. Even if she had the courage, she only kissed Suyu on the cheek. Not to mention the mouth-to-mouth kiss now. But after seeing the rain clouds expanding due to their kiss, Vivi stopped struggling. She knew the importance of this rain to Alabasta. It would change the fate of the country and save countless lives. For the country, her sacrifice was insignificant. Besides, the kiss had already happened, and the length of time made no difference. With deep affection for the country and the people, Vivi completely gave up resistance, began to enjoy the kiss, and even responded. 5 minutes later, this absurd and romantic plot finally ended. Vivi leaned weakly in Suyu's arms, her body trembling slightly. It seems that we succeeded. Suyu said seriously. Vivi, let's go, don't play with this bad guy. Nami glared at Suyu and helped Vivi leave. But, President, you did go a little too far this time. Urza said seriously. This is also to complete the task. Suyu grinned. As the president, you made your companion cry, and you must be responsible for this. If Juvia doesn't cheer up, you should resign. Myra Jane said angrily with her hands on her hips. Suyu scratched his head and walked to Juvia. I'm sorry, Juvia, I'm wrong this time. He apologized. But it seemed to have no effect. Juvia had fallen into her own world and couldn't hear the outside world. Let's go back to the room first, don't catch a cold. Suyu picked up Juvia and sent her back to the room. Wait a minute, I'll get a towel. He turned around and prepared to leave. Don't go, President. Juvia hugged him from behind, her voice crying. I won't leave. Silyu turned around and stroked Juvia's head with his big hand. The president's embrace is so warm. The next morning, Silyu appeared in front of Nami and others again after disappearing for nearly a whole day. He ignored the various strange looks from the girls, walked silently to a corner of the guild, and thought to himself, women are really made of water, especially Juvia. President, you have to be considerate of us sometimes. How can you do this? Juvia is a grown-up girl, and last time, I also. Myra Jane brought a cup of coffee and said helplessly. Silyu grinned and did not respond, but he was thinking in his heart that it was really not his fault this time. It was Juvia who had always. President, do you have any plans today? Nami walked up to Silyu and asked. No, what's wrong? Silyu replied. Then let's go to Yuba. The headquarters of the rebels is there. Vivi wants to take advantage of the momentum of yesterday's rain to persuade the rebels. Nami said. Okay. Silyu nodded. But. He was a little confused. Why did Nami tell him about this? It should be Vivi who said it herself. Silyu looked at Vivi. She quickly avoided his gaze, and a blush appeared on her face. After yesterday's close contact, Vivi obviously didn't know how to face Silyu. Silyu didn't pay much attention to Vivi's strangeness. The ferry started and slowly approached the shore. Nami and Vivi, who had already prepared their luggage, went ashore immediately. They looked back and found that Silyu was still on the boat. President, didn't we agree to go together? Nami asked. I didn't say I wouldn't go. Silyu smiled slightly. Gravity magic was activated. The ferry shook slightly, and then took off in the shocked eyes of Nami and Vivi. Let's go. Silyu controlled the gravity and let the ferry fly to Yuba. Nami and Vivi on the shore were stunned in place, and they didn't come back to their senses for a long time. They never thought that a ship sailing on the sea could actually fly in the sky. It's amazing. After a while, Nami came back to her senses and waved her hand and shouted, Wait, I haven't boarded the ship yet. I haven't boarded the ship yet. Chapter 26 Juvia shows off. Alabasta, the oasis city of Yuba. Under the baptism of rain, this city that was once almost dry finally regained its vitality and presented a prosperous scene. At this time, in the center of Juba city, the rebels' base camp was arguing fiercely. At this time, do we still have a way out? The rebellion must continue. But the rain yesterday has already explained the problem. The king did not take away everyone's rainwater. This is a natural disaster. We are rebelling. When the time comes, not only will we suffer, but our families will also suffer. Lord Cobra is not a tyrant. He will definitely understand us and forgive us. How do you know that Lord Cobra will definitely forgive us? I just know, it's that simple. The rebels were divided into two groups, and the quarrels became more and more intense. Kosha, you are the leader, what do you say? In the end, everyone stared at Kosha, the young rebel leader. I'll go to the capital. Kosha said lightly, and he had an idea in his mind. At this time, Kosha, Vivi, Lady Vivi is coming. A young soldier hurried into the tent, shouting to tell everyone the news. What? Lady Vivi? Really? Is the princess coming? The rebel captains were shocked when they heard this, and hurriedly followed Kosha out of the tent. When they looked up, the fairy was flying from a distance. Getting closer and closer. Everyone couldn't help but opened his mouth wide, and the shock on his face became more and more obvious. Kosa, everyone, it's okay. Vivi stood at the bow of the ferry and waved to the stunned people. Silyu's task today is to send Vivi here safely. As for negotiating with the rebels, that is not something he can participate in. This matter depends on the respected Princess Vivi. If they get involved, it will only make things more troublesome. So, while Vivi was negotiating with Kosa and others, Silyu and others were taken by an old man named Duodo to visit the oasis city of Yuba. In the evening, Silyu and others came back from sightseeing. The conversation between Vivi and Kosa and others just ended, and of course everyone was happy. With Vivi as a guarantor, those who were worried about being executed for rebellion were relieved. After all, in Alabasta, Princess Vivi's reputation is very good. In the evening, Yuba held a grand banquet. The kingdom army represented by Vivi and the rebel army represented by Kosa officially reconciled. At the same time, in the capital of Albina, Falcon Bell hurried to report the good news to Lord Cobra. Lord Cobra, just now, news came from Yuba that Lord Vivi successfully persuaded Kosa and the rebel army has been disbanded. Great! Lord Vivi is really amazing. Akalam blushed with excitement. Vivi has taken on too much. I really hope she can live, travel, and fall in love without worries like other girls, but it's too early to say that now. Cobra shook his head and sighed. Oh, don't worry, Lord Cobra. Lord Vivi will be able to relax after this matter is over. Everything will be clear tomorrow. Akalam comforted. Speaking of tomorrow, it will be the final showdown with the boss behind the scenes of Baroque Works. Akaram, I have a bad feeling that Baroque Works may really be related to the Seven Warlords Crocodile. Cobra looked worried. Don't worry, Lord Cobra. Lord Vivi is now surrounded by the partners of Fairy Tale, especially President Silyu, whose strength is beyond imagination. Akaram said confidently. On the way from Whiskey Peak to Alabasta, Akaram saw Silyu and Urza sparring with his own eyes, and their strength was something he had never seen in his life. So, even if the boss behind the scenes is really Crocodile, he believes that Fairy Tale will be able to deal with it. The night ends and the day dawns. This is the last day of the deadline. Kosa and others watched the ferry take off with shock and awe. Shortly after leaving Yuba, Juvia finally revived with full blood after resting in the room for a whole day. After she briefly greeted Urza, Myra Jane and others, she walked to Vivi's side. Miss Juvia, are you feeling better? Vivi asked cautiously, her eyes evasive. She could see that Juvia had deep feelings for Silyu, and Juvia was the great benefactor who brought the miracle rain to Alabasta. But she kissed Silyu in front of Juvia, which made Vivi feel guilty and uneasy. However, to Vivi's surprise, Juvia seemed to have completely ignored what happened 2 days ago. Because... Vivi, you just kissed the president, but I had intimate contact with the president all over my body, Juvia boasted proudly. Vivi was stunned and couldn't react for a while. That's it, that kind of thing between men and women. The president is really great. It makes Juvia feel unprecedented happiness. This feeling, Vivi, you may never experience it in your life. Juvia's face was full of happiness, and her words became more and more bold. Vivi finally realized that Juvia was showing off to her. However, these things Juvia said were too exciting for Vivi, who was still a little girl. As she listened to Juvia's description, her face turned red unconsciously, her legs rubbed nervously, and her heart was pounding like a little rabbit. There was also a strange feeling in her body, as if something was about to come out. At this time, Nami next to her couldn't listen anymore, and couldn't help but interrupt Juvia's boasting loudly. President, where are we going today? Nami asked loudly. Yudi, find Crocodile. Silyu answered briefly and forcefully. Vivi. She was stunned with a blank face. Chapter 27 Senior Agents Gathering. Crocodile. Vivi's voice suddenly rose, resounding throughout the guild. Crocodile. Urza looked confused. I seem to have an impression of this name. Nami also widened her eyes. He is one of the 7 pirates recognized by the world government, the 7 warlords of the sea. President, why are we looking for him? 3 days ago, I asked Robin to pass a message to him, asking him to surrender within 3 days, otherwise I would send him there. As a result, he didn't move at all, so I had to do it myself. Yu smiled faintly. Wait a minute, President, the one who surrendered should be the boss behind Baroque works, right? It has something to do with that 7 warlords of the sea crocodile. Nami suddenly stopped talking halfway, because she had understood the implication of Yu's words. It means that the Shishibukai crocodile is the boss behind Baroque works. Urza nodded in sudden realization. President, how do you know it's crocodile? Nami couldn't help but ask curiously. Robin told me. Yu answered casually. Why haven't we heard about it? Nami questioned. You didn't hear it? Then maybe only I heard it. Yu said seriously. Nami was speechless for a moment. Recalling the conversation between Yu and Robin that day, they were obviously present. If Robin really said it, how could they not hear it? Crocodile, it's crocodile, I should have thought of it earlier. Who else can lead Baroque works except him? Vivi clenched her fists, her face full of anger. After a moment, Vivi loosened her fists weakly. President Yu. Crocodile is not an ordinary person. I can't drag you down anymore. Next. Before Vivi finished speaking, she was interrupted by Yu. What nonsense are you talking about? Yu's big hand gently patted Weiwei's head. Since we have accepted your commission, we will definitely complete it. If we can't even do this little thing, how can we gain a foothold in the sea? Between the oasis Yuba and the rain land, there is a weathered rock area. On this patchwork of weathered rocks, 9 men and women stood or sat, immersed in a silent waiting atmosphere. If Weiwei was here, she would be shocked, because these 9 people are the strongest senior agents of Baroque works. Since the heavy rain 2 days ago, they received an emergency call from Crocodile. They gathered here quickly from all directions, just to intercept and destroy their target fairy tale. Why haven't you come yet? Didn't we agree on the time? I've been waiting for so long. An old woman who looks like a mole yelled impatiently, Miss Christmas Mary. I've traveled a long way and my back and waist are sore. It's all because of you, Mr. 4. Your big body is pressing on my back, ouch, it hurts so much. Yes, I'm sorry. Mr. 4, a burly man with a dull face, apologized timidly. He, Miss, Merry Christmas, you're still so anxious. Mr. 3, with a unique 3-letter hairstyle, Gardino sipped the black tea leisurely and enjoyed the afternoon tea with his partner Miss Golden Monday. Mr. 3, don't forget that we are here to carry out the mission, not to go on vacation. Miss Valentine, a beautiful girl in a lemon-patterned dress, shouted dissatisfiedly. I didn't expect that this would be the first time that all of our senior agents would gather together. Who is the opponent? Mr. 5, a man wearing a windbreaker and looking like a rock singer, frowned and asked. According to Miss All Sunday's information, it is an organization from the East China Sea, Fairy Tale. Miss pointed at Pola with both hands and answered. Wanatuo. Wanatuo. Awoo, if you are bored, come and dance with me the way of the she-male. Mr. Tu Fengkele, a tough guy in a ballet costume, stepped on the ballet steps and sang rap. They are coming. Mr. 1 Dasbonis, a green-haired man dressed like a monk, suddenly stood up and stared into the distance. Hey! Really? The senior agents instantly became alert. Following Dasbonis' sight, everyone looked into the distance in unison. When the spaceship that came closer and closer came into view, all the senior agents opened their mouths wide and their jaws almost fell to the ground. The ship is flying in the sky. Mr. 3 Gardino looked like he had seen a ghost, and was so shocked that he couldn't speak. Mirage. It must be a mirage. How can a ship fly in the sky? This is simply impossible. Miss Valentine also exclaimed repeatedly, unable to accept the facts in front of her. Unfortunately, that's not a mirage. Miss pointed with both hands and said solemnly, this is Fairy Tale, no wonder the boss asked us to gather all together. I haven't heard that the other party can fly? Then all the traps I dug are useless. Miss, the old mole woman, screamed, looking frustrated. It doesn't matter, watch me. Mr5, the explosive fruit ability user, said calmly but confidently. After saying that, he stretched out his index finger and actually started picking his nose. At the same time, Mr4, a tall and dull man on the other side, picked up the dachshund beside him. Snap! Snap! The dachshund instantly transformed into a turret, opened its mouth and spit out a time bomb. Mr4 was quick-eyed and quick-handed, swung his 4-ton baseball bat, and hit the time bomb far away. At this moment, Mr5 also picked out a large nose booger from his nostrils and flicked it violently. Bang! Then there was a deafening roar. Chapter 28 One Punch Killed. Bang! Boom! Boom! A terrifying explosion suddenly sounded in the sky, and the powerful shock wave caused the ferry's hull to tilt suddenly. The girls on the ship changed their expressions and rushed out of the cabin, their eyes fixed on the senior agents in the weathered rock area ahead. /Mr5, Miss Valentine, Miss Golden Week, Mr3 yes, they are all senior agents of Baroque Works, and all 9 agents are here this time. /Y's eyes tightened suddenly, recognizing the opponent's identity. It seems that they want to start a war with Fairy Tale. Urza smiled. She never avoided such a battle that was sent to her door. Ship. What happened to the ship? The explosion just now was no joke. Nami asked anxiously. Don't worry, Nami, our ship has automatic protection magic, and that explosion can't hurt at all. Myra Jane smiled easily. Although Nami didn't understand what automatic protection magic was, it sounded very powerful. Anyway, there was no need to worry about the safety of the ship. Wow, the president is so handsome. Next to her, Juvia cheered like a little fangirl. Nami and Vivi looked closely and found that Suyu had stood in front of the group of people from Baroque Works without knowing when, or to be more precise, in front of the explosive fruit ability user Mr. 5 Gem. Don't throw your disgusting booger bombs under other people's ships casually. Suyu's fist wrapped in lightning was as fast as lightning, and it hit Mr. 5 who was picking his nose and intending to detonate again. Whoosh! Boom! The explosive man Mr. 5 flew out like a cannonball, accompanied by a sharp sonic boom, and disappeared far into the sky. This scene was as shocking as the 4 Emperor's red hair attacking Kid because of his partner. If Mr. 5 hadn't used that disgusting booger bomb to attack the ferry, Suyu might not have killed him personally. But now, it's too late to regret. After dealing with this disgusting booger man, Suyu restrained his breath and didn't continue to attack. However, at this moment, Suyu just stood there, which brought heavy psychological pressure to all Baroque's senior agents, as if a mountain was pressing on their hearts. Things happened so fast that before they could even react, Suyu had already appeared in front of them and punched the senior agent Mr5 away without a trace. Monster! This thought flashed through the minds of all the agents at the same time. Facing a monster that could easily kill a senior agent in seconds, can they really win? President, don't do it all by yourself, let me do it too. Urza jumped off the ship and stood next to Suyu. I want to join the battle too. Juvia followed closely and shouted loudly. Then these minions will be left to you. Suyu waved his hand casually, then flashed back to the ship. President is really amazing. Nami applauded, but she found that Suyu had been staring at her. What's wrong? Nami's heart skipped a beat. You just got new power, don't you want to find a few opponents to try it out? Suyu asked with a smile. With Urza here, how can it be my turn to play? Nami shirked. That's a pity. I was planning to reward 10 million berries for everyone I defeated. Suyu said. 10 million? I'll do it. Nami immediately changed her face, her eyes attracted by the money. With a thought. She activated the star spirit magic and entered the Taurus star spirit clothes form. Wow, Nami can also transform. Wei widened her eyes in surprise. She stayed on the ship for half a month and got along with Nami day and night, but this was the first time she saw Nami's combat form. Do you want to learn? Suyu asked. Can you? Weiwei's eyes lit up. Of course. Suyu smiled mysteriously. On the other side, as soon as Suyu left, the tense heartstrings of the Baroque senior agents immediately relaxed. Ha 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 ha, as long as it's not that monster, no one else is to be feared. Mr. 3 Gardino breathed a sigh of relief. However, the next second, the smile on his face froze again, and his eyes widened. Urza took action. Change clothes, heaven wheel armor. Sword of the sky wheel. Swish. Swish, swish, swish. Hundreds of magic swords poured down from the sky like a waterfall of steel. Damn it! And asterisk candle wall. Gardino exclaimed, and quickly used the power of the candle fruit to build a layer of tortoise shell as hard as steel. Dingling clang! The clear sound of metal collisions came one after another, and dust flew over the desert. A minute later, Urza's attack stopped, and all the blades returned to their original positions. Is this a one-hit kill? Nami was stunned. No, it's not that simple. Urza shook her head gently. At this time, footsteps penetrated the dust, and a dark-skinned man named Dasbonis, dressed in a monk's uniform, walked out calmly, without any damage. How is it possible? He is unscathed? How did he withstand Urza's attack? Juvia was shocked. Could it be that he is also a natural ability user like the Smoke Man in Rogue Town? Nami wondered in her heart. Hey, look over there, what's with that big white shell? Myra Jane frowned in confusion when she saw the huge turtle shell that was particularly conspicuous in the desert. That should be made by Mr. 3. I didn't expect that he could actually block Urza's attack. These senior agents of Baroque works are indeed not comparable to our ordinary agents. Vivi looked serious. Chapter 29 Natural Enemies. Inside the white candle turtle shell. Wait a minute, this is my safe house. It's okay for the Golden Week, but at least you are my companions, but why did you all squeeze in? Mr. 3 Gardino shouted unhappily. What are you talking about, Mr. 3? If we don't hide in here, we're dead. Can't you make this safe house bigger? Hardcore shemale Mr. 2 Fengkele said. It was so critical just now, it's already a big deal to be able to do this. That's my limit. Gardino retorted. That's the legendary fairy queen Urza? She's even scarier than the legend. Mrs. Forehead was covered with sweat. Her clothes were torn and her body was covered with blood. That was because she didn't dodge before and was scratched by Urza's sword. No way, what kind of ability does that woman have? Did she want to wipe us out with that attack just now? Miss Valentine exclaimed in disbelief. It's so crowded. Miss Golden Week's face was distorted by the crowd. I'm really sorry. Mr. 4BEB, the biggest one, apologized timidly. I told you not to squeeze, I'm suffocating. A group of senior agents said in unison, then opened their shells and took a deep breath. Oh hooray, these people crazy. Nami couldn't help muttering. Pay attention, Nami, it seems that one of them is missing. Juvia's eyes widened. It's underground. I'll take care of it. Nami responded simply, holding the Taurus whip tightly in her hand. The light golden magic light condensed at the tip of the whip. Whipped the whip and smashed it heavily to the ground. Earth wave. The magic skill of Taurus star spirit clothes is activated. Bang. Rumble. The earth cracked and collapsed under Nami's magic. Ah! The Baroque senior agent who was traveling underground, Miss Christmas in the mole form of the animal type rat fruit, screamed, was thrown away by the huge shock, and fainted on the spot. 10 million is in hand. Nami stuck out her tongue, looking smug. Haha, don't be too proud, now it's our turn to fight back. A piercing laugh rang out from the air. At some point, Miss Valentine had silently hovered over Nami's head. I am the superhuman lightweight fruit, and I can control my weight at will. Take it, 10,000 kilograms, gurgle gurgle. Miss Valentine hadn't finished her words when she suddenly made a drowning sound. It was Juvia who made the move. Water restraint. Juvia waved her arm lightly, and a water prison appeared out of thin air, imprisoning Miss Valentine, who had not yet made a move. Even a strong man at the level of the four emperors would be powerless to struggle if he fell into the sea, let alone a small character like Miss Valentine. Before Juvia's next move was used, Miss Valentine's eyes rolled back and she completely lost consciousness. Too weak. Juvia blurted out. It's not that they are too weak, it's that you are too strong. The watching Princess Vivi whispered in shock. How could this happen? What kind of ability is that blue-haired woman? This is unreasonable. Mr. Gardino exclaimed repeatedly. She can actually create and control water out of thin air. Is she a water control ability user? The tough she-male Feng Qilai also showed a ghostly surprise on his face. Water is the natural enemy of ability users. How can there be a devil fruit that controls water? Isn't this equivalent to being invincible? Miss Xuangzi, who is usually the calmest, is also pale at this moment, and is completely confused. For these devil fruit ability users, meeting Juvia who can control water is tantamount to meeting their nemesis. In short, this woman is not something that ability users can deal with. Mr. 4, it's up to you, Mr. 3 hurriedly ordered. Yes, Mr. 4 responded awkwardly, holding the 4-ton bat high in both hands and posing a batting posture. Juvia, leave that guy to me. Nami volunteered excitedly. Every time she defeated an enemy, she would receive a reward of 10 million. This was the biggest incentive that drove Nami to fight with all her strength, and it also allowed her to unleash all her potential. Nami wielded the Taurus whip and wrapped the whip around Mr. 4's metal baseball bat at lightning speed. Hey! Mr. 4 was stunned and found that the bat in his hand had disappeared. At this moment, bang! The Dachshund spit out a time bomb. Mr. 4 originally wanted to use the bat to accurately hit the bomb at the enemy, but now the bat was gone, his rhythm was disrupted, and he was at a loss for a moment. Then, with a harsh ticking sound, the time bomb exploded next to Mr. 4. However, for a meat shield like Mr. 4, the bomb could not defeat him in one fell swoop. At this moment, Nami attacked again. Look at me, Nami flying kick. With a clear and loud cry, Nami descended from the sky and kicked Mr. 4 who had not yet reacted. Whoosh! Mr. 4's huge body flew backwards as if it was ejected by a huge force. Bang! Mr. 4, defeated. Haha, 20 million in hand. Nami excitedly made a victory gesture. Chapter 30 Urza takes action. Too awesome, Nami! Seeing Nami easily win 2 games in a row, Weiwei's face flushed and she was full of excitement. If she hadn't been weak and afraid of becoming a burden, she would have rushed up to help. Oh, don't say that, I'm not that awesome. Nami scratched her head shyly and responded modestly. To be honest, even she herself was surprised by this power. This was the first time she used this power since she got the Taurus Star Spirit Cloth. Compared with before, she can now easily defeat Baroque's senior agents. The leap in strength is beyond imagination. All this is thanks to joining Fairy Tail. Being able to become Fairy Tail, being a member of BA, is the greatest luck in my life. Nami sighed silently in her heart. Just then, a mutation occurs. A sharp sound broke through the air, and an object that looked like a hedgehog suddenly pounced towards Nami. Nami, be careful! Weiwei's warning had not yet finished, and in the blink of an eye, the current cuts through. Juvia waved her hand gently, and a sharp water blade shot out instantly, knocking the enemy behind Nami away with Mrs. Fingers. Water, water, whip. The water flows and the clouds rise. Double fangs of water flow. Water, is this solved? Juvia's movements stagnated, and a series of attacks had already eliminated the two-finger Bora, who had a bounty of 35 million. As MR1's partner, Mrs. Two-Handed Finger Bala is very powerful, and her superhuman thorn fruit attack is very strong. Unfortunately, this time she met the water elemental Juvia. Water magic happens to be the nemesis of devil fruit users, but her thorns are powerless against the water element. Such a result was actually expected. The battle had only started for a few minutes, and 4 of the 9 senior agents of Baroque Works had already been defeated. Nami and Juvia each defeated 2 opponents, plus the booger man who was initially dealt with by Suyu, leaving only 4 of the 9 agents. Etc. Weiwei's eyes quickly scanned the battlefield, and she noticed that only the top 3 digital agents were fighting fiercely with Urza, and there was supposed to be one person who didn't show up. But, Weiwei carefully searched every corner of the battlefield, but still found no trace. Until... Weiwei, relax, let's enjoy afternoon tea together. Suyu casually invited. Weiwei turned around when she heard the sound, and her eyes suddenly widened. She was surprised to see the missing senior agent sitting peacefully opposite Suyu, leisurely sipping black tea and chewing senbei. Miss Golden Week? President Suyu, how could she? Weiwei murmured in disbelief. Oh, you said Marian, she is my good friend now. Suyu responded with a smile. Ah! Weiwei was stunned for a moment. Suyu actually became friends with Miss Golden Week, a senior agent from Baroque Works? Marian is really a quiet and well-behaved girl, and she is very good at painting. Myra Jane also joined the conversation with a smile, obviously having a good impression of this gentle Miss Golden Week. Even Miss Myra is wrong. Weiwei recalled the rumors she heard while working as an undercover agent in Baroque. It is said that senior agent Miss Golden Week has a unique ability to use paintings to manipulate people's emotions and even turn enemies into friends. Could it be that both President Suyu and Miss Myra were affected by her ability? Weiwei was shocked. Weiwei, come and try some, I've made a lot of snacks. Myra Jane invited enthusiastically. Okay. Weiwei forced a smile and nodded. She secretly made up her mind that if her guess was true, then she must find a solution to this problem. On the other side, among the ruins of the weathered rock area, Mr. Galdino whispered angrily, "Damn it, we were defeated so easily. Can such a person be equal to us and be called a senior agent? What a waste." He originally thought that if the 9 agents joined forces, they could easily deal with the opponent no matter who they were. But reality dealt him a heavy blow. The opponent's strength far exceeded their expectations. The originally advantageous situation of 8 versus 3 turned into 3 versus 3 in the blink of an eye, not to mention that the opponent also had a powerful final boss in the finale. The task is almost impossible. Mr. rolled his eyes and began to think about countermeasures. At this time, Nami said, "Urza, let's help too." "No, Nami and Juvia, you guys take a rest and leave these 3 guys to me," Urza said confidently. "You actually want to fight against our 3 agents with one person? Don't underestimate the slave family." The tough guy Feng Clay suddenly broke out and performed the shemale boxing technique, gorgeous swan dance. This kick was so powerful that it was enough to kick away the prison beast, the Sphinx, but now it was heading straight for Urza. Urza stood firmly, not evading, and easily blocked Feng Clay's powerful kick with just the 2 swords in her hands. At the same time, she launched a defensive counterattack, and the heavenly wheel sword rained down on Feng Clay from all angles like stars in the sky. Shemale Boxing, a memoir of that summer. Feng Clay's body rotated at high speed like a top, forming an airtight defensive wall that bounced off all the flying sword lights one by one. However, flesh and blood cannot withstand the sharpness of the magic flying sword. When the spinning finally stopped, he was scarred and his clothes were stained red with blood. Despite this, he still gritted his teeth and stood stubbornly, unwilling to fall. Upon seeing this, Urza felt a surge of respect in her heart. You are the first opponent I admire in this world. This is a nod to Von Clay. Before, Urza was a little disgusted with Feng Kui's unique costume. But now, after this fierce battle, she was deeply moved by Feng Kui's tenacity and perseverance. A warrior with such a tenacious spirit deserves her respect, no matter what his appearance. I feel honored to be recognized by you. Then, please witness my final way of becoming a she-male, the exploding swan dance. Feng Kui's mouth he put on a smile and prepared to launch his strongest attack. Come on! In response to Feng Kui's respect, Urza also decided to go all out. Heavenly Wheel, Pentagram Sword. Chapter 31 Flame Emperor Armor. Heavenly Wheel, Pentagram Sword. In the state of Heavenly Wheel armor, Urza performed her strongest move. The double-edged sword in her hand instantly outlined a huge pentagram trajectory, and the light illuminated the surroundings. Alas, goodbye, the memory of that winter. The tough she-male Feng Kui was defeated. This strong she-male flower withered sadly. Mr2 that fool, knowing that he would lose, still rushed up, but it's okay, I've been fed up with him for a long time. Mr3 Gardino sneered, and then walked silently towards Mr1 Dasbonis. Mr1, let's cooperate. You attack and I assist. At least capture one person as negotiation capital. The green-skinned monk Dasbonis had no reaction to Gardino's proposal. He just stood there quietly, motionless. Mr3 frowned unhappily. But before he could continue to persuade, whoosh! The sharp sound of breaking wind came with a biting chill. Gardino's pupils suddenly contracted. Candle wall. The solid defense wall was formed in an instant, blocking Urza's flying sword at the critical moment. If the tiger doesn't show its power, you think I'm easy to bully? Vice Emperor 3 was angry. The superhuman wax fruit, full power. Liquid wax gushed out of his body. As his wool solidified and took shape. Finally, it turned into a white candle giant armor, tightly wrapping Gardino. Did you see it? This is my masterpiece, Candle Champion. Gardino laughed triumphantly. Urza remained silent and waved the sword in her hand. The heavenly wheel sword kept circulating. Ding ding dang dang. The sound of metal colliding rang out one after another. I said, it's useless, your sword can't hurt me anymore. Gardino was complacent. Although it's a candle, its hardness is really amazing. Urza nodded slightly. Just as Gardino said. The sword of the heavenly wheel armor really couldn't penetrate his defense. But Urza still has at least 100 ways to defeat him. Among the many armors in her collection, the heavenly wheel armor is just the most basic one. It is usually used for group attacks, and its attack power against a single unit is not outstanding. What other tricks do you have? Show them all. Gardino Mr3 was complacent. Since it's wax, this should work. Urza already had an idea. Change clothes. The dazzling light shone everywhere. Urza's form has undergone earth-shaking changes. The heavenly wheel armor was replaced, and a set of fiery red armor came into view. Entei armor. Wow, Urza changed her clothes again. So cool. Nami and Vivi were amazed when they saw the Entei armor for the first time. This is just the beginning. Urza has dozens of sets of armor. Myra Jane and Juvia explained. What? Nami and Vivi were stunned. At this time, on the other side, looking at Urza holding a flaming sword and emitting a fiery breath all over her body, Mr3 was also stunned. Wait a minute, what kind of ability is this? How can there be a fire attribute? This is not fair. It is definitely against the rules. Just as Mr3 of Gardino exclaimed. Urza in the Entei armor suddenly swooped forward. With a wave of the flaming sword. Instantly ignited Gardino's candle warrior. Ah, it's so hot. Mr. Gardino Mr3 hurriedly escaped and rolled on the ground to put out the flames on his body. What tricks do you have? Show them all. Urza raised the corner of her mouth slightly and returned Mr. 3's words. Wait a minute, let me prepare. Mr. Mr3 took the opportunity to delay time. The Superman wax fruit was activated again. Wax Museum. Under the pressure of life and death, Mr. Mr3 tried his best. Soon, he created hundreds of candle clones all over the weathered rock area. Oh! Urza raised her eyebrows and became a little interested. She thought that all the candle clones created by Mr. Mr3 could be used by him. However, Urza still overestimated Mr. Mr3. These wax replicas are just dead wax figures. Although they can deceive people, they can't move at all. Mr. Mr3 made these wax figures just to take the opportunity to slip away. As soon as Urza understood, she shook her head in disappointment. Swinging the Entei sword, the flames instantly engulfed all the wax figures. After that, she no longer cared about Mr. 3, the clown. Turning around, the Entei armor disappeared immediately, and her sight turned to the last opponent, Mr. 1 Dasbonis. Clear all the obstacles. Dasbonis, who had been silent all the time, finally spoke. Aren't they your companions? Urza asked in a low voice. Companions? They are just burdens. Dasbonis laughed contemptuously. Urza's face sank slightly. The Fairy Tale Guild cherishes companions very much and will never allow anyone to insult the word companion. Okay, don't worry about those burdens. Just attack me with your strongest moves, but don't think you can win. Only failure awaits you. Dasbonis calmly said. Humph, what are you so proud of? The last person who said that Urza's sword couldn't hurt him is now burned to a mess. Urza, go, defeat this arrogant guy. Nami waved her fist angrily, cheering Urza on. Urza said nothing, and calmly stepped forward. She didn't change into a more powerful armor. She just attacked Dasbonis in the most ordinary posture. Dasbonis neither dodged nor defended, but directly blocked with his flesh and blood arms. Ding ding dang dang. The sound of metal collision came one after another. The sharp magic sword blade collided with Dasbonis's arm, sparking dazzling sparks. I understand. After a tentative confrontation, Urza and Dasbonis retreated separately. Your body is as hard as steel. If you can't cut steel, you can't defeat you. Urza saw the source of Dasbonis's confidence. Chapter 32 Domineering Advancement. The secret of being able to resist my sword attack is nothing more than your iron body. If you can't cut through steel, you naturally can't defeat you. Urza directly pointed out what Dasbonis relied on. That's right, I am the chopping man who ate the chopping fruit. No matter the attack or the sword attack, it's useless to me. Fairy Queen Urza, you are really powerful, but Dasbonis changed the subject. Since I got this ability, no swordsman can hurt me. Swordsman can't beat me at all, Mr1 said confidently. Oh, Urza raised her eyebrows. After seeing through Dasbonis's ability, Urza has planned to change her clothes and defeat him with stronger armor. The Heaven Wheel armor can't break his iron body, but Urza has other options. For example, the Flame Emperor armor that defeated Mr3 before, the flame power Dasbonis can't stop. There are also lightning attacks from the Thunder Emperor armor, beam cannons from the Star armor, and so on. Not to mention the extremely destructive Purgatory armor, which can easily smash steel. In addition, she also has the strongest fairy armor, the celestial armor that can activate celestial magic, the armor of the God of Heaven that needs to unlock the second magic source, and the pure heart clothes in the plug-in mode. As for how to cut through steel, Urza has countless ways. Dasbonis's proud steel body is meaningless in her eyes. As long as she puts on any set of powerful armor, the battle will end immediately. However, Urza can't pretend that Dasbonis's words "swordsman can't beat me" didn't hear it. If it's normal, this is indeed a bit difficult. However, if she can integrate the power she has recently realized in this world, the result will be completely different. In the past 10 days, through intensive training with Suyu, Urza has been able to use the armed color domineering quite skillfully. Put on your flame armor quickly, maybe the scorching power can pose a threat to me. Dasbonis taunted, mistakenly thinking that the Flame Emperor armor was Urza's strongest armor. Thank you for your kindness, but I don't need it. Urza held the hilt tightly with both hands, with a firm light in her eyes. Why doesn't Miss Urza change her armor? On the ferry, Vivi was anxious. Maybe Mr. One's words angered her. Urza wants to end this battle as a swordsman. Let's just watch it quietly. Suyu responded with a smile. I have already warned you. Since you don't listen, don't blame me if you lose later. Dasbonis said coldly. Before he finished speaking, he rushed out like an arrow from a bow. His 5 fingers clenched into claws, and instantly turned into a sharp blade under the power of the chop fruit. Master the chop! He shouted. Ding! Urza quickly swung her sword to block, successfully resisting Dasbonis's fierce attack. The blades intersected, sparks flew. Urza exhaled lightly, and then a black energy flow began to linger on her blade. It was armament haki, activated. When this power completely enveloped the blade, Dasbonis's face suddenly changed. From Urza's dark sword, he sensed an unprecedented threat. Just now, he didn't feel anything, but as the armament haki entangled, his 5 fingers began to ache. Dasbonis was horrified and quickly stepped back, pulling away from Urza. He carefully checked the 5 fingers of his right hand and found that there were fine bloodstains. How is it possible? His pupils shrank suddenly, and he couldn't believe that Urza could hurt him with a sword. What are you staring at? Just as he was shocked, Urza had already swung the armament black sword to attack. The blade was pitch black, and it drew a curve in the air, slashing straight at Mr. One. Dasbonis instinctively raised his hand to block it. Snap! Blood splattered, and severe pain followed, leaving a shocking scar on his arm. What did you do? What's so strange about this sword? Dasbonis screamed, and the arrogance and ease on his face were swept away. This was the first time he was injured by a swordsman since he had this power. This should be a special power belonging to this world, don't you understand? Urza's eyes were strange, as if she was looking at a rare species. As a person in this world, she knew nothing about the power here, but asked questions to her, an outsider. It was incredible. Urza's question made Dasbonis' eyelids tremble, and he realized that he might have asked an extremely stupid question. Could it be haki? He asked tentatively. That's right. Urza answered affirmatively. I see, I didn't expect you to have mastered haki. If so, I can no longer regard you as an ordinary swordsman. Dasbonis looked solemn and focused. Destroy slash! He attacked again, and with a wave of his hand, the sharp sword energy rushed towards Urza. Urza dodged quickly, and a few strands of red hair fell, but she was unharmed. Then she shouted and exerted her full strength to stimulate haki. Because the use of haki is not yet proficient, the black light on Urza's sword flickers. Although it can only cause damage to the enemy when haki is attached, it is a huge threat to Mr. One. In the long run, even if it is slowly consumed, he can be defeated. Realizing the urgency of the situation, Dasbonis decided to fight quickly. Spiral slash! He shouted loudly and performed his special skills. His arms turned into intertwined blades, spinning rapidly like an electric drill. This sudden attack did suppress Urza temporarily. But Urza quickly adjusted, quickly adapted to his attack rhythm, and gradually gained the upper hand. She used the pressure from Dasbonis to constantly hone and strengthen her domineering. The battle is over. Suyu said lightly on the ferry. Now, let's get back to the previous topic. Marion, do you consider joining Fairy Tale? Chapter 33. Want to run away? In the desert battlefield, Urza and Mr. One Dasbonis fought fiercely for 10 minutes. In this fierce battle, Urza lost a few strands of hair, her armor was damaged a little, and she delivered a winning blow. The long sword was wrapped in black by her armed color domineering, and it was chopped down with lightning speed. With a puff, a bright red blood column gushed out, reaching more than 1 meter high. Dasbonis knelt on the ground helplessly. "Fairy Queen, you are indeed worthy of your reputation. I underestimated you." The last senior agent, Dasbonis, was defeated. "Wow, Urza won, she is so strong." Nami praised and cheered without hiding. "Urza is so amazing to defeat the opponent with just a sword." Juvia also praised repeatedly. Urza responded modestly, "No, I am far from enough. There are still many mysteries waiting for me to explore in the power of domineering in this world." Her eyes flashed with longing, thinking that one day she would be able to skillfully combine domineering with the armor of the Skywheel and create a spectacular scene of dozens or even hundreds of black-armed magic swords. But she also knew that she was still far away from that realm and needed to be down to earth and move forward step by step. On the ferry, Vivi shouted excitedly, "We won! Miss Urza won! Great!" In this way, almost all the senior agents are eliminated. Suyu and Myra Jane seemed relatively calm, because they had expected this result long ago. At this time, Suyu looked at the quiet little girl Marion opposite and asked with a smile, "Marion, what do you think now? Are you willing to join us?" Suyu wanted to recruit Miss Golden Week, but it was just a whim. Miss Golden Week, the little girl who is both well-behaved and quiet, and always has a leisurely atmosphere, is really likable. Suyu remembered clearly that Miss Golden Week was not a devil fruit ability user. Her special ability was innate, and she could affect people's emotions through drawing. This kind of natural superpower is quite rare in this world and very precious. Let's talk about Miss Golden Week's personality. Although she had gone astray, her attention to her companions was no less than that of the members of Fairy Tale. Due to the mysterious rules of Baroque's agents, they hardly contact each other, and even the true identity of the boss crocodile is known at the end. However, when Miss Golden Week learned that her companions were captured, she still went to rescue them without hesitation. This quality of cherishing companions makes her qualified to become a member of Fairy Tale. Facing Suyu's invitation, Miss Golden Week still maintained her leisurely appearance, blew gently, drank the green tea, said thank you, but did not give a clear answer. She values her companions, so when her companions are defeated, she will not choose to join the enemy camp. By the way, Missile Sunday asked me to tell you that our boss will also come today. Miss Golden Week suddenly said. What? Boss? Crocodile? Wai Wei was shocked when she heard this. Oh, let's solve this matter first. Suyu stood up and looked to the southeast. Although he did not have the observation haki, his dragon-slaying magic allowed him to sense all the movements around him. He had long noticed that someone was watching in secret, not only Crocodile, but also another person. Since you are here, don't hide. Are you a rat in the sewer? Suyu said sarcastically. As he raised his hand, a thunder suddenly sounded. Boom! A huge weathered rock mountain was blown to pieces. Next time, I will definitely not miss. Suyu said calmly. He is a senior agent of the agency and is indeed very capable. Crocodile pretended to be calm, and his face was calm, but his heart was full of ups and downs. From the beginning, when Fairy Tale fought with his senior agent, he had been observing secretly, and witnessed the scene where Suyu used the Thunder Fist to knock Mr. Four away. The power of that punch made Crocodile regard Suyu as an extremely dangerous existence. He even felt the oppression of the top strongmen in the New World from Suyu. Moreover, the other members of Fairy Tale should not be underestimated. Fairy Queen Urza obviously has more powerful moves, but she only used the simplest sword skills to defeat his capable subordinates. The last blow with the sword light of armed color domineering was enough to kill the natural ability user. And Juvia shocked Crocodile even more. Not only can she control water, but she can also create the water that he fears the most, which is a fatal blow to the ability user of sand fruit. The ability user is afraid of water, and for a sand ability user like Crocodile, it is a double restraint. To be honest, after witnessing the overwhelming power displayed by Fairy Tail, Crocodile actually planned to retreat quietly, and even wanted to go back to the rainy land to pack up and run away. However, just as he was about to leave, Suryu's lightning forced him to show up. As a Shishibukai, if he fled without fighting, the whole sea would laugh at him if this matter got out. So there is the current situation. But if Crocodile knew the price he would pay for his face, he would definitely want to slap himself twice. Chapter 34 War. Crocodile, are you the mastermind behind all this? As the real leader of Baroque works, you have been lurking in Alabasta for many years, disguised as a hero. What is your real purpose? Princess Vivi's angry questioning echoed in the air. Hehe, don't be so excited, Miss Wednesday, or should I call you Alabastus Princess Vivi? 7 Warlords of the Sea Crocodile answered slowly. As a member of the Baroque works, you should know the purpose of the Baroque works. But now that things have come to this, there is not much point in saying these things. Crocodile changed the subject. Princess Vivi, the helpers you found are really powerful. I have carefully planned the plan for several years, but because of you, almost all of them have been lost. Since you know how powerful we are, why don't you surrender quickly? Maybe you can still save your life. Nami threatened. Who do you think I am? I am a 7 Warlords of the Sea. Since you know my secret, I can only get rid of you all here, leaving no one alive. Crocodile said coldly word by word. Although he was panicking inside, his momentum remained undiminished, all thanks to his mouth. 7 Warlords of the Sea, right? I'll meet you. Urza didn't take Crocodile's threat seriously, and her fighting spirit was high. Wait, Urza. A flash of lightning passed by, and Suryu instantly stood beside Urza and patted her shoulder. Everyone is tired, let's go on board and rest first, I'll take care of the rest. Suryu said with a smile. Okay, President. Juvia answered obediently. President, teach that guy a lesson. Nami waved her little fist. Then I'll leave it to you, President. Urza also restrained her fighting posture. Suryu turned around and locked his eyes on Crocodile on the weathered rock. Okay, stop talking, let's have a good time. Suryu said calmly. As soon as he said this, he teleported in front of Crocodile. Crocodile was startled by Suryu's sudden flash of lightning, but his reaction was just as quick. He quickly raised his hand and sent out a sharp desert knife. Boom! The huge weathered rock was split in two. Suryu was also split in two at the same time. However, no blood flowed out. Crocodile's desert knife only cut the afterimage of the lightning. Desert diamond knife. Crocodile's arms instantly turned into 4 sand swords. He turned his body and attacked indiscriminately in all directions. Although the blade was made of sand, it was as sharp as any famous sword, and could easily split the hard rock wall. Then, boom! A dull drum-like sound suddenly rang out. Dazzling golden lightning suddenly broke out. Crocodile's desert diamond sword and Suryu's thunder fist suddenly collided, erupting with terrifying power, and the surrounding weathered rocks continued to collapse and fall. The two forces confronted each other for only a short moment, and a huge crack appeared on the desert diamond sword. Under the powerful force of the thunder fist, Crocodile was suddenly blown away, and finally barely stood firm on the top of the weathered rock mountain 100 meters away. Electric current flashed on Crocodile's body, causing him to fall into a state of paralysis for a short time. He quickly adjusted and channeled all the remaining electricity in his body into the ground. Go on, let me enjoy it for a while. Suryu chuckled, waved his right hand lightly, and a powerful electric current quickly gathered into a spear, piercing through the air and rushing towards Crocodile at an astonishing speed, shaking him apart. The wind and sand suddenly rolled up, and Crocodile recondensed his body in the chaos, his face as gloomy as the sky covered with dark clouds. Heavy sandstorm! He roared in a low voice, and released a huge sandstorm with a wave of his hand. The sandstorm quickly expanded under the push of the strong wind, turning into a raging tornado, frantically destroying everything around it. The huge weathered rocks were crushed by the sandstorm and then sucked into the storm. Under the acceleration of the wind, these gravels became more deadly than bullets. Any flesh and blood body once caught in it would be torn into pieces by the wind and gravel in an instant. You are worthy of being a 7 warlords of the sea. You really have some real skills. Urza said solemnly. But for the president, these are just tricks. This kind of attack can't even touch the corner of the president's clothes. Nami said easily. However, the next moment, something unexpected happened to everyone. Nami just asserted that Crocodile's attack could not touch Suyu, but Suyu took the initiative to rush into the raging sandstorm. How could this happen? President Suyu. Vivi widened her eyes, her face full of panic. Don't worry, Vivi, that's our president. Myra Jane smiled and comforted her, full of trust in Suyu. Since Suyu dared to rush into the sandstorm, he must have full confidence. The facts are just as Myra Jane expected. After nearly 4 months in the pirate world, Crocodile was the first opponent Suyu encountered who was truly worthy of a fight. Suyu, who had never fought seriously, wanted to enjoy this battle to his heart's content. In the terrifying heavy sandstorm, Suyu calmly floated in the air. The sand accelerated by the centrifugal force of the tornado tore his clothes, but could not hurt his body at all. The bright golden lightning flowed around him, as if he was covered with a layer of lightning armor. As Suyu's mind moved, the golden lightning suddenly expanded and defeated the sandstorm tornado with an unstoppable force. Suyu was like a god of thunder and lightning raged around him, triggering a series of shocking explosions. After a long time, the vibration subsided and the smoke dissipated. Suyu and Crocodile stood on the tops of 2 rocky mountains, looking at each other from a distance. Crocodile exhaled a long breath, trying to calm the shock in his heart caused by the fierce battle. It's time to end this battle. He said slowly, I control the power of sand, and you control lightning. With our abilities, it's probably difficult to really determine the winner. Chapter 35 Dragon Slayer Secret. / It's futile to continue. Our strengths are equal, and it's hard to tell who will win. Crocodile pretended to be calm and said in a low voice. In his opinion, he had shown enough strength, and the other party should understand that he was not easy to deal with. He gave a chance to cease fire, and both sides took a step back, which should be the most appropriate result. However, to Crocodile's surprise, Suyu did not intend to accept his goodwill. / Are you afraid and want to run away? But I haven't even started warming up yet. / Suyu said sarcastically, directly piercing Crocodile's disguise. What did you say? Crocodile, who was exposed, was instantly angry. Don't forget, this is the desert, my territory. As the user of the sand fruit, I am invincible in this desert, I am the king of the desert. Crocodile threatened fiercely. Since you are so confident, then stop talking nonsense, let me see how powerful you, the king of the desert, are. Suyu was determined to fight him. Since you insist on doing so, don't blame me for not warning you. Crocodile's harsh words had not been finished yet, suddenly. His pupils shrank suddenly. Suyu, who was originally standing in front of him, had disappeared, and then he felt an unprecedented strong threat of death. In the dark, it seemed as if a giant dragon was staring at him. You are so nagging. Suyu's voice suddenly exploded like thunder. Crocodile suddenly looked up, and saw a fist that was more dazzling than the sun constantly enlarged in his eyes. Thunder Dragon's collapse fist. Ang. It seemed as if a giant dragon was roaring between heaven and earth. Boom. Rumble. A deafening explosion followed. Silyu said before that he was still warming up, and it was not a joke. Crocodile thought he had fully understood Silyu's lightning ability, but he didn't expect that until now. Silyu had only demonstrated the most basic lightning attack. And this attack was the real power of Thunder Dragon Slayer magic. Compared with the previous lightning, its destructive power is more than several times stronger. Oh my god, is this the true strength of the president? Nami looked at the large rock area destroyed by Silyu's punch and was shocked and speechless. President Silyu, it's so strong. Vivi blushed with excitement. The president will definitely solve it easily once he makes a move. That arrogant guy is probably knocked down. Juvia said with a smile. No, it's not over yet. Urza narrowed her eyes slightly and noticed that the wind and sand were gradually gathering in a corner of the battlefield. Cough cough cough. A painful cough came, and the sand began to condense and gradually formed a figure. Crocodile half knelt on the ground, spitting out blood mixed with arcs. He thought he had already figured out Silyu's power. Although Silyu's lightning ability might be better than his in performance, he had the advantage of being in the desert and could never lose. However, after seeing Silyu's terrifying punch just now, Crocodile finally realized that he had completely underestimated his opponent. He didn't even touch the edge of Silyu's true strength. What's wrong? Crocodile, can't you hold on? Silyu's tone was a little contemptuous. Could it be that I just hit you with a casual blow, and you've reached your limit? The so-called 7 warlords of the sea have a great reputation, but in fact, they are just so-so. Humph! Crocodile snorted coldly, and Silyu's contempt completely aroused his anger. It has been a long time since anyone dared to look down on him like this. Especially a novice boy who has just stepped into the Grand Line. How could he tolerate such an insult? If you want to completely piss me off, then now, you have succeeded. Next, I will show you what real hell is. Crocodile's voice was low, and a hint of ferocity flashed in his eyes. Hee, I want to see how terrible your hell can be. Silyu stood on the rock with his hands behind his back and waited leisurely, giving Crocodile enough time to prepare his big move. You will soon stop laughing. Crocodile responded with gritted teeth, and then slapped the ground with a palm. Erosion, reincarnation. He exerted the power of the sand fruit with all his strength, and the rocks within a radius of a kilometer around him quickly shattered and disintegrated. Within a few seconds, all the stones turned into fine sand. Then, Crocodile's body completely merged into the desert and became one with the earth. Boom! Boom! The earth trembled violently, and the vast desert seemed to have life, and the huge sand dunes rolled and undulated. Just like the sea has waves, the desert also raised huge waves under his control. Crocodile became the master of this desert. The boundless yellow sand piled up layer by layer under his power, and the huge waves continued to rise, 1 meter, 10 meters, 50 meters and finally reached 100 meters. A 100-meter high sand wave quickly formed like a huge desert tsunami. This scale of power is enough to engulf a city and destroy an army. It's too late to regret now, except the funeral of the king of the desert, the sandstorm funeral. Crocodile said coldly. Oh, this move is quite interesting. Since you have revealed your trump card, I have to be more serious. Chi. Silyu's whole body burst out with golden lightning, and the lightning seemed to be boundless, instantly turning into a sea of lightning. Dragon Killing Secret Technique, Thunder Control. Chapter 36 Defeat Crocodile. That what on earth is that? Seeing the huge sand waves coming like a tsunami, Nami and Vivi were stunned. It's such a large-scale sandstorm? I've never heard of such a thing. Vivi's face turned pale and her heartbeat accelerated. In the desert, sand users do have an advantage, and this move is indeed a bit difficult to deal with. Iluza's expression was also a little solemn. Ms. Urza, is the president okay? Nami swallowed nervously and asked in a low voice. Don't worry. Juvia answered firmly. Although the opponent's attack is powerful, it is not difficult to avoid it with the speed of the president. Myra Jane explained. Fortunately, this is an uninhabited desert. If there is a city behind, the president may have to take this move head-on. Urza added calmly. Hearing their analysis, Nami and Vivi finally breathed a sigh of relief, and the tension in their hearts was slightly relieved. However, things did not go as they expected. Facing Crocodile's sandstorm funeral, Suyu did not choose to dodge or retreat. A real man does not retreat. Whoever hides, loses. Boom! Rumble! Suyu's lightning burst out instantly, and the Thunder Dragon Slayer magic was fully activated. The endless lightning was like an ocean, majestic. Turn into dry bones in the desert. Crocodile roared, and the desert tsunami swept over. Suyu stood still, without dodging or avoiding, with no expression on his face. With a wave of his hand, the sea of thunder and lightning rolled up. The secret of Dragon Slayer, Ming Glei Yu. The secret of Thunder Dragon Slayer magic was released for the first time in this world. The golden thunder was like an ocean, colliding head-on with the huge sand waves. The world lost its luster, and it seemed to be stagnant at this moment. I don't know how long it took, maybe only a short moment. Suddenly, a loud noise like the collapse of the sky and the crack of the earth shook the four directions. Boom! The thunder was like a sharp blade at dawn, directly penetrating the desert tsunami summoned by Crocodile. Countless electric currents wandered freely among the gravel, wreaking havoc on everything. The elementalization of natural ability users is not invincible. Physical attacks can only temporarily disperse their bodies, but thunder and lightning, the power of the same element, can actually cause damage. Even if Crocodile is hidden in the sea of sand, Suyu's thunder has covered the entire sea of sand. This is impossible. With the last scream, Crocodile was hit into a charred figure, flew backwards, and fell heavily to the ground, unable to stand up again. The battle is over. 7 warlords of the sea crocodile, defeated. Swish! In a flash of lightning, Suyu has returned to the ferry. He picked up the teacup that was still warm and took a sip. There was silence on the deck at first, and then... Win! The president won! Nami shouted excitedly. I didn't expect that he would choose to defeat head-on, so domineering. Urza exclaimed. Of course, the president is invincible. Myra Jane responded with a smile. When Juvia opened her arms and prepared to meet him. Swish! A figure rushed over her first. Thank you so much, President Suyu, you saved this country. Weiwei hugged Suyu excitedly, and as soon as she finished speaking, her red lips left a deep kiss mark on Suyu's face. This time, it was not the helplessness or coercion like at Whiskey Peak, but her gratitude and joy from the bottom of her heart. Wow! Seeing Weiwei's bold move, Nami, Urza, and Myra Jane couldn't help but show surprised expressions. The next second, the eyes of the three people turned to Juvia. Why are you looking at me like that? Juvia smiled slightly, without any anger on her face. This is also natural. In her opinion, Weiwei just kissed Suyu's cheek. And she has already completely owned everything of Suyu. That unique memory and feeling are deeply engraved in her body and mind. Weiwei's little action is not a threat to her at all. Thinking of this, Juvia's heart was filled with an unconcealable sense of superiority, and naturally she would not be jealous of Weiwei's little move. Juvia, do you really not mind at all? Nami asked in disbelief. Of course I don't mind. I'm an adult, not like you little girls. Juvia said with a leisurely smile. Nami. She felt a little unhappy, and always felt that Juvia's words were too irritating, but she could do nothing about it. After all, she couldn't make any impulsive decisions just to compete with Juvia. Just as Nami was thinking about it, suddenly. Click! Click! The light of the flash flashed in the air. Ha ha ha! Sparacy! It's really wonderful, it's a world-shaking battle. This will definitely become a big news that shocks the world. The excited laughter attracted everyone's attention. Urza immediately looked up and locked her eyes on the source of the sound. Is that a bird? Urza was stunned. A talking bird in a suit? Myra Jane also tilted her head in confusion. Nami, Vivi, and Juvia all widened their eyes, their faces full of surprise. Only Suyu, he recognized the other party's identity at a glance. Although it is not clear why this guy is here, this is obviously a good opportunity for Fairy Tail to make a name for itself. Flutter. The birdman in the suit in the sky flapped his wings and landed gracefully on the deck of the ferry. Ahem, nice to meet you, everyone from Fairy Tail. I am Morgans, the president of the World Economic News Agency. Can you please accept my interview? Chapter 37 Pushing to the World. Morgans, the albatross form ability user of the animal type bird fruit, holds a very high position in the news industry as the president of the World Economic Newspaper and one of the 4 heavenly kings of the dark world. As the most senior journalist, he has been chasing big news all his life. Just half a month ago, the Cocoa West Village incident in the East China Sea occurred, and Fairy Tail and President Suyu made the headlines for the first time. Suyu's bounty reached 80 million berries for the first time, which attracted Morgan's attention. With his keen intuition as a journalist, he determined that Fairy Tail was definitely not simple. Therefore, he traveled thousands of miles from the Grand Line to the East China Sea to collect materials in person. However, when he arrived in the East China Sea, Fairy Tail had already entered the Grand Line. So he immediately set off to return to the Grand Line. Not long after, Alabasta, which had been dry for 2 years, saw heavy rains across the country, which made Morgans feel that something was unusual. His sixth sense told him that the rain was related to Fairy Tail. 2 days later, Morgans rushed to Alabasta. After investigation, he finally confirmed that Fairy Tail was indeed active there and tracked their tracks all the way. His arrival happened to coincide with the fierce battle between Fairy Tail and Baroque Works. For Morgans, this was simply a big news from heaven. Before that, Suyu had already noticed his existence with his super perception. You are Morgans, the president of the World Economic News? The legendary news king is actually a birdman. Nami couldn't help but blurt out, her face full of surprise. After years of wandering on the sea, Nami is very familiar with the World Economic News. For many years, almost all the newspapers she has read are Morgan's World Economic News. Now, this world-famous president actually appeared in person, and he is really a birdman. How can it not be surprising? Morgans laughed, not minding being called a birdman at all. Ha ha ha, that's right. It's my honor that the members of Fairy Tail recognize me. He even flattered Nami, not caring about the title of birdman, but seemed very confident. Urza frowned slightly, obviously not interested in Morgan's flattery, and asked directly, so, what do you want to do here? Morgans coughed lightly and said seriously, to be honest, I have been paying attention to you since your actions in the East China Sea. Your existence is simply the hero of this era. In the future sea, you are destined to become a key force influencing the situation. Okay, stop saying these flattering words, Suyu interrupted him impatiently, just tell me your purpose. Morgans hurriedly adjusted his tone and said seriously, then I will get straight to the point. I am here to witness the birth of a legend. I want to do a follow-up report on your rise, an exclusive interview with the demon Fairy Tail. Are you so sure that we can make it to the end? Yu asked with narrowed eyes, his tone was a little tentative. To be honest, I was not completely sure at first, and I didn't plan to do an interview. Morgan's eyes flickered, recalling the battle just now, but after I saw your fight with my own eyes and saw President Yu defeat the 7 warlords crocodile, I am 100% sure that fairy tale will become a legend. Yu grinned when he heard this. That's quite nice to hear. Seeing this, Morgan's eyes lit up, and he asked excitedly, so, President Yu, do you agree to my interview? Yu did not answer immediately, but paused for a moment and said, compared to the interview, you should have more urgent news to report right now, right? Morgan's nodded immediately, yes, the defeat of the 7 warlords crocodile is big news in itself, and those agents look like people from Baroque works. There must be a connection between crocodile and Baroque. Look at this lady. He changed his tone and looked at Vivi, narrowing his eyes slightly. If I'm not mistaken, you should be the princess of Alabasta, Vivi, right? The princess, fairy tale, Baroque works, Shishibukai. There are many stories here. Morgan's mind quickly pieced together various information, slowly sketching out the outline of a big news, but he needed more details to complete the report. Yu glanced at Myra Jane and gestured slightly. Myra Jane immediately nodded in understanding. It has only been 4 months since the establishment of the Fairy Tale Guild. The nature and actions of the guild are still little known in the world. Except for a few people in the East China Sea who have received help and know about their existence, most people have not heard of them. It is precisely because of this that Fairy Tale has been actively looking for commissioned tasks, instead of receiving requests one after another like other guilds. This is also the problem they urgently need to solve. In the world of Fairy Tale, under normal circumstances, the client will take the initiative to propose tasks to the guild, and then the wizards will decide whether to accept them. However, the premise of all this is that the guild must have enough popularity to attract commissions from all parties. At present, Fairy Tale has indeed gained some fame, especially the President Yu, who reached the maximum of 80 million berries with the first bounty, but this fame has more negative effects. Most people think that the team bountied by the Navy is no different from ordinary pirate groups. No matter what their actual actions are, this bounty label is enough to damage their image. However, the appearance of Morgan's now provides Fairy Tale with an important opportunity, an opportunity to truly promote the guild to the world. If the Alabasta incident is fully exposed, the whole world will be shocked. Fairy Tale, which defeated Crocodile of the 7 warlords of the sea and saved the entire Alabasta, will completely reverse the negative evaluation of them by the outside world. Once this cognition changes, the Fairy Tale Guild will face huge changes. Commissions from all over the world will inevitably flock in, and it is no longer necessary to actively look for tasks as it is now. And so you will also change from the dilemma of no commissions to accept to the trouble of too many commissions and can't handle them at all. After all, in this pirate world full of chaos and injustice, suffering is everywhere, and there are countless people who need help. Chapter 38 Fame on the Sea. What? It turns out that Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, is secretly planning the unrest in Alabasta. He actually wants to seize the power of the entire kingdom. What a wolfish ambition! / I knew it. Crocodile must be the behind-the-scenes manipulator of Baroque works. In the first half of the Grand Line, there were only a handful of people who could control such a huge organization. / Princess Vivi, you have been lurking in Baroque works for a whole year for the sake of the country. It is really admirable. Can I conduct an in-depth interview with you on this matter? / Haha, don't worry, Princess Vivi. This report will naturally focus on Fairy Tale, and your heroic deeds will become the focus of the entire incident. News King Morgause talked cordially with Vivi. As one of the 4 kings of the Dark World, he usually would not be so enthusiastic about a princess of a country. At this moment, his attitude was obviously changed by Fairy Tale. In order to maintain a good relationship with them, Morgause deliberately acted particularly friendly. After all, there will be many opportunities to deal with Fairy Tale in the future. This interview and collection of materials around the Alabasta incident lasted for an hour. OK, President Suyu, Fairy Tale, and Princess Vivi, today's interview ends here. I have to go back and sort out the information and try to publish the report before tonight. Morgan said goodbye politely. Before leaving, he picked up the camera and took a series of photos of the fallen Shishibukai crocodile, until he was satisfied, and then he laughed and flew away. This president is really dedicated. Myra Jane said with emotion. Hee hee. Suyu smiled. As a time traveler, he understood the nature of this news king better than others. In order to get big news, Morgans did not hesitate to fabricate stories, but as long as he did not discredit Fairy Tale, Suyu was also happy to cooperate with him. As for the proposal to interview the fairy's rise, Suyu was in his heart. I am also somewhat interested. By the way, President, what should we do with the members of the Baroque Works Club below? Nami asked. Let's leave this decision to Vivi. Suyu looked at Vivi. An hour ago, I notified Kosa to come to pick them up, and also contacted my father and the Navy to let these people spend the rest of their lives in prison to atone for their sins. Vivi answered calmly. If Suyu were to deal with it, he might have swung his sword and cut off the heads of these culprits. However, since this is the client's wish, he has no reason to object. Just do as you say. Suyu nodded and decided to respect Vivi's decision. Soon, dust rose from the sand dunes, and Kosa led an elite force to gallop over, panting and stopping in front of Vivi. Koja stepped forward quickly, looking anxiously, asking, Vivi, you called me here so urgently, what happened? Before Vivi could explain, the accompanying soldiers had already noticed the shocking scene in front of them. Oh my god! Kosha, look over there. Isn't that crocodile? How is it possible? The 7 warlords of the sea crocodile was defeated? And those people seem to be members of Baroque Works. These monsters with abnormal strength were all killed. Exclamations came one after another, and everyone's face was full of shock. Kosha was also dumbfounded, staring at the fallen crocodile in disbelief. That's right, it was Fairy Tale who defeated Crocodile and Baroque Works. Vivi proudly explained the ins and outs of the matter. Seeing the doubts on Kosha and others' faces, she can finally declare openly that Fairy Tale is the real hero who saved Alabasta. After listening to Vivi's explanation, Kosha fell into an unprecedented shock. It turns out that all this is a conspiracy carefully planned by Crocodile. We actually wrongly blamed all the crimes on His Majesty the King. Damn Crocodile. Tears of anger and regret welled up in the eyes of the soldiers. Kosha bowed deeply to the members of Fairy Tale with gratitude and apology. I sincerely thank everyone in Fairy Tale. I apologize for my rudeness yesterday. You are the real heroes. Suyu smiled indifferently and waved his hand. Don't worry about it. Seeing this, Vivi said softly, okay, the matter has been explained. Let Kosha and the others handle it here. We should leave for Albina. My father and the others should have been preparing for the welcome dinner. Then let's go. Suyu nodded in agreement and then cast gravity magic. The fairy set off again and headed for Albina, the capital of Alabasta. A few hours later, in the afterglow of the setting sun, the outline of a magnificent city gradually emerged in front of Suyu and others. They finally arrived at their destination. At the same time, the headquarters and branches of the World Economic News were busy, and thousands of printing presses were running at full speed. Thousands of newsbirds were ready to spread the latest Alabasta incident special issue around the world. At 6 o'clock in the evening, the World Economic Evening News was officially issued, and the newsbirds quickly delivered the reports to various places. The whole sea was shaken. What? The 7 warlords of the sea actually want to usurp the kingdom of Alabasta. Crocodile actually wants to control a member country? Unbelievable. Wait, aren't the 7 warlords of the sea affiliated to the world government? How can they attack the allies? Let's not talk about the 7 warlords of the sea first. What is the origin of fairy tale? I remember this organization. Their president was just offered a bounty of 80 million berries not long ago. Isn't fairy tale a pirate group? How did it become the savior of Alabasta? You're wrong. Fairy tale is not a pirate at all. They are a guild that accepts commissions to solve problems. So this is fairy tale? Go to them when you encounter trouble? I also want to try to commission them. As the news spread widely, people all over the world began to discuss fairy tale. In the minds of ordinary people, this incident completely changed people's views on fairy tale. They jumped from a misunderstood organization to a heroic group specializing in solving problems on the sea. However, there are always 2 sides to everything. As fairy tale became more famous, the Navy and the world government became the target of criticism. The exposure of the 7 warlords of the sea usurping the country was undoubtedly a heavy blow to the prestige of the Navy and the government. But for Silyu, these disputes had nothing to do with him. The Navy and the government made mistakes, so they naturally had to bear the corresponding responsibilities. Silyu was not a savior, nor was he the father of the Navy and the government. There was no need to worry about them. Chapter 39 Meeting of the 5 Elders. In the Holy Land of Marijoa, in the palace of Pangu City, the 5 elders gathered together because of the Alabasta incident, and the atmosphere was solemn. The exposure of this incident had a great impact on the prestige of the world government. The saint of Jagalyasha Satan, who had aristocratic curly hair, was the first to attack and angrily accused, "Damn crocodile, he actually caused such a big mess, he deserves to die." However, his anger was not because crocodile intended to usurp the country, but because the exposure of the incident seriously affected the reputation of the world government. In the new within just half an hour after the news was released, the world government had received inquiries and doubts from dozens of member countries. "Morgans, that bastard, doesn't he know what to report and what not to report?" The 5 elders with blonde hair and golden beards were furious and their faces flushed. The other bald and scarred 5 elders picked up Silyu's 80 million berry bounty and said coldly, "Fairy tale President Silyu, this is the second time that we and the Navy have lost face." The swordsman 5 elders tightly grasped the long sword in his hand and said firmly, "What fairy tale? This sea belongs to the world government. Any organization that is not approved is illegal. If they don't make trouble, it's fine. Once there is any movement, they are enemies and pirates." The white-haired and white-bearded 5 elders paid more attention to the overall situation and said solemnly, "The current priority is the successor of the 7 warlords. If Crocodile's position is not quickly filled, once the balance of the 3 major forces collapses, the world will fall into turmoil." After a brief silence, Jagalyasha Satan suggested, "Although this guy has embarrassed us twice, it may be the best choice to let him who defeated Crocodile take over the position of the 7 warlords. Indeed, although Fairy Tale is a newcomer, its strength should not be underestimated. With this incident, they have already gained a certain reputation. Letting him serve as Shishibukai can save our face." The bald-scarred 5 elders echoed. However, the golden-haired golden-bearded 5 elders expressed concerns about this incident just happened. If we invite him to become Shishibukai now, where is our face? The white-haired 5 elders said calmly, now is not the time to care about face. The most important thing is to stabilize the situation. Since they want to be the people's hero, why not give them this opportunity? The swordsman 5 elders sneered, hee, if they don't know the current situation, we will let them know who is the real ruler of this sea. In the brightly lit marshal's office in Marineford, the headquarters of the Navy. Navy Marshal Sengoku was full of anger and was extremely dissatisfied with Crocodile's behavior of stealing the country. Unlike the 5 elders who only care about the loss of prestige, Sengoku was really shocked and angry about the terrible behavior that Crocodile did behind his back. That bastard Crocodile has been pretending to be law-abiding for years, but he actually did this kind of thing behind the scenes. Sengoku gritted his teeth, his face gloomy. Although the prestige and face of the Navy have indeed been hit, in his heart, the actual crisis in Alabasta is more serious. Compared with the arbitrary bounty on Tsuyu during the East China Sea incident, the situation in Alabasta this time is completely different. Fairy Tail's actions this time are impeccable. Tsuyu's previous bounty order was based on incomplete information about the East China Sea incident. When he later learned about the evil deeds of Colonel Mouse, things were irreversible. The events in Alabasta were completely transparent. Fairy Tail did save a country this time. Although it still caused the Navy's face to be damaged, Sengoku had to admit that he had made a mistake in his previous judgment. At this time, Vice Admiral Tsuru, the Navy's Chief of Staff, hurried over and brought the latest news. Sengoku, Tina has taken the lead in contacting them in Alabasta. Jun and the others are not far from there. I have informed her that she will go to recruit Fairy Tail on behalf of the Navy. Sengoku nodded slightly after hearing this, and he obviously trusted Tsuru's ability to do things. In a moment of silence, he saw Tsuru still looking at him, and couldn't help asking, is there anything else? Vice Admiral Tsuru looked solemn and whispered, Sengoku, Crocodile is probably not the only one in this kind of incident in Alabasta. Sengoku sighed and obviously understood Tsuru's hint. He knew that the identity of another king among the 7 warlords of the sea was also intriguing. Of course I know about this, Sengoku said helplessly, it's been 8 years since the incident, it's been too long. Whether it's the regulations of the 7 warlords of the sea or the terms of the membership of the world government, the Navy has no right to intervene in the investigation. What's more, there seems to be some kind of secret connection between that guy and the government. After speaking, Sengoku shook his head helplessly. If he could, he would also like to do something. After all, that man was related to the death of his only son. Vice Admiral Crane looked at Sengoku meaningfully and said softly, although we can't intervene directly, perhaps we can entrust others to handle it. Sengoku frowned and looked at Crane thoughtfully, Xiao Crane, what do you mean? New World. What the hell is this guy doing? In the palace of Dressrosa, the kingdom of love, passion, and toys, King Doflamingo was furious, his eyes full of anger. Chapter 40 Bigwigs. Dressrosa, in the palace on the 2nd floor. Hey, what's wrong, Dov? Hey, what happened? Why are you so angry? Hee. Treble had a string of disgusting snot hanging on his chin, making a series of annoying sounds. Doflamingo, one of the 7 warlords of the sea and the ruler of Dressrosa, said nothing. His face was so gloomy that it looked like water could drip from it. The veins on his forehead were throbbing, and his anger almost burst out of his body. A few minutes ago, he was still reading the report on Crocodile's failed coup on the World Economic News. He was relaxed as a bystander, mocking Crocodile's plan, and feeling superior. The two were both 7 warlords of the sea, and they had both planned to usurp the country. However, Crocodile's plot had already been the Alabasta incident was just a joke to Doflamingo, until he saw an interview with Fairy Tail President Tsuyu by Morgans at the end of the newspaper. If anyone is oppressed by pirates or the 7 warlords, please send us a commission. No matter where you are, we will complete the task. This sentence may be just an ordinary advertising slogan for most people, but Doflamingo felt more and more uneasy as he read it, as if it was specifically aimed at him. He had a guilty conscience. After all, his throne was not obtained in a fair and just way. Hey, Dover, it shouldn't mean anything special. Treble said. Maybe, but if Fairy Tale really dares to mess with me, I will make sure they never come back. Don't compare me with losers like Crocodile. Doflamingo said with a sneer. Sphinx, Whitebeard pirates. Everyone, come and see. Fairy Tale has done something earth-shattering again. Captain Thatch of the 4th Division waved the newspaper in his hand, his face full of surprise. Hey, so soon, they are doing something again? What a troublesome team. Captain Marco of the 1st Division responded casually. Marco, they are not making trouble, they did a good thing this time. Thatch corrected immediately. Oh? So what did they do this time? Captain Flower Sword Vista of the 5th Division asked curiously. Crocodile. This time they destroyed the 7 warlords of the Sea Crocodile's plan to steal the country and saved the entire Alabasta Kingdom. Thatch said, handing the newspaper to his companions. What? It's Crocodile. He was beaten so badly. Crocodile? I remember he seemed to have challenged my father before. I haven't heard much about him since he failed in the challenge. I didn't expect that he would be dealt with by Fairy Tale this time. However, the strength of the Fairy Tale leader is extraordinary to be able to beat Crocodile like this. The captains were amazed. Fairy Tale Guild accepts commissions and can complete any task. If that's the case, then I wonder if we can commission them to deal with Kaido together. Captain Ace of the 2nd Division said half-jokingly. Commission them to deal with Kaido? Don't even think about it, Ace. First of all, do you have money? The reward for dealing with the 4 emperors is not a small amount. Diamond Jaws, captain of the 3rd Division, teased. Ace touched his pockets, but found nothing, so he had to smile awkwardly. Even if they really commissioned it, they might not accept it. After all, Kaido is one of the 4 emperors, and he is not at the same level as Crocodile. Captain Izzo of the 16th Division shook his head. Besides, even if they accepted the commission, they would just go to Wano country to give their heads up, which would not be of much use. Ace, you should listen to your father, don't rush to act, wait for the opportunity. Blackbeard Teach advised. Ah ha ha ha, that's true. Wano country, Onigashima. The headquarters of the Beast Group. Ahaha, Fairy Tale, do you really think you can be a hero? The 4 emperors. Kaido laughed wildly and drank heavily while drunk. Bang! The wine-red wine gourd was smashed by him. Hero? Haha, don't be funny, little devils, don't think you are playing a hero game. The so-called heroes all have no good ending in the end, Luo. Red Force, the 4 emperors. Red Hair Pirates. Ah ha ha ha, Fairy Tale, this team is really good. The 4 emperors. Red Hair Shanks laughed heartily. Shanks, I think their appearance may change the pattern of this world. Vice Captain Ben Beckman looked serious. Well, don't think too much, let's drink first. Boss, Beck, cheers to Alabasta's victory. The crew echoed in unison. Oh! Sabayati Archipelago, number 13 Red Tree, Siaki Blackmail Bar. Fairy Tale is really interesting, Lao Lei, what do you think? The proprietress Xiaoqi exhaled a circle of smoke and asked with a chuckle. Well, what a group of energetic guys. That President Suyu is really enviable. Pluto Rayleigh smiled faintly. Lao Lei, you are here again. Ahaha, just kidding, just kidding. Handsome pirates. Captain, Fairy Tale has done something big again and it has been in the spotlight. The vice captain raised his eyebrows. It doesn't matter. Want to beat my 200 million bounty? It's still far away. I am the most dazzling existence in the sea this year. What's more, in terms of beauty, he is far inferior to me. After saying that, the captain of the handsome group, White Horse Cavendish, shook his hair narcissistically. Chapter 41 Fairy Upgrade. Under the strong promotion of news tycoon Morgans, the situation between Fairy Tale and Alabasta continues to ferment. At this moment, the eyes of the world are focused on Suyu and his team. They are invited to attend the high-standard banquet of the Alabasta royal family. President Suyu, Alabasta will never forget your kindness. On behalf of the people of the country, I toast you a glass. King Cobra paid high respects. King Cobra is too kind. Since we promised Vivi, we will definitely go all out. Suyu replied. President Suyu is young and talented. I toast you another glass. King Cobra raised the glass again. Father, you don't drink often, don't force yourself. Besides, you can't drink as much as the president. Vivi advised. Vivi, don't underestimate your father. I was also a heavy drinker when I was young. Cobra retorted unhappily. It's not that I underestimate your alcohol tolerance, it's that the president is really a heavy drinker. Vivi said seriously. Then I'll compete with you. Jackal Gika joined confidently. And me. Falcon Bell was also eager to try. Captain Akalem, aren't you coming along? Bell asked Akalem. No, I'll taste it slowly by myself. Akalem quickly refused. He had seen Suyu's alcohol tolerance at Whiskey Peak before, and competing with Suyu in drinking would undoubtedly be asking for trouble. Then the three of us will come together. With the help of two of the kingdom's top warriors, Cobra was full of confidence and immediately challenged Suyu. Suyu had no reason to refuse and accepted the challenge immediately. However, just an hour later, King Cobra, Falcon Bell, and Jackal Gaga were all drunk. Really, Dad, I reminded you a long time ago. Vivi shook her head helplessly. Vivi, you are my good daughter and the glory of the kingdom. This time Alabasta and the drunk Cobra began to talk nonsense. I am the princess of the country, and this is my duty. Vivi said with a smile. But Dad hopes that you can enjoy life and pursue your own preferences like an ordinary girl. As for finding a boyfriend, you are still too young. Of course, if you really like it, Dad will not stop you, King Cobra confided in his sleep. Ah! Vivi blushed and quickly asked Kareem to take her father to the room to rest. After the banquet ended, under the leadership of Vivi, the female members of Fairy Tale walked into the luxurious bathroom in the palace, immersed in the warm bath water, and enjoyed themselves. In the bathroom, they laughed and played, exuding the breath of youth and joy. On the other side, Suyu was the only one in the men's bathroom, and it was quiet all around. Suyu was immersed in this tranquility, and suddenly, he felt a strange warm current surrounding a certain part of his body. At this time, Nami's voice came from the women's bathroom. Where is Juvia? How come she disappeared in the blink of an eye? Vivi was also puzzled. Yes, where did Juvia go? Myra Jane covered her mouth and chuckled. While Urza jumped over the partition between the men's and women's bathrooms and found Juvia hiding under the water. Juvia, why are you here? Nami asked in surprise. Juvia coughed lightly and made up an excuse. I think the water temperature here is more suitable, so I came here. Vivi was skeptical because the water temperature on both sides was obviously the same. Myra Jane laughed so hard that she didn't care about taking a bath towel and jumped directly into the men's bathroom. Urza also agreed, it's too much trouble to change back and forth, I'll take a bath here too. Nami and Vivi looked at each other and thought to themselves, do the members of Fairy Tale have to get together even to take a bath? The two local girls exchanged glances, then nodded together and decided to join them. Then let's come together. With their joining, the bathroom became more lively. Suyu could only shake his head helplessly, and the quiet time he had expected was broken. The next morning, Su carefully removed the pair of white feet on his legs without waking up the girls who were still sleeping. He got up quietly and walked into the square in front of the palace. The fairy tale was quietly anchored there, and its size seemed to have increased compared to yesterday. Not only that, its interior had also undergone earth-shaking changes. At the banquet last night, Su and Wei confirmed that the mission in Alabasta had been successfully completed. As Su expected, completing the main task brought rich rewards, and the guild's level was upgraded again. Along with the upgrade of the guild level, the upgrade reward also came. This time the reward was not the addition of new magic or new partners, but a comprehensive transformation and upgrade of the fairy tale. First of all, the most eye-catching change is that the size of the ship has increased, and it can now accommodate more members. Secondly, it has added a flight function. In the past, the flight of the ferry needed to rely on Su's gravity magic, but now, it has the ability to fly autonomously. Finally, the ferry has also added a new attack method, Magic Cluster Cannon Jupiter. Chapter 42 New Partner. Magic Cluster Cannon Jupiter, a powerful magic weapon in the fairy tale world, made its debut in the full-scale conflict between Phantom and Fairy Tale. At that time, Urza, an S-class wizard, had to summon the indestructible diamond armor and tried her best to barely resist its attack, which shows its shocking power. Of course, compared with those ancient super weapons in this world, such as Pluto, which is said to be able to destroy an entire island with one shot, Jupiter's power may be slightly inferior. But compared with the artillery fire of modern warships, Jupiter is much more powerful, almost a dimensionality reduction attack. If the guild is besieged by a fleet in the future, even if the main members are not on board, the remaining personnel can use Jupiter to launch an air counterattack and easily sink the enemy ship. At 8 o'clock in the morning, the girls of Fairy Tale woke up one after another. "Good morning," President Nami rubbed her hazy eyes and yawned. "President, is this my hallucination due to a hangover? Why does it feel like our ship has become much bigger?" Wei asked in confusion. "This is not an illusion, the President upgraded the ship after we fell asleep last night." Myra Jane blinked mischievously. "What? The President has this skill?" Nami's eyes widened in surprise. At this time, Su's big hand gently patted Nami's head, causing everyone to laugh. During the week of rest, Vivi led the members of Fairy Tale to travel around Alabasta and deeply experienced the culture and customs of this country. Due to the extensive coverage of the news media, the feat of Fairy Tale saving Alabasta has spread throughout the country. Whenever they arrive in a city, they will be warmly welcomed and entertained by the local people. After a week of heroic parades, Fairy Tale is ready to set sail again. At the same time, Alabasta also ushered in a major event. At 10 o'clock in the morning, the streets and squares of the royal capital Albina were crowded with people and bustling. People from major cities across the country also gathered, looking forward to the upcoming event. The motivational speech ceremony of Princess Vivi is about to begin. This speech was supposed to be given when Vivi was 14 years old, but it was postponed because she sneaked into the Baroque works to investigate the truth of the country's civil unrest a year ago. Now, all the turmoil has subsided. In order to boost the national spirit, King Cobra specially arranged this ceremony. At this moment, under the attention of the public, Princess Vivi slowly stepped onto the high platform of the square on the red carpet. However, when the people saw the princess on the stage, they were stunned. That stubble on her face and her burly figure, is this really the Princess Vivi in their minds? No. That's not Princess Vivi. Oh my god, that's Captain Akalem. Captain Akalem, what are you doing? Captain, it's okay for you to wear women's clothes, but why do you have to dress like a princess? Where is the princess? Where did Princess Vivi go? We don't want a male princess. We don't want a male princess. Seeing Akalem wearing women's clothes on the stage, the whole audience fell into chaos. Rotten tomatoes and vegetable leaves were thrown onto the stage, but Akalem didn't care. He still danced with a fan on the stage, trying to bring some joy to the scene. At this moment, Vivi's voice spread throughout the country through Den Den Mushi, everyone, I have experienced an unforgettable adventure. It was a journey across the dark sea, and looking for hope in the darkness of the storm, I met a small boat. It held my helpless hand and said to me. In the port of Tamarisk in the east of Alabasta, the fairy tale was quietly anchored there. On the deck, Vivi held the Den Den Mushi tightly and told the people of the country her adventure story. It is the most precious luck in my life to meet fairy tale. I learned courage and kindness from them. This time, I hope to continue to pass on this courage and kindness. So please forgive my willfulness, I may need to leave you for a while. Alas, Lady Vivi is going to embark on a new journey after all. Falcon Bell sighed softly. Why are you sighing, Belle? Haven't we already decided? We must support Lady Vivi's choice wholeheartedly and cheer for her new adventure. Jackal Gaga said firmly. What does Princess Vivi mean by this? People all over the country were confused and looked at each other. After a short silence, someone suddenly laughed. Ha ha ha, do you still need to ask this? Lady Vivi is going to set off with those heroes. She is going to help more people in need. This is the princess in our hearts. Heroes of fairy tale, you must protect our princess well. The whole of Alabasta was boiling in an instant. With laughter and cheers coming one after another. Did you hear it? Vivi, everyone is cheering and blessing you for your new journey. King Cobra wiped his wet eyes. Bon voyage. The port of Tamarisk in the east. Looking to the southeast sea, a large warship broke through the waves and headed straight for the ferry ship parked there. Oh, did I hear it wrong just now? It was said that a princess of a country wanted to join fairy tale? Is the princess going to be a pirate? A young girl wearing an M-shaped hat and a flowery skirt with fluttering hems frowned in surprise. Peacock, to be honest, fairy tale is really not a pirate group. Moreover, Princess Vivi of Alabasta is really super strong, she is my role model. A young naval sergeant, Skylark, said with admiration. It's not easy for a princess of a country to join fairy tale. But as long as the negotiations are successful today, it won't be a big problem. Mamotoji Jun, the admiral candidate of the Navy headquarters, said calmly. Jun's sister, look over there, someone is approaching fairy tale. Navy Colonel Tina suddenly stared at the distance, her eyes tightened. Who is that? Peacock, the granddaughter of Navy Chief of Staff Vice Admiral Tsuru, asked hurriedly. It's the son of the devil. Tina took a deep breath and said slowly, Nico Robin. Chapter 43 A Blank 100 Years. The voice of Den Den Mushi finally stopped. Princess Vivi's inspiring speech also came to an end. Let's go. Vivi waved her fist passionately. Before we go, Myra, go get that thing. Suyu said. What is that thing? Vivi tilted her head curiously. Hey. Kalu also tilted his head like Vivi. That's it. Nami showed the fairy tale logo on her arm. This is the logo of our guild, representing the bond between us. Can I have such a logo? Vivi's eyes flashed with excitement. Of course, Vivi, have you decided where to print it? You can choose the color too. Nami reminded. Where to print it? Aren't they all on the arm? Vivi was a little confused. No, the president and I are on the right arm, Ursus is on the left arm, Juvia and Myra's are on the left thigh, and the colors are different. You should remember it. Nami explained. Oh, yes, I remember it. Vivi nodded, remembering that they had taken a hot spring bath together. After Nami's reminder, she thought about it, eliminated some options, and finally made a decision. Then I'll print it on the back of my hand, and choose platinum color. Vivi said firmly. Quack, quack. Super fast duck Kalu waved his wings excitedly, and also expressed that he wanted to print a logo on his wings. Okay, let's do it one by one. Myra Jane walked forward with the magic seal. Vivi stretched out the back of her right hand and closed her eyes nervously. She thought the tattoo would be a little painful, but unexpectedly, the fairy tale logo was printed almost in the blink of an eye. While she was still surprised, Kalu's logo was also quickly completed. Congratulations, Vivi, from now on, you are also a member of Fairy Tale. Nami applauded to celebrate. Yet, Vivi faced the sun, looked at the logo on the back of her hand, and a satisfied smile appeared on her face. At this moment, ding-ling-ling, the service bell suddenly rang. Who will it be at this time? Nami muttered in a low voice and started the magic lift. Soon, two figures, one tall and one short, came into view. Miss Golden Week and Miss All Sunday, what are you doing here? Vivi's eyes widened in surprise. Nami quickly put on the Taurus star spirit clothes and subconsciously protected Vivi behind her. I heard that Fairy Tale is famous. So I came here to ask for your help this time. Robin said with a smile. She waved her hand gently, and a large package on the lift fell smoothly on the deck. As soon as the package was opened, golden light shone everywhere, and the light of gold and gems was dazzling. Wow, please sit down, Sister Robin. Nami's attention was immediately attracted, and the light of gold coins flashed in her eyes, and she hurriedly prepared a seat for Robin. Miss Robin, what do you want to entrust us with? Myra Jane asked curiously. I want to know a piece of history. Robin answered seriously. History. Urza raised her eyebrows, looking a little surprised. History is a trace of time, recording everything that has ever happened. But about 800 years ago, a period of history called the blank 100 years mysteriously disappeared. I want to know about that missing history, and this is my commission. Robin explained calmly. Blank 100 years. Urza, Myra Jane, and Juvia looked at each other, puzzled. Even Nami and Vivi, as locals, were at a loss and could not understand Robin's meaning at all. Although others were confused, Suyu knew what was going on. No problem, we accept this commission. Suyu agreed without hesitation, but then his tone changed. However, this commission is not easy, and this alone is not enough. Sure enough. The president started to overcharge again. Nami muttered in her heart. This time she learned her lesson and decided not to take the initiative to intervene in the negotiations. After all, she almost owed 80 small goals of debt last time. It doesn't matter, I will slowly repay the shortfall, provided that President Suyu gives me a job opportunity. Robin responded firmly. I want to work with Robin, too. The leisurely superpower girl Marian also echoed. Suyu smiled slightly. These two people had already been invited by him, so he would not refuse their request. Urza and others had no objection to Suyu's decision. Only Vivi looked a little uncomfortable. After all, Robin and Marian were members of Baroque Works and participated in Crocodile's conspiracy. It was somewhat difficult for her to work with her former enemy. However, thinking about it carefully, Robin also contributed to her meeting the partners of Fairy Tale and saving the Kingdom of Alabasta at the most critical moment. Princess Vivi, although this may not help, I still want to apologize to you and Alabasta first. Robin walked up to Vivi and said sincerely. I'm sorry. Marian also apologized. It's okay, it's all over. Moreover, if it weren't for Miss All Sunday, you who protected Akalem and I, we wouldn't have been able to stay undercover for so long, and we wouldn't have met our current partners. Wei waved her hands quickly, indicating that she would no longer care. Although she acted tolerant, she couldn't help but feel a little uneasy. However, Wei was a kind-hearted girl who could consider the overall situation. She knew that Robin and Marian were both invited by Suyu, and she didn't want to embarrass Suyu. Thank you. Robin and Marian thanked Wei in unison, thanking her for her tolerance. Grateful. Robin, Marian, come here and decide where to print the logo. Myra Jane greeted them with a smile. Soon, Robin took the lead and printed the black fairy tale logo on the back of her left hand. And the leisurely superpower girl Marion chose to brand the logo on her right calf. With the successful planting of the logo, Fairy Tale added 2 more members. "President, let's have a banquet to welcome the new partners," Juvia suggested. "Wait for the welcome ceremony." Suyu turned around and looked to the southeast. A large Navy warship was heading towards them. "Is it the Navy? What are they doing here?" Nami came back from her fantasy of money and asked with a frown. Beside her, Robin bit her lip nervously, and the joy of joining Fairy Tale just disappeared in an instant. Chapter 44 Recruitment and Counter-Recruitment. In the port east of Alabasta, Fairy Tale and the battleship of the Navy headquarters collided head-on. The admiral candidate of the Navy headquarters, Dao Tu-jun, led the team personally, and several energetic female Navy warriors walked onto the deck of the Fairy Tale through the gangplank. "Colonel Tina, the transfer of Crocodile should have been completed, right? Do you have anything else to do this time?" Wai Wei asked the female Navy officer in a suit with long pink hair fluttering in the wind. Tina, a colonel of the Navy Haika, is currently working in the nearby G6 branch. This time she is responsible for the detention and management of the 7 warlords of the Sea Crocodile and senior members of the Baroque Works. She and Wai Wei, Suyu, and others have met many times this week and are considered acquaintances. "Miss Tina, have you thought about it and are ready to accept my invitation?" Suyu asked with a smile. He had invited Tina to join Fairy Tale many times before. Dao Tu-jun couldn't help showing a puzzled expression. She came this time to win over Suyu, but she didn't expect Suyu to try to poach her people. Feeling Jun's gaze, Tina was a little embarrassed and explained, "No, President Suyu, Princess Wai Wei, I'm not here for Baroque this time. Let Dao Tu-jun, the general, explain the specific situation." Tina took a deep breath and said calmly. "Vice Admiral Dao Tu-jun of the Navy headquarters." Wai Wei and Nami widened their eyes at the same time. Obviously, they had heard of Jun's name a long time ago. As one of the few strong women in the Navy, Jun is not only beautiful, but also very powerful. As a candidate for the Admiral, she is almost at the top of the Navy. Her beauty and combat effectiveness are hot topics in news reports, and many people know her story. Vice Admiral of the Navy headquarters? Is she very powerful? Juvia asked in a low voice. Very powerful. Robin took a deep breath, and her face rarely lost its usual calmness. Jun's eyes inadvertently fell on Robin Devil's son Nico Robin. Although her target this time is not Robin, since she has met him, she certainly can't let him go easily. However, at present, recruiting Suyu is the most important thing. If Suyu agrees to join the Navy and then hands over Robin as a token of his loyalty, it will be a win-win situation. Thinking of this, Zaiwen stepped forward decisively, stood opposite Suyu, and said solemnly, "I am Dao Tu, Vice Admiral of the Navy headquarters. This time I am here on the orders of the 5 elders and the Navy Marshal." However, her words were interrupted by Suyu unceremoniously. "No, I refuse." Suyu's determination made Zaiwen stunned for a moment. She never expected that the other party would refuse directly without even listening to the specific content. At the moment when Zaiwen was stunned, Suyu's eyes had passed her and fell on several young sailors behind her. "What are your names?" Suyu asked easily. My name is Skylark." A sergeant with a weak voice was startled by Suyu's sudden question and answered hurriedly. "Skylark, don't talk to strangers casually, just pretend you didn't hear it." The tall Major Peacock next to her hurriedly reminded her. "But Peacock, my mother said it's rude to ignore others." Skylark responded in a low voice. Suyu smiled. "Skylark, Peacock, good names. Do you want to consider joining our fairy tale?" This sudden turn stunned Jun and other Navy. Originally, they came to recruit Suyu, but he started recruiting Navy instead. Even Urza, Nami, Robin and other fairy tale members were stunned, with strange expressions on their faces. Although they are already Soyu's partners, they still feel a little uncomfortable when they see Soyu frequently inviting beautiful girls to join. Myra Jane smiled in her heart, the president is still the same. Of course, if Soyu knew what they were thinking, he would definitely cry out for injustice. He had no other intentions, but considering that the guild had limited manpower and might not be able to cope with the heavy tasks in the future, recruiting more capable people is an inevitable requirement for the development of the guild. Of course, not everyone is suitable to join Fairy Tale. Soyu has his own standards, at least he must be familiar with and understand people. Tina is undoubtedly the right person, she is the leader of the new generation of the Navy. As for Skylark and Peacock, they are also promising talents in the future. Especially Peacock, as the granddaughter of Admiral Tsuru, the chief of the Navy, her potential is immeasurable. Although Skylark is a little weak now, Soyu believes that as long as she joins Fairy Tale, she can also awaken magic and her strength will be greatly improved. After all, Nami was just a weakling at the beginning, but now after the magic awakening, she can easily defeat the senior agent of Baroque Works. Ah! Soyu's sudden invitation surprised Yun-Kei so much that her mouth opened wide, her hands unconsciously grasped her clothes, and she looked confused and at a loss. Even the always confident Peacock didn't know what to say at this moment, obviously she didn't expect Soyu to be so direct. Tina, who was standing aside, couldn't help laughing when she saw this situation. She was very familiar with this scene. When she first came into contact with Soyu, she was persuaded to join with just a few words. Yun-Kei and Peacock's reactions now were the same as hers at the beginning. "Wait a minute, please, wait a moment." Vice Admiral Jun finally reacted and quickly opened his arms, blocking Skylark, Peacock, and Tina behind him like protecting a child. Her eyes changed from calm to alert. She was here to recruit Soyu, but before she could say a few words, Soyu wanted to poach people from her? This guy wanted to take away her capable men as soon as he arrived. Jun looked at the deck of the ferry and suddenly found that except for Soyu, everyone else on the ship was a young and beautiful girl, which made her suspicious. This person must be extraordinary. As long as she was there, she would never let Skylark and Peacock be taken away by him. At this moment, Soyu spoke again. "By the way, Vice Admiral Daotu, would you consider joining our fairy tale?" Chapter 45 Negotiations broken. "Vice Admiral Daotu, what do you think? Do you want to join our fairy tale?" Soyu casually invited Jun, his tone was as relaxed as chatting. For him, this was just a casual mention, and it didn't matter if it was rejected. But if it succeeded, it would be a big profit. So, he didn't mind saying a few more words. Jun was stunned for a moment after hearing this, and then smiled helplessly. This guy not only wants to pull Yun-Kei and Kong-Kei into the guild, but now he even has his eyes on her. He is really bold. However, they are official members of the Navy and have a stable civil servant life. How could they give up these and join an unknown pirate group? This idea is too unrealistic. "I am Momotoji Jun, Vice Admiral of the Navy Headquarters and Admiral Candidate." Jun put away his smile and said seriously, "This time I am under the joint order of the Five Elders and Marshal Sengoku to recruit Fairy Tale President Soyu and invite you to become the new king of the Seven Warlords of the Sea." As she said that, she took out a letter of appointment from her bosom and handed it to Soyu. "Didn't I say it already? I refuse." Soyu didn't even look at the letter, and waved his hand to refuse. He had long known the intention of Jun. The so-called Seven Warlords of the Sea is nominally one of the three major forces of the Navy, but in fact it is just a puppet of the world government. Fairy Tale has its own pride and principles, and will never succumb to any force, especially the world government. Soyu did not hesitate. "Do you know what you are refusing?" Jun was a little surprised and asked tentatively. She thought Soyu would hesitate after learning the details, even if it was only for a second, but he refused so decisively without any hesitation. "There is nothing to think about this," Su-yu said firmly, and then smiled slightly, "But now you have received a sincere invitation from me, the president of Fairy Tale." Jun frowned slightly and tried to continue persuading, "Do you know how much convenience the identity of the 7 warlords of the sea can provide for your actions? You are a legal organization now, but the rules at sea are different. Without the government's permission, any force can easily be regarded as a pirate." Vivi stood up and said firmly, "Vice Admiral Mamosa, my father, the King of Alabasta, has submitted a formal report to the Navy on this point. Fairy Tale is a team certified by the Alabasta government." Tina also nodded and confirmed, "That's right, Fairy Tale is legal in Alabasta." Tina handed over Alabasta's application documents. "In theory, with the support of a member of the world government, Fairy Tale should be able to act legally at sea. But the key is that this must be agreed by the world government. Normally, considering that Alabasta has just been invaded by the 7 warlords of the sea, its top leaders may try their best to assist in order to stabilize the situation. However, this time the situation is different. Su-yu rejected the proposal to become a 7 warlords of the sea, which embarrassed both the Navy and the world government. Therefore, even with Alabasta's guarantee, it will be difficult for the application to be approved. At that time, Fairy Tale will still be regarded as an illegal organization, and its activities at sea will be subject to many restrictions. How can this be?" After listening to Jun's explanation, Vivi shook her head in disbelief, unable to accept this fact. Only by accepting the position of 7 warlords of the sea can Fairy Tale act legally at sea. Jun said affirmatively. "Vice Admiral Momosaki, are you threatening me?" Su-yu asked with a smile, with a hint of teasing in his tone. "It's not a threat, I'm just stating the facts, the final decision is yours." Jun responded calmly. "Oh, then if I refuse to become a Shishibukai, you won't join Fairy Tale?" Su-yu thought about it seriously, and then asked. Everyone was stunned for a moment. "Who said that we will join if we become Shishibukai?" Peacock twitched his mouth helplessly, and couldn't help but complain, wondering why this person was so persistent in wanting them to join. Then since there are no other benefits, why recruit people? Please go back. Su-yu waved his hand casually, his attitude was obvious. "I don't care." Myra Jane couldn't help laughing softly when she saw this scene. Nami, Vivi, and others looked at each other and understood. Jun pursed his lips, knowing that Su-yu had no intention of giving in from beginning to end. He just took advantage of the topic and cleverly avoided the main topic. Obviously, he neither intended to bow to the Navy and the government nor to accept the status of Shishibukai. In this case, it seems that we can't reach an agreement. I respect the decision of President Su-yu. Jun said calmly, no longer trying to persuade. Then, please go back. Su-yu smiled and made a gesture of invitation. Before leaving, there is another thing to be resolved. Jun's eyes fell on Robin. Robin knew that there was no hope of escape, and nervously clenched his hands. Nicole Robin, known as the son of the devil, since I have met her, I can't just ignore it. Jun said firmly. Oh, what a hassle. Su-yu sighed helplessly. He tried to change the subject before, partly to avoid a conflict between Robin and the Navy. This was not because he was afraid of the Navy, but because he did not want Robin to feel guilty because he felt that he had implicated Fairy Tale. But now it seems that the conflict is inevitable. In this case, Su-yu no longer hides it. Do you want to take Robin away? Su-yu walked to Robin and held her slightly trembling hand. Do you see this mark? He showed the Navy the black Fairy Tale tattoo on the back of Robin's hand. This is the symbol of Fairy Tale, which means that she is our partner. Robin is now a member of Fairy Tale. If you insist on taking her away, then be prepared to be an enemy of me and the entire Fairy Tale. Su-yu's tone became serious. As soon as the voice fell, a strong momentum burst out from him, as if to tear the sky and oppress the air around him. At this time, the wind stopped, the clouds were still, and even the turbulent sea surface became unusually calm. Under Suryu's pressure, even Navy elites like Tina and Peacock were stunned, their breathing seemed to stop, and they couldn't say a word. It was not until this moment that they suddenly realized that the man in front of them was the strong man who had defeated Crocodile. As expected of someone who can defeat the 7 warlords of the sea Crocodile, but as a Vice Admiral of the Navy headquarters, I must fulfill my duty of justice. Jun took a deep breath with a firm expression. With a crisp sound, the famous sword Kinpura was already unsheathed. Chapter 46 Battle Jun. As the president of the Fairy Tale Guild, you must master 2 basic skills. First, be flexible. This is a must-have when facing the difficulties of the council. Second, protect your partners. Everyone in the guild is a precious family member, and no one is allowed to hurt them. Now, Robin is already a member of Fairy Tale. The Navy wants to catch Robin? Then start fighting. Disguise, Skywheel armor. Before Suryu could make any move, Urza had already activated the night magic the moment Dao Tu drew her sword. The sword wings of the Skywheel armor instantly unfolded and rushed out like lightning. With the sound of metal collision, Urza used her powerful force to force Jun back from the ferry. If you want to fight, I can do it anytime. Urza said calmly, with sword shadows flying around, and the scene was very shocking. Fairy Queen Urza, I have heard of your reputation for a long time. This skill of controlling flying swords is really powerful, but it may be okay for ordinary people, but it is not scary for me. Jun stepped on the moon step and hung in the air, looking at Urza calmly, full of confidence. As a candidate for the Admiral of the Navy headquarters, she is second only to special cases like Garp among the Vice Admirals. In her opinion, although Urza's swordsmanship is good, controlling so many swords at the same time is just a bluff after all. A true kendo master should focus on one sword. Urza's tricks might be good for dealing with minions, but they are powerless against real masters. The recent Alabasta incident is the best proof. Even the little Dasbonis could not be dealt with quickly. In Jun's view, the so-called Fairy Queen is nothing more than that. However, Jun did not know that in the battle with Dasbonis, Urza did not even use 1/10 of her strength. Then let me see your true ability. Urza heard the contempt in Jun's words, but did not take it to heart. She waved her hand, and the Skywheel sword immediately filled the sky. Dozens of magic flying swords, under Urza's command, shot towards Jun at a high speed. Jun's face was slightly gloomy, but he was still fully focused in the battle and did not dare to relax at all. Her Kinpura sword was wrapped with powerful armament haki, and at the same time released observation haki, accurately intercepting all the flying swords launched by Urza, but she was unscathed. Heavenly Wheel, Pentagram Sword. Urza waved her hands, and the pentagram sword attacked at an astonishing speed. However, Jun had already predicted Urza's movements with her keen observation haki. She swung Kinpula with armament haki attached, releasing 100-meter-long sword energy, which not only shattered the pentagram sword, but also damaged Urza's sword wings. Game over. Jun said coldly. She stepped through the air and rushed towards Urza, who lost her balance. It's not over yet. Urza was not afraid. Disguise. The light of the magic night shines again. The armor of the Heavenly Wheel disappears, replaced by a brand new set of black armor, the Black Feather armor. Black Feather, Moon Flash. Urza attacks again. If the armor of the Heavenly Wheel is known for the number of swords, then the Black Feather armor is known for its speed. With the blessing of the Black Feather armor, Urza's speed has increased by leaps and bounds, and even Jun's observation haki can hardly keep up. The sound of metal collisions came one after another, and Urza's high-speed attack put Jun in trouble for a while, and he could only rely on the observation haki to barely cope with it. At this time, the calmness on Jun's face had disappeared without a trace. She thought that the armor of the Heavenly Wheel was Urza's final resort, but she didn't expect Urza to be able to put on new armor in an instant. What kind of ability is this? In addition to these 2 sets of armor, does Urza have other armor? Jun's guess was soon confirmed. When she found that the black feather armor could not win, Urza changed her clothes for the 3rd time. The armor of the Thunder Emperor. As the name suggests, this is a set of armor with lightning properties. The weapon in Urza's hand turned into a powerful lightning spear. Bang! The lightning spear collided with the Kinpala sword, making a deafening sound. Zzz! The powerful lightning passed through the Kinpala sword into Jun's body, instantly paralyzing her whole body and making her unable to move. Hey! Urza suddenly exerted force, and the lightning spear hit the Kinpala heavily. The huge force knocked Jun away, and she fell heavily on the deck of the warship. Vice Admiral Jun! Yun Ke shouted anxiously. How is it possible that's Sister Jun? Peacock's face was full of shock. Fairy Queen Urza, what kind of ability is she? What's the matter with those strange armors? Tina asked in astonishment. Vice Admiral of the Marine Headquarters, is this all you can do? Urza stood on the mast, her lightning spear pointed at Jun on the nail plate. Jun spit out an arc of electricity and slowly stood up. Fairy Queen Urza, I admit that I underestimated you before, but I will do my best next time. Just what I want. Urza was full of fighting spirit. Sword energy and knife light intertwined in the air, and the battle became more and more intense. Ah, the main mast is going to break. The Marines shouted in fear. I knew that Sister Jun would never lose. Peacock breathed a sigh of relief, then turned to face the people of Fairy Tale and untied the whip from his waist. Major Peacock, what are you going to do? Skylark asked nervously. We must also uphold our justice. Peacock said firmly. But how can we win? Skylark said timidly. I also want to see the strength of Fairy Tale. Colonel Tina stepped forward and tried to turn this conflict into a competition. Come on, Fairy Tale's Guild Master, let me teach you a lesson. Peacock licked the corner of her mouth charmingly, turned her wrist, and prepared to activate the whip fruit ability. Since you're using a whip, let me do it. Nami hadn't finished her words when a surprising change suddenly occurred. 2 streams of sea water rose up like tentacles, tightly wrapping the defenseless Peacock. Water restraint. It was Juvia who took action. Chapter 47 Purgatory Armor. Peacock, a major in the Navy headquarters, possesses the superhuman whip fruit ability, which allows her to manipulate any object she whips at will, even buildings. This ability almost touches the limit of the rules. Even opponents who are far stronger than her will be controlled once they are hit by her whip. Relying on this ability and her unique stern personality, Peacock dares to challenge enemies at the level of the 7 warlords of the sea or even stronger. However, the battle was declared over before she even made a move. Before Peacock even had time to use her ability, she was tightly wrapped by the tentacles of the sea water that suddenly emerged. The power of the sea water instantly deprived her of her ability, and she could only watch Juvia take away her whip. Who do you think you are? How dare you dream of training our president? Remember, it has always been the president who trains others, and no one can train her. Juvia said seriously. After that, Juvia turned around and handed Peacock's whip to Suyu. Everyone thought Juvia wanted Suyu to train Peacock, but the scene that happened next was beyond everyone's expectations. Juvia bent down, raised her hips, and said with expectation, "Come on, President, please don't pity me, train Juvia to your heart's content." This scene stunned everyone present. Nami, Vivi, Skylark, Tina and Suyu were all stunned. Suyu looked at the whip in his hand, and then looked at Juvia's expectant eyes, and his heart was a little shaken, but considering the occasion and identity, he finally held back. Okay, stop it. Myra covered her face and dragged Juvia away awkwardly. The seawater tentacles that bound Peacock dissipated, and she slumped on the deck powerlessly. Yun Ke and Tina hurried forward to check on her. Not bad, not bad. As the suppression of the seawater disappeared, Peacock's strength gradually recovered. That girl just now, what happened to her? How did she do it? Peacock muttered to herself, with shock and disbelief written all over her delicate face. This was the first time she met someone with the ability to control water. The ability of the natural water fruit. Tina said the name she learned from the Baroque works agent word by word. Before this, she had always felt that this ability was too incredible to believe that it really existed. Devil fruit users are usually hated by the sea, but Juvia can control water. This contradictory phenomenon is really incredible. But after witnessing Juvia's ability with her own eyes, Tina had to accept this outrageous fact that this ability does exist. Natural water fruit, how can anyone have this ability? Peacock exclaimed. Nothing is impossible on this sea, Miss Peacock. Suyu smiled and handed the whip back to Peacock. This scene completely crushed Peacock's fighting spirit, and her whole mind was shocked by the existence of the water fruit. President Suyu, is that really the water fruit? Skylark asked curiously. This is the secret of our guild. If you want to know, join us. There are more unexpected surprises waiting for you. Suyu said with a smile. No, I don't want to know. Skylark shrank his neck, obviously a little scared of this secret. Suyu smiled, did not force it, and turned his eyes to the battlefield between Urza and Jun. Urza, it's almost time to set off. I understand. Urza responded. What do you mean? Do you plan to fight quickly because you are going to set off? Jun heard the hidden meaning in Suyu's words. Yes. Urza nodded calmly. I admit that it was my fault to underestimate you at the beginning, but now you should know that we are equally strong and it is impossible to tell the winner in a short time. Jun said confidently. Urza did not respond, but waited quietly. When Jun approached within 10 meters, Urza finally made a move. Change clothes. Purgatory armor. The dark heavy armor instantly covered Urza, exuding a strong sense of oppression. This sudden change made Jun's pupils shrink suddenly. It was too late for her to retreat, so she could only defend with her sword. Boom! Urza swung the pitch-black sawtooth heavy sword and smashed it heavily on Jun's kinpala. Dang! A dull crash sounded, and the visible power shock wave spread out, causing ripples in the surrounding air like water waves. Whoosh! A loud bang! Urza released the power of the purgatory armor with all her strength. Even Jun, the candidate for admiral, could not resist. Even though she used the armament haki enhancement, the knuckles of her hands were still cracked, and blood spilled all over the ground. She was hit by the sawtooth-like sword energy and fell down. Boom! The giant warship that belonged to the Vice Admiral was instantly split in half by the aftermath of the purgatory armor. Wow! The warship is broken. What kind of monster is this? Vice Admiral Jun. Vice Admiral Momosato, are you okay? The Marines shouted in fear, one after another. Ahem! Jun grabbed the deck and jumped up suddenly. She opened her mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood, her face pale, full of shock and fear. You are a strong opponent. This time I lost because I am not familiar with your power. If there is a chance, we will fight again. After she said this, Urza jumped back to the deck of the ferry. Yet! I won! Urza is so awesome! Nami ran up excitedly and high-fived Urza. Even Vice Admiral Doubtu of the headquarters Urza is really too strong. Wei was amazed. How could this happen? Sister Jun actually lost. Two little birds whispered unconsciously. We are about to set off, and you are not leaving yet. Have you decided to join us? Suyu asked with a smile. Tina's face changed, and she quickly pulled the unconscious Peacock and Skylark away. Wait! Suyu seemed to have thought of something. Tina stopped. What else? Ahem! Suyu cleared his throat. Go back and tell your boss that if you want to go against us, you have to send at least 2 generals. Suyu said domineeringly. Click. Tina staggered, said nothing more, and fled in a hurry. Ha ha ha, let's go. The ferry set sail in the awe-inspiring eyes of the Marines and gradually went away. Chapter 48, A Bounty of 500 Million. 10 minutes after the incident at the east port of Alabasta, there was a commotion in the main hall of Pangu City in the Holy Land of Mary Gosa. What? That arrogant boy actually dared to refuse our invitation to the 7 warlords of the sea. Not only did he refuse, he also sank the warship of Vice Admiral Momosegi who invited him. What's more, he openly protected that woman, Nico Robin, who is called the Devil's Child. Too much. He doesn't take us seriously at all. Since he is unwilling to give us face, there is no need for us to be polite to him. Want to be a hero on the sea? What a naive idea. I want to see who dares to ask the guy with a bounty of 500 million for a mission. The elders who hold the highest power in the world issued an order angrily. Then, only a few minutes later, countless messenger birds flew to all parts of the world with the new bounty orders that the government had already prepared. What? Another guy with a bounty of 500 million has appeared. Fairy Tale President Suyu is really an amazing person. The first bounty he offered was only 80 million, and now it has risen to 500 million in less than a month. It's unbelievable. There's nothing to be surprised about. This is completely natural. After all, he defeated that Shishibukai. The man who defeated Shishibukai Crocodile deserves the 500 million bounty. It's just I don't understand. Didn't Fairy Tale save a country this time? Why is the bounty going up? Is there something else behind the Alabasta incident? Can we still entrust Fairy Tale? They won't try to lure us over as targets, will they? Who knows? Anyway, I don't dare to entrust the man with a 500 million bounty to do things for me. People from all over the world are discussing it. New World, Dressrosa region. Hehe, I thought those guys were so great, but the bounty is only 500 million. Shishibukai Doflamingo laughed triumphantly. What's 500 million, Dover? If you hadn't become Shishibukai, the bounty would have exceeded 1 billion. The highest Cotter Diamante complimented on the side. Fairy Tale is a small character, not worth mentioning at all. They obviously disdain Fairy Tale. On the other side, the handsome pirate ship was in chaos. Captain, it's bad. Your bounty has been exceeded, and the increase is huge. The crew of the handsome group shouted in panic. What did you say? The captain of the handsome group, Hakuba Cavendish, who was dressing in front of the mirror, was stunned after hearing this. 500 million? How is it possible? Are those people in the Navy crazy? How can someone's bounty suddenly increase by more than 400 million? Cavendish's face was full of disbelief. He thought his bounty of 200 million was already very glorious, but he didn't expect a competitor to suddenly appear and leave him far behind. After a long while, he came to his senses. Fortunately, although the bounty is higher than mine, he is definitely not as good as me in terms of appearance. And my crew, he was just about to comfort himself. No, Captain, the president of Fairy Tale is also a handsome guy, and his crew are all top beauties. The crew's words made Cavendish speechless. Oh, life is so hard, don't expose me. He felt bitter in his heart. In the East China Sea, in the village of Coco West, noises came one after another. Ah! Mr. Jian, something big happened. Nami Nami is also rewarded. The villagers exclaimed. What? What did you say? How could this happen? Didn't President Suyu and his men save the country? Why? Feng Jian shook his head in disbelief. Although we don't know the reason, we have to believe in President Suyu, believe in Nami, and believe in Fairy Tale. The blue-haired girl Nakiko said firmly. On the Fairy Tale, the girls laughed and laughed. Wow! 100 million 500 million. The President's bounty has increased to 500 million. Nami shouted in surprise. Miss Urza has also been rewarded, 79 million, 1 million less than the President's first bounty, so impressive, Wei praised repeatedly. It's just so-so. Urza smiled proudly. It feels good to be rewarded. Nami, Juvia, you are also rewarded. What? Me too. Nami was shocked. Little thief Nami, bounty 36 million berries. Juvia, bounty 54 million, said the leisurely lowly Marion. 336 million? This is higher than Arlong? Am I that awesome? Nami was stunned. On the second deck of the guild, Robin blamed herself. I'm sorry, I'm a troublesome woman. It's because of me that you guys. Alas, Silyu waved his hand to interrupt Robin's apology. Don't talk about this between partners. It's just a bounty, it's no big deal. Even if I don't get promoted this time, it will be the same next time. And I didn't plan to become a Shishibukai in the first place. It has nothing to do with you. President Robin's lips trembled slightly. Although Silyu said this, she knew in her heart that this conflict was indeed caused by her. Okay, let's not talk about this. I prepared a small gift for you to join the guild. Silyu smiled mysteriously and took out a paper tube. Open it and take a look. Yet. Robin took the paper tube and opened it. There was a large piece of paper inside. When she saw the text on it, her beautiful eyes suddenly widened. This is the historical text. Chapter 49 Warring States Regret. This is the rubbing of the historical text. Robin was shocked beyond words when she looked at the gift Silyu sent. What surprised her even more was the content recorded in this historical text, information about the ancient weapon Pluto. This was exactly what she had been looking for in Alabasta for 3 years. After Crocodile's plan failed, she was discouraged and gave up looking for it. Unexpectedly, just when she was about to give up, the information she had been dreaming of suddenly came. I found this by chance when I was playing in the capital. I thought it was interesting, so I made a copy. What you want is just right. Silyu said lightly. In fact, he specially sneaked into the funeral hall to make a copy for Robin. He knew that Robin was a problem child and needed something she was interested in to soothe her emotions. Robin pursed her lips slightly, stared at Silyu, and a touching look appeared on her face. Although Silyu said it was an accidental acquisition, she could feel that it was not the case. Whether it was the previous conflict with the Navy or the current surprise gift, Robin deeply felt Silyu's careful. President, do you want to know what is written on it? Robin seemed to have made up her mind, with an unprecedented seriousness on her face. She had already decided to cooperate with Crocodile, and even if she got the information about the ancient weapon, she would never tell Crocodile or anyone else. But now, she has changed her mind. If it was Silyu, she would give everything. However, to Robin's surprise, Silyu smiled and said, I don't want to know. Because he already knew everything. Okay, everyone, let's celebrate the joining of new partners. Silyu announced. Oh, everyone cheered. The banquet on the ferry was very lively, and everyone had a lot of fun. At the same time, in the office of the Marshal of Marineford at the headquarters of the Navy, Sengoku was not happy. He had just received a complete report on the contact between Jun and Silyu. Before, he and the 5 elders only knew that the negotiations had failed and the warships had been destroyed, and only now did they understand the full picture of the matter. Sengoku knew that if the 5 elders knew that Urza had defeated the admiral candidate Momosegi Jun so quickly, they would never deal with it according to the original bounty amount. At least 2 admirals should be sent, this Sengoku said to himself. Sengoku, this is not a joke, that man is qualified to do this. Vice Admiral Tsuru, the Navy's chief of staff, said solemnly. I know. Sengoku shook his head. Urza defeated Jun, her bounty must be at least 500 million. And Suyu's may be doubled or even more. And that girl, who can control water elements at will, seems to be a natural water fruit ability user if this is true. Ziahe, this is all my fault. If I had listened to you about the East China Sea base, and checked it out before deciding, maybe the situation would be different now. Sengoku sighed, full of regret. No. Even without the initial bounty, the result would not be much different. Vice Admiral Tsuru shook his head and said. Fairy tale has its own goals and will never be inferior to others. The next morning, Suyu woke up early on the deck of the ferry. He waved his hand to summon the system panel. Fairy tale LV9. President, Suyu. Lost Magic Thunder Dragon Slayer Magic 100%, Dragon Slayer secret has been unlocked. Dragon King species not activated, Thunder Dragon King mode to be unlocked. Guild members, S-Class Wizard Fairy Queen Urza, S-Class Receptionist Demon Myra Jane, Celestial Wizard Nami, Vivi, Kalu, Robin, Marion, unknown member. 87% away from upgrade. Increasing guild members can indeed improve the upgrade progress. Suyu nodded. The mission of the East Sea Cocoa Village and Nami's main mission were completed, and with Nami's joining, the guild directly upgraded by 2 levels. After the Alabasta incident, it was upgraded by 1 level. Yesterday, Robin, Vivi, Kalu, and Marion joined, and the guild level increased by 1. The 4th pair of partners is coming soon. Although he doesn't know who it is, Suyu has an idea in his mind. He looked up at the sky. This time the partners are there. President! President! The cheers interrupted his thoughts. Nami ran over happily and suddenly changed into a black and white maid outfit. Look, President, I learned new magic again. This is the power of the Virgo star spirit. Nami said proudly. Of course, if you work hard and complete more tasks, there will be unexpected surprises. Suyu responded with a smile. Really? Then I will definitely work hard. Nami clenched her fists and was full of confidence. President! President! Another cheer came, and Vivi ran over excitedly, her cheeks flushed. Hee, Vivi, you are awakened too? Nami asked with a smile. Yeah, it's amazing, this is the power of magic. I used to think it was just a fairy tale, but I didn't expect it to really happen to me. Vivi was full of excitement. Nami, Urza, Juvia, you are using magic, not devil fruit abilities. Vivi asked in confusion. Yes. Urza nodded to confirm. Vivi, what magic did you awaken? Show us. Juvia asked curiously. Chapter 50 True Thousand Hands. Show us your magic. Nami said with curiosity. Vivi nodded gently, okay. Then, she moved her mind, and the magic light suddenly lit up. After the light faded, Vivi's appearance changed significantly. Her aqua blue hair was tied into a ponytail, and there was a bandage with an M mark on her forehead. The original aqua blue dress was also turned into a handsome battle suit, and there was also a scorpion tail-shaped equipment behind her waist. This magic looks a bit like mine. Nami frowned in confusion. Yes, Vivi also awakened the star spirit magic, which is likely to be the star spirit clothes of Scorpio. Urza explained. Scorpio, yes, that's the constellation. Weiwei's eyes sparkled with excitement. Scorpio. Nami noticed the scorpion tail behind Weiwei and asked mischievously, by the way, Weiwei, how did you put on this scorpion tail? Let me see. Nami reached out to touch it, but Weiwei quickly stopped her. No, Nami, don't lift my clothes, the president is still next to me, I'll be embarrassed. What does it matter, we are good sisters who have taken a bath together. Nami laughed even more wantonly. Just as the two when the girl was playing. A quack quack sound was heard, and the fast-running duck Kalu ran out of the cabin. It has been following Vivi since it was a child, and this time she joined Fairy Tale and brought it with her. This super fast running duck Kalu has now awakened its own magic. Kalu, have you also mastered the power of magic? Vivi asked in surprise. Quack quack. Kalu nodded repeatedly. What kind of magic is that? Nami, Juvia, and others gathered around curiously. Under everyone's gaze, Kalu spread his duck wings, jumped down, and jumped out of the side of the ship. Wow, Kalu! Vivi hurried to the side of the ship and leaned down to look down. The next moment, Vivi was shocked to see that the super fast running duck Kalu was actually flying in the air. Duck can actually fly. Nami widened her eyes and looked unbelievable. This should be the magic of the transcendent wing. Myra Jane explained. Kalu has become a super fast flying duck. Vivi murmured to herself, her face full of surprise. Everyone, good morning. At this time, Robin and Marion walked out of the cabin and greeted everyone. You came just in time, Robin. Marion, you also awakened magic? Urza asked. Yeah. Robin nodded. Wait a minute, that's magic, it's a miracle. Robin, how can you be so calm? Nami couldn't help teasing. Haha, although I'm shocked, this is the wonder of Fairy Tale, isn't it? Robin responded with a smile. In fact, when Robin woke up in the morning, he was also surprised by the miracle of this power. He never thought that there really was magic in the world. Now he understands that the partners of Fairy Tale are not using the power of devil fruits, but the power of magic, which is the most special thing about Fairy Tale. So, Robin and Marion, what magic have you awakened? Suyu asked curiously. I'll go first. The leisurely Marion raised her hand excitedly, then took out a paintbrush and drew a cannon on the ground. The next moment, the magic light flashed, and the cannon instantly changed from virtual to real, firing a shot at the sea. Then, she drew a cute puppy, and the puppy also came to life. Wow! Nami and Vivi exclaimed in unison, deeply attracted by this magical magic. This is painting magic. Which can make my painting move? Marion said proudly. Suyu nodded. It was not surprising that Marion could match painting magic. After all, she was a painter and had a high degree of compatibility with this kind of magic. Then, Suyu turned his eyes to Robin. He was curious about what kind of magic Robin, who had the ability of the flower fruit, would match. Then Robin nodded gently, opened her arms, and prepared to show her new ability. The spring breeze blew gently, and the fairy was filled with the breath of spring. The deck was suddenly full of flowers, and new green appeared on the railings, full of vitality. What kind of magic is this? Nami and Vivi opened their mouths in surprise. Urza and Myra Jane looked at each other in amazement, and then recognized that this was the magic of Volodchinkan, the founder of Fairy Tale and the fourth of the 10 holy wizards. Wood magic. Suyu raised his eyebrows slightly. Yes. Robin replied concisely. It can control the power of nature. Suyu's mouth corners slightly raised, revealing a smile. Fairy Tale's wood magic is similar to the ability of the natural wood fruit in the pirate world. More importantly, it is very compatible with Robin's flower fruit. If the flower fruit is combined with wood magic, it is not surprising that Robin can create a stunt like the Wood Escape Thousand Hands in the future. After the new members showed their magic, they entered the actual combat training. Super fast flying duck Kalu is practicing manned flight. It can easily carry Urza in armor, and it will not be a problem to take Vivi on long-distance flights in the future. On the other side, Vivi and Nami are learning from each other and getting familiar with the new power. Marion is learning painting magic under the guidance of Myra Jane and Juvia. Myra Jane taught carefully, while Juvia was playing tricks on the side, asking Marion to draw a lot of gadgets she wanted. Finally, Suyu and Robin were seriously discussing how to combine the flower fruit with the magic of wood. Time passed slowly, and it was noon in a blink of an eye. Ha ha ha! A hearty laugh came from the air. President Suyu, I'm here again. News King Morgause came on the wind and landed lightly on the deck of the ferry. He took off the big sack on his back and handed it to Su Yu. These are all commissions from all over the world. They are so lucky to get the help of President Su Yu. Chapter 51 Searching for the Golden Country. Hey, I'm here again, News King Morgause flapped his wide wings steadily landing. He threw a large sack in front of Su Yu. This here all commissions, Nami's eyes widened. Yes, Morgause nodded affirmatively. After the incident in Alabasta, the name of Fairy Tale is now known to the whole world, and this is just a small part, Are there more besides these, Vivi was also surprised. Yes, because everyone is currently in the first half, so I screened them first. These are all commissions for the first half of the Grand Line. For the New World and the Four Seas, if President Su Yu also wants to see them, I will send them over next time, Morgause explained. Fairy Tale has no fixed base, and it is difficult for civilians to go out to sea. So, Su Yu asked Morgause to be a transit station for commissions and help collect commissions from all over the world. Also, there were originally more commissions, but because the bounty offered by President Su Yu suddenly increased, some people withdrew their commissions halfway through, Morgause reported. It's okay, Su Yu didn't care. Those who withdrew their commissions because of his bounty were either trivial matters or just joining in the fun. It's better to withdraw them, so they don't have to go through the trouble of screening. Haha, those idiots, it's their own loss to withdraw the commission. I will block them in the future and won't accept any commissions even if they want to, Morgause complimented him. Thank you for your hard work. It's time to eat now. Let's eat together, Su Yu invited. Haha, you're welcome, Morgause readily agreed. After eating and drinking, the work officially started. The first step is to sort out and screen the whole bag of commissions and determine the priority of each commission. Urgent and critical commissions must be handled immediately, while those that are relatively unimportant can be planned later. After all, Fairy Tale is currently short of manpower and needs to arrange its forces reasonably. In addition, commissions with permanent pointers or life cards are also included in the priority category. In the Grand Line, a place with chaotic magnetic fields, even experienced navigators may lose their way without these guides. Fortunately, Morgause returned to Alabasta a few days ago and made a life card for Su Yu, so that he could accurately find Fairy Tale. Su Yu also learned the skills of making life cards from Morgause and prepared to make one for each partner. After 2 hours of busy work, all the commissions were neatly sorted out by category. Robin and Urza unfolded the map and began to mark the commission locations. Nami and Vivi came to Su Yu with a stack of simple commissions. President, what should we do with these 3 no commissions? Nami asked. The 3 no she mentioned refers to commissions with no pointers, no life cards, and no commission money. Let's put it on the task board for now. If we encounter it on the way, we can solve it by the way. Su Yu made a decision. At this moment, Su Yu's eyes swept over a special 3 no commission. He raised his eyebrows slightly and quickly pulled it out before Nami put it away. Looking for the Golden City Shandora. Client Wen Blan Kulik. Haha, President Su Yu, you found an interesting commission so quickly? Let me see, Golden City Shandora, I seem to have heard of this name somewhere. Morgause came over curiously. What? Golden City? Nami's ears instantly stood up and she became energetic all of a sudden. Golden City Shandora is a legendary place in the folk tales of the North Sea. The big talker Nolando once had related records. It is said that 400 years ago, Nolando led an expedition team to find an island full of gold. However, when he went there again, there was nothing there, and the golden city Shandora seemed to have disappeared out of thin air. Robin slowly narrated with his profound knowledge. Tisk, it turns out it's just a lie. Nami lost interest instantly. Not really, the golden country really exists. Suyu asserted calmly. As a time traveler, he knows the golden country of Sky Island very well, and it is a place he has always longed for. This is not only because of the unique customs and the huge amount of gold there, but also because of the wonderful sound of the Golden Bell Tower and the historical text on its base. More importantly, the god of Sky Island, Thunder God Enlil. Or more precisely, the ability of the natural thunder fruit he possesses, is exactly what Suyu is eager to get. His Thunder Dragon Slayer magic has reached 100%. If he wants to go further and enter the Thunder Dragon King mode, he must break through the current obstacles. And Enlil may be able to help him. Before, Suyu intended to go to Sky Island to find out. Now, he has two new reasons. First, there are new partners in the sky waiting for him to meet. Second, this commission from the descendants of Noland. It seems that our next mission has been determined. Myra Jane said with a smile. Are we going to find the legendary golden city of Shandora? Nami and Vivi looked at each other, both showing excitement. Haha, looking for the legendary golden city, this is definitely not to be missed. President Suyu, please allow me to follow and record this feat. Morgans rubbed his hands excitedly. Of course. Suyu nodded in agreement. It will take a few days to get to Gaia where the client is. I will go back to prepare first. After saying that, Morgans Gans left in a hurry. President, there are several commissions nearby. I want to take the newcomers to train. We will meet in Gaia in 3 days. Urza suggested. Then go quickly and come back quickly. If you come back late, don't miss the wonderful show. Suyu smiled and reminded. Chapter 52 Reward Time. With a roar, 3 magic powerboats sped out from the lower cabin of the ferry. Urza led the team and headed quickly towards the island where the client was. The departure of the 6 people and a duck made the originally lively guild suddenly empty, leaving only Suyu and Myra Jane. After several days of noise, the ferry finally ushered in tranquility. Suyu saw Myra Jane coming, and without hesitation, he immediately stretched out his arms and hugged her in his arms. Because the team has always acted collectively, Suyu rarely has the opportunity to be alone with Myra Jane. Mirajana's personality is not as outgoing as Juvia, and she will not take the initiative to ask, so Suyu decided to take the initiative. However, just when Suyu wanted to continue, Myra Jane handed him a stack of commissions. So many? Suyu asked in surprise. Because you are the president, everyone is busy, how can the president be idle? And you are very efficient. Mirajana's mouth corners slightly raised, with a hint of provocation. I am efficient? Myra. Are you challenging me? Suyu responded with a smile. Well, if the president can finish it quickly, then before everyone comes back, the president can do whatever he wants. Mirajana's cheeks flushed slightly. Oh? Really anything? Suyu narrowed his eyes slightly, revealing a hint of cunning. Of course. Myra Jane answered firmly. It's a deal. Suyu snapped his fingers, and then his figure flashed, turned into a flash of lightning, and disappeared on the ship. 2 days later, Suyu completed all the commissions and returned to the ferry. Wow, it's done so quickly? You're worthy of being the president. Myra Jane exclaimed. Thanks to your reward, Myra, for giving me motivation. Suyu replied with a smile, his eyes revealing his deep affection for Myra Jane. President, you're so awesome. Mirajana's face turned redder, and she wanted to escape to the kitchen to prepare food. However, Suyu appeared in front of her in an instant and hugged her again. I want to try something else now than the food you made. After hard work, a cup of tea and a pack of snacks always bring great satisfaction, and for Suyu, this feeling is particularly profound. After 2 days of anticipation, I finally spent a good time with Myra. This feeling was stronger than usual, and the same was true for Myra. However, the only slight shortcoming was that the time for this reward was too short. Only half a day later, Urza's team of 6 people and 1 duck returned triumphantly. Nami lay on the dining table and said weakly, "Miss Myra, I'm starving. Please get me something to eat first." Myra Jane hurriedly began to prepare food, and Urza asked with concern, "Myra, what's wrong with you? Are you feeling unwell? Or let me do it?" Myra Jane waved her hand, indicating that she was fine, and asked Urza to go to rest. After dinner, the girls of Fairy Tale rested and fell asleep soon. The 2 days of running around really made them tired. No words were spoken all night. The next morning, on the Gaia Island of the Grand Line, the captain of the ape group, Mazra, who looked like an ape, walked to a man with a diamond face and chestnut head. This man was Wen Brown Kulik, the descendant of the big talker Nolando 400 years ago. "Dad, did you stay up late again?" Mazra asked. "It's all because of that letter from Morgause. I waited for 3 days in vain. Will Fairy Tale come or not? Don't tell me Morgause is teasing us." Kulik complained, and the captain of the gorilla pirate group, who looked like a gorilla beside him, also shook his head. The 3 of them, a human ape, a gorilla, and Kulik, formed the Saruyama United Army. For more than 10 years, they have been looking for the legendary golden town Shandora. Sometimes Kulik himself doesn't believe that this place really exists. However, in order to clear the stigma of his ancestor Nolando as a big talker, he decided to give it a try and fight against fate. 3 days ago, the messenger bird brought a letter from Morgause, which only said one sentence: "Fairy Tale has accepted your commission, get ready to welcome President Suyu." When Kulik saw the letter, he was excited. He was just trying it out, but he didn't expect to get a reply. Since then, Kulik has been waiting by the sea, motionless for 3 days. He had a hunch that this opportunity was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and if he missed it, he might never realize his wish in his lifetime. "Dad, go take a rest, we'll keep an eye on it for you," Masla advised. Suddenly, Kulik stood up, staring at the sea level, his body trembling slightly. Because he saw the ship of Fairy Tale. Chapter 53, Landing on Sky Island. At the ruins of Gaia Island, the ferry slowly came ashore and stopped. "You are the Wenbulan Kulik who asked us to help find the Golden Country, right?" Suyu asked lightly. "Yes, I am Wenbulan Kulik." The middle-aged uncle with a diamond-shaped face and chestnut hair answered nervously. Suyu was about to continue talking, but was stopped by Kulik interrupted. "I know, President Suyu, I was too anxious last time and forgot to put in the commission. Here are all my savings, you take it first, if it's not enough, I'll find a way to make it up." As he said that, Kulik pushed a bag of gold in front of Suyu, which was his savings from years of salvaging from the seabed. As soon as Nami saw the gold, her eyes lit up immediately. They helped several islands in the past 2 days, but they didn't get much money. Because the people on those islands were too poor, even more difficult than the people in Kokoyasi village. Although Nami loved money, she was embarrassed to ask for more, and she also distributed the treasures she got from defeating pirates to the poor. Although she didn't make any money, Nami liked this feeling. Of course, it would be better if she could make money, just like now. She thought it was another mission with no money to earn, but she didn't expect to see so much gold as soon as she arrived. "That's enough." Suyu nodded lightly, asked Nami to take the money, and then turned back to the ship. Seeing this scene, the ape and gorilla became anxious, thinking that their father was bullied, and the other party was not here to help, but to blackmail. Their father was treated like this, and the 2 monkey sons certainly couldn't stand it, and they immediately rushed to help. At this moment, Suyu turned around suddenly, with a sharp look, and frightened the ape and gorilla to stand still. "What are you guys doing there?" Why don't you get on the boat quickly? Don't you want to find the Golden Country? Suyu asked directly. Ah! The three of them were stunned, and then they quickly agreed and jumped on the boat in a hurry. President Suyu, I didn't tell you everything about the Golden Country in the power of attorney. Let me tell you in detail. When Blankolik just opened his mouth and was stopped by Suyu. No, no. Suyu waved his hand and told him not to say anything more. When Blankolik was stunned, and he kept muttering in his heart, they are not even interested in my intelligence. Are they really here to help us find the Golden Country? Or do they not only want gold, but also want to sell us to the navy? The faces of the apes and gorillas became more and more serious, and they felt that the future was bleak. Uncle Kulik, my president knows much more about the Golden Country than you do, just follow us. Nami explained with a smile. President Suyu, do you really know the location of the Golden Country? When Brown Kulik asked anxiously. Of course I know, you have been looking for it on the seabed, of course you can't find it, because the Golden Country is not on the seabed, but in the sky. Suyu looked up and pointed to the sky. What? Kulik and the other two widened their eyes, deeply shocked by this fact. Then, something even more surprising happened to them. Suyu lightly tapped the deck with his right foot, and the gravity magic was instantly cast. Under the effect of reverse gravity, the ferry suddenly rose up, soared into the sky, and flew to the sky island 10,000 meters high. Although the ferry can fly, vertical ascent is still faster with gravity magic. Wait a minute, I haven't boarded the ship yet. The voice of the News King Morgaus came. Suyu waited for a while, and after Morgans boarded the ship, he used gravity magic with all his strength, and the ferry rose rapidly. 5 minutes later, the ferry arrived at the White Sea, 7,000 meters above the ground, and the speed slowly dropped. Everyone felt the pressure of overweight on their bodies slightly relieved, and hurriedly took a deep breath. Golden Country is really in the sky. When Brown Kulik looked around nervously. On the other side, the girls of the Fairy Tale Guild were full of excitement. For them, this mission was more like an adventure journey that they longed for. The ferry slowly shuttled through the cloud trails on the island, and finally arrived in front of an arch engraved with Gate of Heaven. The old woman guarding the gate had a sour face, as if she wanted to ask something from them, but Suyu seemed to ignore it and continued to move to a higher place on the island. President, what did the old lady say just now? Urza asked curiously. She seems to say that each of us has to pay 1 billion entrance fee. Robin said in a serious tone. Don't scare me, Robin. She must be welcoming us. Nami waved her hands repeatedly, unwilling to believe the fact that she had to pay. 5 minutes later, the ferry penetrated the last layer of thin clouds and arrived at an altitude of 10,000 meters. In front of us was an endless white sea, shining brightly under the sunshine, so beautiful that it was intoxicating. Wow, it's so spectacular! Is this the view at an altitude of 10,000 meters? It's just like a real fairyland. The girls were amazed and stared at the beautiful scenery in front of them. Gaia! That's the lost Gaia! 400 years ago, the Golden Country did not sink to the bottom of the sea, but was washed up to the sky by a huge ocean current. My ancestor Nolando did not lie, the Golden Country really exists. When Brown Kulik held the railing of the boat with both hands, his eyes wide open, staring at the huge island in the distance without blinking, and tears welled up in his eyes. Great! It's really great, Dad! The ape and the gorilla were also moved to tears. Ha 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 ha, the Sky Island at an altitude of 10,000 meters, the legendary Golden City of Shandora, this is definitely a big news that will shock the world. Morgans laughed excitedly, and kept pressing the shutter of the camera to record all the scenes along the way. President, are we going to the Golden City now? Nami asked impatiently with golden light flashing in her eyes. No hurry, before that, we have to pick up someone. Suyu replied. In the sky as high as 10,000 meters, there is a village wrapped in clouds, the Hidden Cloud Village. This village has been the aboriginal inhabitants of Gaia Island, the Shandia people for 400 years. Habitat. At this moment. Really, Wendy, how many times have I told you not to force yourself? And you Shandians, don't take risks recklessly just because Wendy can heal you. A little white cat put her hands on her hips, and her childish voice revealed a sense of blame. Okay, Xiaolulu, I'm fine. Shandian's friends are eager to take back our home. Alas, if everyone is here, it will definitely help a lot. Wendy, the Sky Dragon Slayer, sighed and seemed a little helpless. Just then, a voice interrupted their conversation. Wendy, look, there is a ship outside the village, and the logo on the ship is the same as yours. Aisha, a girl from the Shandian tribe, ran over in a hurry and said anxiously. Chapter 54 400 Years of Gathering. On the Sky Island, there is a cloud-hidden village, which is the habitat of the Shandian tribe. A great change caused Gaia Island to rise up to 10,000 meters in the sky. This land, which originally belonged to the Shandians, was forcibly occupied by the then god of Sky Island and renamed Apogado, which means the Island of God. Due to the harsh high-altitude environment and lack of oxygen, even with the warrior Kalgara leading them, the Shandians were forced to retreat and established the Hidden Cloud Village near the Island of God. Since then, the Shandians and the residents of Sky Island have been fighting for the island for 400 years. It was not until 5 years ago that the dispute came to a temporary end, but not because either side won a decisive victory, but because of the intervention of an outsider, Enelu. He led the god soldiers and defeated both Sky Island and Shandian with his powerful strength, and proclaimed himself the new ruler of Sky Island. Since then, the opponents of the Shandians have become Enelu and his god soldiers, and occasionally the old gods of Sky Island have participated, resulting in a constant three-way melee. However, just 3 days ago, things took a turn for the better. Wendy, the Sky Wizard of the Fairy Tale Guild, was summoned by Xiaolu to the Sky Island in the pirate world. Wendy and Xiaolulu, who had just arrived, met Gonfer, the old god of Sky Island, and were warmly received by him. Not long after, Gonfer left for some reason, but was unexpectedly involved in the conflict between Shandia and the Divine Soldiers. The three parties fought fiercely and suffered heavy losses. At this time, Wendy tracked Gonfer's trail to the battlefield. Witnessing the tragic condition of the wounded, the kind-hearted Wendy immediately cast sky magic to treat the wounded of Shandia. Many seriously injured and endangered Shandia warriors were miraculously saved by her treatment. Therefore, the Shandia people who originally rejected outsiders accepted Wendy and Xiaolulu, and regarded Wendy as a saint. Even Gonfer, the old god of Sky Island, benefited from this and was no longer an enemy of the Shandia people. The relationship between the two tribes was eased and no longer on the verge of breaking out. On the vast white sea outside the Hidden Cloud Village, the ferry sailed through the waves. Look, there's a village over there that's actually built on the clouds. Nami exclaimed. It's incredible, there's an island 10,000 meters in the sky, and there are people living in the clouds. Urza was also amazed. Although she had a lot of experience, this was the first time she encountered such a wonder in her fairy tale journey. Imagine being on the soft clouds with the president. Oh, no, just thinking about it makes me suffocate. Juvia sometimes laughed foolishly and sometimes gasped for breath. The legendary Golden Town Shandora, if it really exists, then are the related legends and history here also true? Robin thought of this, and an excited expression appeared on her face. This scenery is so shocking, but President, why did you bring us here? Myra Jane asked in confusion. Hehe, we'll know in a while. Suyu smiled mysteriously. Look, the residents over there don't seem to be very friendly. As soon as the voice fell, the sound of whistling wind was heard. The Shandia warriors, led by the war ghost Weber, stepped on the shell equipment, galloped on the white sea, and quickly surrounded the ferry. Who are you? What is your intention here? Mantis Kamachili asked sharply. Looking at your clothes, you don't look like people from Sky Island. Are you from Qinghai? Are you from Qinghai? Shandia's beautiful warrior Lakai judged sharply. Go back quickly, Qinghai people, you are not welcome here. Shandia's strongest warrior, War Ghost Weber roared. I give you 3 seconds, 3, 2. Seeing that the burning cannon was about to fire. Wait, don't move, Weber, Lakai, don't do it, they are the partners of Fairy Tale that Wendy and Xiaolulu are waiting for. Look at that logo. The young Shandia lowly girl Aisha hurriedly screamed to stop them. That logo? Really? It's the same as Wendy and Xiaolulu's. The Shandia warriors all widened their eyes, full of shock. Then, the girls' surprised cheers rang out, President, everyone! The little white cat Xiaolulu performed wing magic and landed lightly with Wendy on the deck of the ferry. Wendy, Xiaolulu. Wendy and Xiaolulu are back. Urza, Juvia, and Myra Jane were surprised. Urza, Myra, Juvia, and President, Woo-woo, you are finally here. Wendy excitedly came forward and hugged the familiar partners and the President tightly. Wendy? Xiaolulu? Are they also members of Fairy Tale? Vivi asked curiously. Well, it seems so. The members of Fairy Tale are all over the place, not only on the boat, don't ask for details. Nami explained to Vivi, Robin, and others based on Suyu's previous explanation. Oh. Vivi nodded blankly. And the smart Robin naturally didn't delve into why there were partners on Sky Island. Wendy, come, let me introduce everyone. These are the members of Fairy Tale, Nami, Vivi, Robin, Marion, and Superfast Duck Kalu. Everyone, this is Wendy and Xiaolulu. Urza introduced both parties. With the partners sign, Nami and others quickly became familiar with Wendy. On the other hand, because of Wendy's relationship, the hostility of the Shandia warriors towards Suyu and others also disappeared. Everyone, they are the president and partners of Fairy Tale that I often talk about. Wendy proudly introduced Fairy Tale to the Shandia people. Since they are Wendy's partners, they are also our Shandia friends. Everyone, go and prepare wine and food. The old chief of Shandia ordered enthusiastically. At this moment, the old chief's eyes were attracted by a chestnut head in front of the statue of the great warrior Kalgara. Looking at the familiar chestnut head, the old chief suddenly widened his eyes and walked forward quickly. Could it be, are you the descendant of Nolandu? When the name Nolandu was mentioned, the originally calm Shandia boiled again. Shandia's strongest warrior, War Ghost Weber, also hurried forward and came to Wen Brown Kulik. Yes, I am the descendant of Nolandu. My ancestor Nolandu once had this statue and the great warrior Kalgara. Before Wen Brown Kulik finished speaking, War Ghost Weber's eyes were red. That's right, Wen Brown Nolandu and my ancestor, the great warrior Kalgara, are best friends. 400 years ago, due to the surging sea current, Nolando was misunderstood as a big talker and died unjustly. The great warrior Kalgara also died of depression because he failed to fulfill his promise with his friend. Today, 400 years later, the descendants of the two reunited in front of the statue of the great warrior Kalgara, drawing a perfect end to this friendship that spanned time and space. Oh, reunion after 400 years, how romantic! News King Morgause shouted excitedly. Chapter 55, Expel Enel. The descendants of explorer Wen Brown Noland and Shandian warrior Kalgara finally met again 400 years later. In the past 400 years, the Shandian people have been eager to return to their homeland. Not only do they miss their hometown deeply, but they also dream of ringing the golden bell and fulfilling the oath of their ancestors. At the same time, Noland's descendants have never given up looking for the golden country. It was not until Kulik's generation that the 400-year dream of the Wen Brown family came true with the help of Fairy Tale. Haha, it's amazing. It's really amazing. In addition to the people directly involved, the most excited person is the News King Morgause. He knew the story of Nolando Big Liar circulating in the North Sea very well. He used to think it was just a childhood story and thought it was made up by Nolando. However, since he heard that Silju took this task 3 days ago, he had a faint expectation in his heart. With his intuition as a senior journalist, he asked Silju to go with him. As a result, his intuition made him catch another big news. It turned out that when Brown Nolando was not a big liar. The golden city Shandora really existed, and it did not sink to the bottom of the sea, but flew to an altitude of 10,000 meters. The descendants of the Shandians and Nolando, reunited after 400 years. This news will definitely make a sensation in the whole sea. In addition, the Golden City and the Golden Bell Tower mentioned in Nolando's story. When Morgause thought of this, he was so excited that he trembled all over. Old Chief, Wendy, and Xiaolulu mentioned that Fairy Tale can help us deal with Enel. Why don't we ask them for help? The little girl Aisha said expectantly. But is this really appropriate? Enel is a dangerous person, and Fairy Tale is our honored guest, and they are also bringing the descendants of Nolando. How can we let them take risks? The old chief seemed a little hesitant. Chief Shandia, don't hesitate anymore. Fairy Tale and President Silju are the best on the sea. When Bron Kulak understood Shandia's predicament and then introduced the strength and reputation of Fairy Tale to everyone in detail. If they asked Silju to fight against Enel just because of Wendy, the Shandians would feel uneasy. But if they were formally commissioned according to Wen Bronkolak's suggestion, the situation would be completely different. As for the commission fee, gold is worthless to the Shandians, so they naturally don't care. Well then. The old chief finally made up his mind and walked in front of Silju. President Silju, although it's a bit abrupt, please listen to my request if possible. Please ask President Silju to help us expel Enel, rekindle the flame of Shandora. The old chief bowed deeply and issued a formal commission to Silju and Fairy Tale on behalf of the Shandia clan. Gulp! Gulp! All the men, women, and children in Shandia stared at Silju nervously, waiting for his answer. President Wendy widened her eyes and looked at Silju expectantly. During the 3 days here, she learned about the history of Shandia from Aisha. The kind-hearted Wendy naturally wanted to lend a hand, but she knew that her strength was limited. If it was the president, it would definitely work. Wendy was convinced of this. Of course you can. Silju replied with a smile. Sandia, I accept your commission. Myra, prepare the relevant documents. This visit to Sky Island was Silju's main purpose. How could he refuse? The commission documents were quickly drafted, and the cooperative relationship between Sandia and Fairy Tale was formally established. Since we have accepted the task, let's fight quickly. Old Chief, you prepare the wine first, we will return triumphantly soon. Silju gave an order and set off immediately. His vigorous attitude made the old chief and his party a little stunned for a while. When they came to their senses, the ferry had already set sail and headed straight for the island of God, Arpa Yard. Weber, is this Fairy Tale reliable? They set off without knowing the number and ability of the enemy, and except for the president, the others are all girls. The Shandian warrior Mantis Kamachiri was full of doubts. Before he finished speaking, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his calf. It turned out that the little girl Aisha kicked him hard. Stupid Kamachiri, Wendy said that her president is very powerful. Just wait and see. Even Enel will be severely punished. Aisha said confidently. No matter what, we can't wait here. Notify all the warriors who can still fight and prepare to set off. The war ghost Weber gave the order decisively. The Island of Gods, that is a wonder supported by a huge beanstalk. It stands proudly on the second level of the island cloud. It is a holy place where gods live. Under the white headscarf, the big-eared Enel is leisurely leaning on the soft plush chair, with a bright red apple in the corner of his mouth. It's really lively today. The Shandian people seem to never learn a lesson. A cold smile appeared on the corner of Enilo's mouth. With the powerful electricity of the thunder fruit and the advanced observation haki of the heart net, he can easily see through all the movements on the entire Sky Island. Therefore, any sound coming from the hidden cloud village where the Shandayans live cannot escape his ears. Lord Enilu, do you need me to lead the troops to deal with them? The burly captain of the divine soldiers, Dashan, proposed respectfully. No need, if they all die, won't I lose my entertainment? But Enilu changed the subject, and a cruel light flashed in his eyes. The Shandayans can be kept for the time being, but those Qinghai people who broke in without permission this morning tell the 4 priests to prepare some tests for those Qinghai people. After saying that, Enel's mouth showed a cruel smile again. Chapter 56 Sky Dragon Slayer. On the White Sea at an altitude of 10,000 meters, the ferry broke through the waves and rushed forward at full speed. 10 minutes later, an island came into sight. Only 1 minute later, the God's Island Arpayard was clearly visible and close at hand. The ferry followed the waterway leading to the island and slowly entered the island. The plants on this island are too exaggerated. Nami exclaimed. Maybe it's because there is plenty of sunlight, the plants grow very fast. Robin explained. Haha, this is the legendary Golden Land Shandara's Gaia Island. Who would have thought that the island would fly to the sky? Morgans, the war correspondent, laughed excitedly, and the camera in his hand kept taking pictures and recording all the scenes. Soon, the ferry arrived at the end of the waterway. An ancient altar appeared in front of everyone. Morgans spread his wings, flew onto the altar, and began to record. Myra, switch to flight mode. Suyu instructed. Understood. Myra Zhen manually operated, and the ferry entered the flight state and slowly rose. Wait for me. Morgans shouted hurriedly, waving his big wings to fly back. Suddenly, a sharp sound of breaking wind came. Morgans was startled, and instinctively turned and jumped, barely avoiding the attack in the air. Who dares to sneak attack me? Morgans looked up and glared. This guy can talk and react quickly, just catch him to entertain Master Enel. The man riding the big bird said to himself. What? Morgans was furious. Since he became the leader of the dark world, no one dared to talk to him like this. Treat him as an animal, a rare species, and want to catch him for entertainment. This is absolutely intolerable. Bitch, in front of my Sky Knight Shura, why don't you surrender quickly? The priest Shura shouted sternly and attacked Morgans again. I number, % at. Morgans cursed and dodged left and right. Although he was not strong in combat, he was a great escaper. Otherwise, he would not have made a name for himself in the dark world. After several rounds, Morgans finally managed to escape back to the ferry. With Suyu as his backing, Morgans immediately became confident and arrogant. You guys from Qinghai, your trespassing this morning made Lord Enel very angry. If you don't want to further anger the gods, you should know what to do. Sky Knight Shura said arrogantly. However, the girls on the ferry seemed to be deaf to his intimidation and threats, and were busy vying for the first chance to fight. Finally, after a round of drawing lots, Wendy luckily won the chance to fight in the first battle. Damn Qinghai people, stop kidding. Do you know who I am? I am the priest in charge of the rope trial with a survival rate of only 3%, Sky Knight Shura. Listening to the girl's argument, Shura was so angry that his face turned blue. Ha 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 ha. Seeing this scene, Morgan slaughed out loud, triumphantly. What Sky Knight, you are nothing but a frog in a well. Who do you think you are facing? The person standing in front of you is a member of Fairy Tale. Wendy, go ahead. Don't be nervous, relax. You can do it. Encouraged by Urza, Myra Jane and others, the Sky Priestess Wendy nodded firmly. I will do my best. Then let's start. Xiaolulu cast a spell to equip Wendy with wings, and the two flew into the sky together. It turned out to be you. I remember you. You are the girl saved by Gonfer. You dare to go against me. You are really overestimating yourself. Sky Knight Shura sneered repeatedly, not taking Wendy seriously at all. Wendy's expression was firm, and she was not affected by him at all. The strong wind wrapped around her arms and turned into the shape of dragon wings. Sky Dragon Wing Attack. Wendy launched an attack, and the powerful storm dragon wings slapped Shura. What? Shura was shocked, his pupils shrank suddenly. He hurriedly manipulated the 3-foot bird to circle and avoid, but even so, the shock wave that followed still made him and the 3-foot bird shaky. Tianlong's wave wind. Wendy took advantage of the victory and waved her hand. A huge tornado was formed instantly and raged everywhere. The arrogant and domineering Sky Knight Shura was beaten and fled, no longer having the previous prestige. Ha ha ha, great fight. Miss Wendy, you are really the pride of fairy tale. News King Morgause laughed. Wendy is so powerful. Nami and Vivi both widened their eyes, full of surprise. Originally, seeing Wendy's weak and unconfident appearance, they were a little uneasy about her participating in the competition. However, after seeing Wendy take action with their own eyes, they realized that Wendy, who looked weak on the outside, was actually much braver than them. Something seems wrong. Robin frowned slightly, as if he noticed something strange. There are so many lines in the sky. Marion, who was originally leisurely, also noticed something wrong. Then, the battle situation in the sky suddenly changed. Wendy and Xiaolulu, who were chasing the Sky Knight Shura, suddenly stopped. What's going on? Wendy tried to break free in panic. When did these lines? Xiaolulu's face suddenly changed. Ha 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 ha. Sky Knight Shura panted and laughed. I admit that you do have some skills, but now you have completely fallen into my rope trial trap, and there is only one way to die waiting for you. Shura said coldly. He had secretly set up a rope cloud trap while running away. People who break in without preparation will be silently entangled by the rope cloud, and finally unable to move, and can only be at the mercy of others, just like Wendy and Xiaolulu now. Oh no! Wendy and the others have been captured. Nami and Vivi were extremely anxious. Don't worry. Urza said calmly. Wendy will be fine. Myra Jane was not nervous at all either, and had full confidence in Wendy. 3-foot bird, burn them to death with fire. Sky Knight Shura gave the order. The 3-foot bird received the order, opened its mouth, and the flame shell inside sprayed out blazing flames, rushing towards Wendy and Xiaolulu. Facing the approaching flames, Wendy calmed down instead. Even if her hands and feet are tied, so what? She is the Sky Dragon Slayer. The Sky Dragon's Roar. Chapter 57. Is Enel very strong? Despite the restrictions on her limbs, Wendy can still launch an offensive. As a Sky Dragon Slayer who can swallow air, she only needs to open her mouth, and the surrounding air will be sucked in by her, and then spit out through her mouth, turning into the roar of the Sky Dragon. With a loud bang, a strong wind whistled out, instantly engulfing the flames ejected by Yan Bei. The wind not only did not weaken the fire, but helped it, making the flames more turbulent. Under the wind, the flames and Wendy's roar intertwined, forming a terrifying fire tornado, rushing straight towards the Sky Knight Shura and Sanshang bird, surrounding them. What? Sky Knight Shura exclaimed. He never expected this to happen, and it was too late to avoid it. The fire tornado swept past, burning Shura and Sanshang bird to death. Ha ha ha, you asked for this. I warned you a long time ago that you are facing fairy tale. Morgans laughed heartily. The Witch of the Sky. This is the power of the Sky Dragon Slayer. Like the President, he has the strength to compete with the dragon. Nami, Vivi, and Robin were all amazed. Also deeply shocked by this scene was the old man riding a spotted Pegasus, Gonfer, the former god of Sky Island and now the Sky Knight. Not long ago, when he was resting in the land beyond the clouds, he noticed the battle on the island of gods, and immediately rode Pegasus Pierre to witness this unforgettable scene with his own eyes. The girl he met and took in a few days ago defeated the Sky Knight, who was difficult for him to defeat with just a roar. Is this still the Wendy he knew? Another Pegasus rider. Hey, old man over there, are you also a subordinate of God Enel? Morgans shouted loudly. No, 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 he is Master Gan, not a bad guy. Wendy saw this and hurriedly defended the dazed Gonfer. Not long after, Wendy and Gonfer landed on the deck of the ferry together. President, I did it. Wendy walked forward happily. Thank you for your hard work. Suyu smiled and nodded, stroking Wendy's head. Hee. Wendy's face was suddenly filled with happiness. By the way, President, this is Ganye I mentioned to you. When I was helpless, it was Ganye who took me in. Ganye, this is my President Suyu, and our fairy tale partners. Wendy hurriedly introduced the two parties. Wendy is so grateful that you take care of her. Suyu nodded. No, 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 I didn't do anything. Gonfer waved his hands repeatedly, and then his expression became serious. Wendy and her partners, I'm here to take you away from Sky Island, the sooner the better. Leave? Why? Urza asked. You defeated the priest Shura, and Enel will never let you go. It's not too late to leave now. Gonfer said anxiously. But, we are here to defeat the so-called god Enel. Nami said. Ah! Defeat Enel? Gonfer was stunned. A minute later, when he learned from Wendy that they had accepted Shandia's commission to defeat Enel, Gonfer's eyes widened, and he was shocked. Enel's power has surpassed that of humans, are you really? Maybe the so-called god Enel is strong, but our president is stronger than him. Robin said calmly. The other girls also agreed with this. Hesitated for a moment. Gonfer chose to believe. Then, I have something to ask you. Gonfer knelt on one knee in front of Suyu. I am the previous god of this Sky Island. Because of my incompetence, my subordinates were enslaved by Enel, so please save them. Gonfer asked. We in fairy tale don't like this. Instead of kneeling down to beg, why not just write a letter of authorization? Suyu smiled. Myra handed over the letter of authorization in time. Gonfer took it and finished writing it under Wendy's guidance. Commission, established. Previous god Gonfer, I also received your commission, come with us. The ferry took off and headed deep into the forest. Soon, the ferry entered a strange forest, with countless spherical clouds floating above it. Hey, why are those clouds round? Wei stretched out her little hand curiously, wanting to touch one of the spherical clouds. Don't touch it. Gonfer's face changed drastically, and he hurriedly stopped him, but it was too late. Wei's little hand had already touched the spherical cloud. Bang! A strange toy popped out of the spherical cloud, scaring Wei to sit on the deck. Gonfer breathed a sigh of relief. We've arrived at the territory of the priest Shadley. These ball clouds are used for pranks, and various weapons are hidden inside. If you touch them casually, they may explode. He explained the situation briefly. Hearing that they would explode, Nami, who originally wanted to try, quickly withdrew her hand. Haha, why not try it? Isn't it fun to be scared? Come and try what will pop out. The chubby ball trial priest Shadley suddenly appeared, followed by a dragon made of ball clouds. Those ball clouds contain gunpowder and explode at the touch of a button. Since you said so, I'll give it a try. Robin smiled slightly. Shadley was stunned. Someone actually dared to try it. The next second, something happened that shocked and frightened Shadley. Robin waved his hand lightly, and the surrounding forest seemed to be given life. A huge wooden hand stretched out from the old tree, and with a wave, the ball clouds in the forest were fanned and gathered towards Shadley. All for you. Robin smiled and waved. Ding! The first explosive ball cloud was triggered. Then, boom! Boom! A series of terrifying explosions sounded. Forest Great Enlightenment Sadly, defeated. Chapter 58 Breakthroughs. Spica Cave. Nami, wearing a white silk-made outfit, with the power of the Virgo star spirit clothes, suddenly opened up a huge cave in the swamp cloud land. Swamp Trial Priest and Sky Guardian Gadaz looked confused, and then lost weight and fell into the cave involuntarily. Enel's third priest Gadaz was defeated. Success! Nami, dressed as a maid, excitedly raised her thumb, full of joy. Ms. Nami is so amazing! Wendy clapped her hands in support, with admiration flashing in her eyes. No, in fact, that priest doesn't look very smart. Nami scratched her head shyly and responded modestly. Let's keep going. Suyu smiled slightly and controlled the ferry to the next target. In a corner of the deck, Sky Knight Gonfer looked at the people of Fairy Tale in a daze. First it was Sky Knight Shura, then Forest Great Enlightenment Sadly, and now it was Sky Guard Captain Gadaz. 3 of the 4 strongest priests under Enel's command had been defeated by them. What shocked Gonfer even more was their experience along the way. Normally, it is impossible to encounter priest trials continuously unless you deliberately take a detour. The ferry seems to be sightseeing leisurely, but in fact all the routes are under Suyu's control. As Gonfer guessed, all this was deliberately arranged by Suyu. He deliberately took a detour to find the priest, not only to perfectly complete the commissioned task, but also to make everyone in Fairy Tale feel involved and accomplished. The upgrade of the guild can bring rich rewards to Suyu, and participating in and completing the commissioned tasks will also be of great benefit to Nami and others. At the same time, when Suyu and his party were heading towards the final trial site, the Shandia warriors led by the war ghost Weber also set foot on the land of the Island of God. Weber, come and see, this seems to be that guy Shura, the priest Shura has been solved. Mantis Kamachili pointed at the charred corpse on the ground in surprise and shouted loudly. A few minutes later, another warrior hurried over. Weber, the priest Shadli of the ball trial was also killed. Jabeo brought this shocking news. And Gidaz, the priest Gidaz is also missing. The beautiful warrior Lakai followed closely and added. What? Even Shaydaz and Gidaz were solved. This all done by Fairy Tale. Kamashili's voice was deafening, and the shock in his heart was indescribable. Not long ago, Suyu accepted the commission of Chief Shandia to go to the Island of Gods to defeat Enel. The Shandia warriors, led by the war ghost Weber, also set out immediately, intending to support Fairy Tale and clear obstacles for them. Although Enel is an existence that they cannot match, the priests can still deal with it to some extent. The Shandia warriors split up and went to the locations of the priests. However, when they arrived, they found that the powerful priests had been defeated. Apart from Fairy Tale, they really couldn't think of any other possibilities. Without any intelligence, they can still defeat the priests in succession. If they maybe they can really defeat Enel. Lakai's face flushed with excitement, and there was a glimmer of hope in her eyes. Gather everyone and gather directly to where Enel is. Ignite the flame of Chandra. This kind of thing can't be entirely dependent on others. War Ghost Weber said firmly. Under the huge bean vine, in the ruins of the second cloud layer of the island, inside the residence of God. Gone again. Enel's expression suddenly darkened, and the previous ease and leisure were swept away. Once can be regarded as an accident, twice can barely be said to be coincidence, but the third time, it is certain. At first, his mind waves captured the voice of the Sky Knight Shura suddenly stopped. He did not take it to heart, and even ridiculed Shura for not being favored by God. Then, the second priest Shadli also disappeared. Enel's face became a little embarrassed, but he still tried to maintain the surface calm. Until the third priest Gadaz also disappeared. Enel could no longer stay out of it. He could sense that someone was deliberately looking for challenges and defeating them one by one. Lord Enel, by now, those Qinghai people should have been dealt with. The bloated divine soldier Dashan said flatteringly. It was Shura who was dealt with. Enel responded in a low voice. What? Looking at Enel's inky black face, the godly soldier Dashan was so frightened that he stood there. Convey my order, let all the godly soldier team gather at the Iron Trial. Chapter 59 Total Annihilation. In the core area of the God's Island, on the first layer of Cloud Island covered by the huge bean vine, the dilapidated ancient buildings were full of people dressed like pleasant goat, and the bleating sounds were loud. These people were the godly soldier team that Enelo brought from Bika's hometown. At the front of the team stood the huge godly soldier Dashan, and the two brothers of the forest Great Sorrow Shadley, Zongwu and Xiaohu. At this moment, they were staring at the approaching ferry with their eyes wide open. Wow, it seems that a grand welcoming ceremony has been prepared for us. Wei Wei looked at the gathered godly soldier team, not afraid, but rubbing her hands excitedly. That's perfect. We can solve them all at once, so we don't have to search one by one. Urza drew out her sword. Damn Qinghai people, did you do it? You killed our brother Shadley. Did you kill brother Shadley? Zongwu and Xiaohu asked with red eyes. Yes, I did it. Robin nodded lightly. Dare you admit it? Everyone, attack! At the command of the god soldiers, the entire god soldiers charged. Slashing shells, impact shells, flame shells, all kinds of attacks rushed towards the ferry like a torrent. Buzz! An invisible magic barrier suddenly rose up, easily resisting the fierce offensive of the god soldiers. Then, the girls of Fairy Tale took action. The wind and sand are dancing. Vivi changed into the Scorpio Star Spirit battle suit and rushed towards the god soldiers. The earth is shaking. Nami, wearing the Taurus Star Spirit battle suit, waved her long whip, causing the ground to crack. Sky Wheel, dazzling sword dance. Urza, wearing the Sky Wheel armor, waved her hand lightly, and the flying swords crisscrossed, killing more than 10 divine soldiers in a few rounds. Water Stream Slash. Dragon Claw. The gorgeous magic skills were performed one after another, leaving the Sky Knight Gonfer stunned. He wanted to step forward to help, but the battle scene in front of him did not give him the opportunity to intervene. Why do humans always fall into endless struggles? At the highest point of the island Cloud Ruins, a bald man sat on it, his face full of compassion for the troubles in the world. This man was the last and most powerful priest under Enel's command, the air herder Om, who guarded the Iron Trial that no one can overcome. To end this fight, the only way is to wipe out everyone. Priest Om whispered to himself, revealing a hint of arrogance in his words. At his command, a 10-meter-long giant dog suddenly rushed out from the depths of the ruins, like a beast that escaped from hell, and rushed straight to the battlefield. However, before the giant dog approached the edge of the battlefield, "Stop!" a crisp girl's voice sounded. Bang! The giant dog actually sat down obediently, and soon panted with its tongue sticking out. "Shake hands!" The girl Marion stretched out her little hand, and the giant dog obediently raised its paw and shook hands with her. Under Marion's superpowers, the giant dog has become her most loyal partner. As Marion issued another command, the giant dog jumped up and rushed into the enemy army, starting its invincible journey. In just 2 minutes, all of Enel's soldiers, including the god soldier Dashan, were not spared. On the first floor of the vast Dayun ruins, only Priest Om was left standing. It's sad. If he died directly at the hands of the divine soldiers, it might be easy. But falling into my iron trial, it won't be so easy. Bang! Priest Om's words were not finished yet, and suddenly stopped. Chi-chi! Golden lightning streaked through the sky, and a big foot stepped hard on his face, nailing him firmly to the ground, unable to move. If Priest Om could be a little more humble and not so arrogant, Su might have spared his life and let the girls practice. But Priest Om was always arrogant and insolent. In the end, Yu couldn't bear it anymore and decided to take action himself to teach him a profound lesson. At this moment, Priest Ohm's heart was full of horror. The arrogance and conceit of the past had disappeared without a trace, replaced by a face full of fear and disbelief. He couldn't believe that as the strongest priest, he was easily stepped on without fighting or even seeing the other party. What shocked him even more was Yu's magical way of moving, a flash of lightning, which was the iconic skill of God Enel. But why? Where is Enel? Yu asked coldly. Damn you! Ohm's words were interrupted by blood mixed with teeth in his mouth before he finished speaking. Forget it. Yu stepped lightly. With a click, the priest Ohm's neck tilted to one side and completely lost consciousness. At this moment, a burst of arrogant laughter sounded. Yu turned around and locked his eyes on the mast of the ferry. God Enel finally showed up. Looking at the long-eared boy on the mast, Yu's mouth gradually raised a smile. Today is the day he turns on the Thunder Dragon King mode. Chapter 60 Thunder Dragon King Mode 1. Dragon King Seed, as the name implies, is a seed that contains the power of the Dragon King. This is the mysterious thing produced when Yu's Thunder Dragon Slayer magic reaches its peak, and it is also the only way for him to reach a new realm of Thunder Dragon Slayer magic. As long as the Dragon King Seed can be completely activated, the power of the Thunder Dragon King in it can be released, and it can be integrated with his own magic power. A qualitative change in power will be ushered in. At that time, Yu's combat effectiveness will inevitably increase significantly, and he will enter the extremely powerful Thunder Dragon King mode. However, although this process sounds simple, it is difficult to operate in practice. So far, Yu has tried countless times, and various methods have failed to make the Dragon King Seed have the slightest reaction. Even the multiple upgrade rewards given by the guild have not provided any useful clues. To truly activate the Dragon King Seed, Yu can only explore it himself. According to his speculation, the key to activation may lie in the powerful power of thunder and lightning. If enough thunder and lightning can be absorbed, perhaps the Dragon King Seed can be awakened. In order to verify this conjecture, Yu once ventured into the thundercloud alone in the East China Sea and accepted the baptism of thunder. But even if he absorbed the thunder and lightning of the entire thundercloud, he still failed. Obviously, ordinary thunder and lightning power is far from enough. When it comes to the power of thunder, several possible targets emerge in Yu's mind. The first is the Thunder God Island in the New World, the island where thunder continues all year round. But due to the distance, it can only be put behind for the time being. Then there is the Four Emperors' Big Mom Charlotte Linlin. The Thundercloud homies Zeus she created through the soul fruit is a powerful source of thunder, and more importantly, she can continue to create thunder homies. However, Yu has nothing to do with Big Mom, and it is obviously not appropriate to rashly confront the Four Emperors. The last and most likely choice left is the natural thunder fruit. Sky Island, Golden Town, the natural thunder fruit ability user Enelu. From the moment he set foot on the Grand Line, Yu had been looking forward to meeting Enelu, and now, it finally came true. He looked at Enelu, who was leisurely eating an apple on the mast of the fairy tale. Although the other party had trespassed into the guild's territory without permission, Yu was not angry. After all, in Yu's view, Enelu was simply a gift delivered to his door, a powerful customer who took the initiative to deliver lightning. Thinking of the possible benefits in the future, this little offense is not worth mentioning now. Yahahaha. To be able to do this, I have to say, you did a good job. Enelu squatted on the mast of Fairy Tale and praised with a smile. Even if his priests and divine soldiers were annihilated, he didn't care at all, and he didn't even feel angry at all. In Enelu's eyes, only the strong are qualified to follow him. The priests and the divine soldiers were destroyed because they were not strong enough. The weak were not worthy of following him to the infinite land. In fact, even without Fairy Tale, once Enelu's plan succeeded, he would also conduct a survival trial, and only the 5 strong men who survived in the end would be qualified to become his followers. And now, Suyu and Fairy Tail just cleaned up those useless weaklings for him in advance. The weak are not qualified to enjoy rights, and are not worthy of being God's followers. But you are qualified to kneel before me and swear allegiance to God. Enel arrogantly issued his declaration with a middle school atmosphere. Boy, who the hell are you? You are so arrogant. Do you know who you are facing? War correspondent Morgans was furious and immediately fought back. The one standing in front of you is Fairy Tail. You are the one who should surrender. Why don't you kneel down and beg for mercy? Morganus did not hide his arrogance. Relying on the support of Fairy Tail and Suyu, he kept shouting at the side, not afraid of the other party at all. Fairy Tail. Although Morganus' tone was indeed a bit too much, and even said lines similar to those of a villain, they did have the same idea. To deal with a guy as arrogant as Enel, you really need a mouth cannon master like Morganus to suppress the situation. Otherwise, ordinary rebuttals seem too weak. A minute later, Morganus finally stopped his endless abuse and let out a breath of anger. Enel's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. Humph, it's good that you know you're afraid. But boy, who are you? Morganus asked with a proud eyebrow raised. Enel did not respond, but it was the Sky Knight Gonfer who angrily revealed his identity. Enel. Enel? Is that the Sky Island god? I thought God was so great, but it turns out he is just such a piece of shit. Morgause was full of disdain. Enel still didn't bother to pay attention to Morgause, and his eyes fell on Gonfer. In his eyes, Morgause was just a noisy bird, and it was a loss of status for a god to argue with a beast. Enel, my subordinates, what did you do to them? Gonfer asked harshly. Yeah, ha 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 ha. Enel flashed, and instantly moved from the mast of the ferry, appearing next to Gonfer. What? Morgause's eyes widened immediately, and he was shocked. He has been in the New World for many years, and he knows a little bit of observation haki, but he can't catch Enel's moving trajectory at all. The only thing he can see is the fleeting deep blue electric light. But how is this possible? Isn't Suyu the only user of the thunder fruit in this world? Enel responded to Gonfer casually, don't be nervous, your subordinates are still alive. They are still useful to me. I won't attack them before I complete it. Complete what? Gonfer frowned. You have to look forward to it. At most 1 year, everything will be completed. You will understand then. A subtle smile appeared at the corner of Enel's mouth. 1 year? Don't dream, you don't have that much time, big ear. Morgans instinctively added another sentence, but as soon as he said it, his feathers stood up and he felt bad. You noisy bird man, I have tolerated you for a long time, are you so eager to die? Enel's voice was like thunder, exploding in Morgan's ears. Chi-chi! Deep blue lightning flashed, and in an instant, Morgans was struck by lightning, his body was charred, and he fell directly to the ground and lost consciousness. All this happened too quickly, even a strong man like Urza had no time to react. It was not until Morgans was knocked down that Urza's magic flying sword whizzed in and slashed at Enel's neck. Success! Nami shouted excitedly. The god of Sky Island is just like this. Vivi was also a little stunned. No, it's not over yet. Robin's pupils shrank suddenly, as if she realized something. It's a natural system, this guy is also a natural system. Urza suddenly realized. Sure enough, the current surged, and Enel's severed head quickly returned to its original position, unscathed. He is also a natural system ability user. Nami opened her beautiful eyes and finally understood. The natural system thunder fruit in the natural system, it is also one of the strongest abilities. Robin said Enel's power solemnly. Chapter 61 Thunder Dragon King Mode 2. On the sea, most people think that Suyu is the ability user of the natural system thunder fruit. Even Robin thought so before joining Fairy Tail. It was not until she awakened her magic power that she realized that this was not the case. Silyu was not the user of the thunder fruit at all, and the real thunder fruit was someone else. However, Robin took a look at the smile on Silyu's face, and she felt that Silyu seemed to have anticipated all this, and might even have come specifically for this lightning user. If this was true, then she would not have to worry about anything. Change clothes, Thunder Emperor armor. Urza also saw through Enel's ability, but she did not think about it as deeply as Robin. Her idea was simple: facing a dangerous lightning user like Enel, he must be defeated before he causes greater harm. Thunder Emperor armor is the best choice to deal with lightning enemies. In the fairy tale Civil War, she used this armor to fight against Laxus, which can effectively reduce weak lightning attack. Although Enel is more difficult to deal with than Laxus in terms of elemental immunity to physical attacks, Urza still has the domineering power of this world. Even if it takes a little more effort, Urza is confident that she can take down Enel. Wait a minute, Urza. Silyu suddenly spoke, interrupting Urza's actions. This guy is my prey, Urza, you and everyone should take a break. Silyu said easily. As soon as the voice fell, a golden lightning flashed, and Silyu instantly flashed in front of Enel. Enel, who originally wanted to be arrogant and ruthless, saw Silyu driving the lightning and his pupils suddenly contracted, and his heart was horrified. This scene was exactly the same as Morgan's previous reaction. He was very familiar with this teleportation method, because it was a unique skill of him as a Thunder Fruit ability user, but now, this ability appeared on Silyu. Who are you? Enel was furious and asked harshly. Silyu ignored him and waved his hand gently. Gravity magic lifted up Morgause, who was knocked down by the electric shock, and sent him to Wendy. Wendy understood and immediately cast sky magic to heal Morgause. Although Morgause was not a member of Fairy Tail, Silyu had some friendship with him during this period of time, so he would not stand by and watch him die. Asshole! Do you know what you are doing? You are ignoring the question of God. Enel was completely enraged by Silyu's indifference. God? The god of Chiyunibiu, right? Haha, that's right, children with Chiyunibiu love to call themselves God the most. Silyu sneered disdainfully. Damn it! Although Enel didn't understand the meaning of Chiyunibiu, he could feel from Silyu's tone and expression that this was definitely not a good word. Disappear! Enel was furious and raised his right hand. Deep blue lightning suddenly burst out. Inajima! A strong beam of lightning shot out from Enel's hand, hitting Silyu's body fiercely and completely wrapping him in lightning. Yet, ha 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 ha, this is the fate of challenging God. Enel laughed triumphantly, but the laughter stopped abruptly. He saw in disbelief that Silyu stood there unscathed, even picking his ears leisurely. How could it be possible? Discharge! Enel shouted again. Waving his hand to release even more terrifying lightning, and the lightning column that fell from the sky hit Silyu directly. This time, Silyu did not pick his ears again, but just opened his mouth, and suddenly, the surging thunder seemed to be pulled and sucked into his stomach. Burp, it tastes good, is there any more? Silyu burped with satisfaction, looking relaxed. Enel's eyes widened, his face full of disbelief. Seeing Silyu swallowing the lightning as food, Enel was stunned. As the ability user of the Thunder Fruit, he released an ultra-high voltage current. If the other party just took it hard, it would be barely understandable, but Silyu actually ate the lightning directly. This was beyond Enel's cognition. How could a human eat lightning? Not only Enel, but also Nami, Vivi, Robin, Marion, Sky Knight Gonfer, and the Shandia warriors who had just arrived were all stunned. Oh my god! The president actually ate lightning! Nami shouted in shock. I expected that the president was not afraid of lightning, but eating lightning, how did he do it? Robin widened her eyes, her face full of disbelief. There's nothing to be surprised about. This is one of the characteristics of Dragon Slayer magic. Dragon slayers can strengthen themselves by swallowing corresponding elements. For example, Wendy can swallow the atmosphere, and the president can naturally swallow lightning. Urza explained concisely. So, isn't the president invincible? Vivi's eyes lit up. In theory, it is. The ability of the natural thunder fruit is a huge threat to ordinary people, but for the president, there is simply no chance of winning. Robin analyzed calmly. Although Gonfer didn't quite understand what magic was, he at least understood one thing: the lightning of Enel, which once frightened him so much, could not cause any waves in front of Silyu. This battle is a sure thing. The Shandia warriors, led by the war ghost Weber, were also very excited. It's incredible that man actually ate Enel's lightning. Enel's strongest attack has no effect on Wendy's president. Enel is completely finished now. Ha ha ha, Enel's doomsday is here. The Shandia warriors cheered excitedly, and their laughter resounded through the sky. Enel listened to the ridicule of this group of people, and his mood became worse and worse, and anger rolled in his chest. What's wrong? The so-called middle school god, is this not enough? Is your so-called divine power just this ability? Silyu sneered and mocked. Don't get carried away. This has just begun. I want to see how much lightning you can swallow. Enel shouted with gritted teeth. He took out a golden stick from his back and hit the Megatama drum above his shoulder. With the piercing sound of electricity, surging lightning burst out from the drum. 30 million volts, Thunderbird. With a sharp cry, a huge Thunderbird made of lightning soared into the sky. But that's not all. Enelu then hit the drum on the right. 30 million volts, Thunder Beast. A huge Thunder Beast made of lightning appeared on the ground, shining with lightning and majestic. Thunderbirds circled and dived in the sky, and Thunder Beasts on the ground ran wildly and raged, with pressure spreading everywhere, as if the sky was falling and the earth was collapsing. However, in the face of such a terrifying attack, Silyu's face remained calm. He opened his mouth and sucked. And the Thunder the Bird and the Thunder Beast lost Enel's control in an instant and sank directly into Silyu's mouth, leaving no residual lightning. 60 million volts, Thunder Dragon. Enel was anxious and madly knocked on the thunder drums on both sides. Accompanied by the deafening dragon roar, a huge thunder dragon made of thunder and lightning roared out, majestic and awe-inspiring. However, before the thunder dragon showed its full power, it was swallowed by Silyu again. Not enough, still a little bit. Silyu said to himself. He felt that the Dragon King seed in his body was ready to move, but it seemed that it was still short of the last critical point. To completely activate the Dragon King seed and turn on the Thunder Dragon King mode, there is still a little bit short of a billion. Chapter 62 Turn on the Thunder Dragon King 1. Who? Silyu took a deep breath, and the Thunder Dragon made by Enel was swallowed by him like noodles. This scene made Enel's eyes black and he almost couldn't stand steadily. From the initial Inajima to the Thunderbird, Thunder Beast, and even the Thunder Dragon, Silyu was fearless and accepted all who came, as if his body was a bottomless pit that could never be filled. All these weird things came from the Dragon King seed in Silyu's body. Even a dragon slayer can usually only swallow elements within a limited range, but Silyu can absorb lightning continuously, because all this energy is used to activate the Dragon King seed in his body. That's why he has the ability to continuously devour the thunder power released by Enelu. Is this all the so-called god can do? I know you have stronger moves, don't hide them. If I take action, you won't have a chance. Silyu smiled provocatively, forcing Enel with provocation. Sure enough, Enel was instantly enraged and shouted angrily, "What a joke! Although I don't know what trick you used to offset my thunder and lightning, there is only one real thunder god in this world, and that is me, God Enel." Enel's roar shook the sky. He firmly believed that except for himself, the genuine thunder fruit ability user, no one else in the world could control thunder and lightning like him. Along with his angry emotions, the power of the thunder fruit burst out with all his strength, and thousands of lightning lights hovered around Enel like the tentacles of a demon. The dull drum sounded, and Enel waved the golden stick in his hand, frantically hitting the 3 thunder drums behind him, accumulating all the thunder and lightning power in his body. Boom! Deafening thunder echoed in the sky, and the overwhelming deep blue thunder burst out from Enel's body, surging in all directions like endless waves. Thunder and lightning overlapped and quickly condensed on him, and finally turned into a huge thunder god giant. Yahahaha! 200 million volts, thunder god! Enel's triumphant laughter resounded through the fields like rolling thunder. A huge monster appeared in front of everyone. A giant made entirely of thunder and lightning stood between heaven and earth, with overwhelming power. At this moment, Enel seemed to have transformed into the god of thunder and lightning who controlled the punishment from heaven. The violent aura swept all around, making people shudder. You tiny mortals can't kill gods at all. Now, accept the punishment from God. Yahahaha! Enel, who turned into the thunder god Titan, laughed wildly. And his self-confidence instantly swelled to the extreme. Under the pressure of the thunder god Titan, Gonfer, the Shandia warriors, and even the brave war ghost Weber, couldn't help but fall into fear and despair. This power beyond their cognition was like a natural disaster, which they could not contend with at all. President, can you really eat so much thunder and lightning? Wei Wei clenched her fists nervously, her expression full of worry. Of course. Urza said as a matter of course, our president is a glutton. That's right, whether it's thunder or other food, he can never eat enough. Myra Jane added with a smile, a hint of amusement in her eyes. Then I'm relieved. Go ahead, President, eat that big guy. Nami waved her little fist and shouted excitedly. No problem. Suyu made an okay gesture to everyone, then wiped the corner of his mouth, his eyes full of excitement and desire. The powerful energy of the thunder god giant seemed to be prey in his eyes. As long as he could swallow this huge thunder giant, maybe he could completely activate the Dragon King in his body. Suyu felt the gradually wavering eyes of Enel, and a smile appeared on his face. Dare to be so arrogant in front of God? No matter how arrogant you are, there should be a limit. The thunder god giant Enel roared, trying to cover up his inner wavering. Are you scared? Suyu said in a flat tone, as if he was stating a fact. Afraid? What a joke! God never knows what fear is. Enel retorted emotionally, with a hint of unconscious anxiety in his voice. You are the one who should be afraid. Now prepare to face God's punishment. After saying that, Enel suppressed the uneasiness in his heart, and the fist of the thunder god giant smashed towards Suyu with the power of shaking the sky and splitting the earth. However, at the moment when the fist fell, brilliant golden thunder surged out of Suyu's body, surrounding him like flowing water. Thunder Dragon Jaw! Suyu shouted in a low voice. In an instant, the golden thunder turned into a huge dragon jaw, facing Enel's thunder god fist. The giant jaw closed fiercely, and in just a moment, the dark blue thunder god giant's arm was torn off by the thunder dragon's jaw, turned into lightning energy, and was quickly swallowed by Suyu. How is this possible? Enel was so shocked that he couldn't react. Suyu jumped up and the dragon jaw bit again. His shoulders. Then the waist, torso, head. Suyu continued to bite without hesitation, like a greedy beast, biting the thunder god titan into pieces. Everyone present, whether it was the girls of Fairy Tale or the warriors of Shandia, all stared with wide eyes, unable to believe it. The arrogant thunder god titan didn't even have a chance to fight back, and was swallowed up bit by Suyu. After just a few minutes, only sporadic lightning afterimages of the thunder god titan remained, and Enel's body was exposed, with a weak breath. However, even so, Suyu still didn't stop, and the thunder dragon's jaw opened, swallowing Enel and the last lightning together. When he completely squeezed out all the lightning in Enel's body, he spit it out with disgust. Bang! Enel's body fell heavily to the ground, his face full of confusion and shock. He couldn't understand that his invincible Thunder God Fruit ability, which built a 200 million volt Thunder God Titan, could be so easily broken, and was eaten. This was beyond his imagination. As if it was against common sense. Enel stood up shakily, his face pale, and cold sweat all over his body. His body seemed to be hollowed out, extremely weak. Although he regarded himself as a god, the fact was in front of him after all he was still a mortal with limited physical strength. And the anger just now made him pour out all his strength, showing the invincible Thunder God posture, but he also paid a full price. Now that the old strength is exhausted and the new strength has not yet been born, Enel has almost reached his limit. Since obtaining the invincible Thunder God Fruit, this is the first time he has experienced this state of being on the verge of exhaustion. However, even though Enel is already vulnerable, Suyu is still not satisfied. Suyu had swallowed the Thunder God Giant of 200 million volts. He thought it was enough to activate the Dragon King in his body, but his body told him that it was still a little short of it, just a little short of it. The progress bar of the Dragon King had reached 99.9%, but it had not yet broken through the last barrier. This feeling made Suyu feel a little frustrated. It was as if in his previous life, when he was bargaining at Bing Zixi, he was clearly short of the last knife, but he couldn't cut it down. But this time was different. It didn't matter if Bing Zixi couldn't cut it down, he had to turn on the Thunder Dragon King mode. Chapter 63 Turn on the Thunder Dragon King 2. Suyu's eyes fell on Enel again. The hungry sight made Enel shudder and collapse to the ground. With a flash of lightning, Suyu appeared in front of him in an instant. I haven't started yet, and you can't hold on? Is this the so-called god? Suyu mocked, his tone full of provocation, trying to stimulate Enel's potential again. He knew that besides the Thunder God Titan, Enel had an ultimate killer move, Thunder Welcome, which was enough to destroy countries and islands. If he could eat that, perhaps the Dragon King species could be completely activated. However, this time, Suyu's provocation failed. No matter how he provoked, Enel could no longer respond. Don't you call yourself a god? Keep discharging electricity to me. Suyu grabbed Enel's neck and lifted him up like a chicken. No more, I really not a drop left. Enel blushed and couldn't breathe. At this moment, he finally realized the gap in strength between himself and Suyu. Just as he crushed ordinary people, Suyu crushed him in the same way, even more thoroughly. Unprecedented fear swept Enel's heart, and he trembled all over. What a useless god! Suyu shook his head and mercilessly smashed Enel to the ground like a rag. With a series of dull collisions, Enel's body quickly broke into pieces, and finally collapsed on the wreckage of the island cloud like a dead dog. Suyu raised his hand, and a golden thunder shot out from his hand and hit Enel. His original intention was to give Enel some thunder and lightning, so that he could recover his strength, fight again, and even regenerate a thunder giant for himself to eat. But he soon discovered that the natural ability users in the pirate world did not have the ability to eat the same elements to recover blood. Enel was completely unable to absorb these thunder and lightning, and his physical strength could only be slowly restored through food. Seeing this, Suyu shook his head helplessly and had to give up this plan temporarily. President. The president is so powerful. What kind of god Enel? It turns out to be a paper tiger. The girls of Fairy Tale surrounded him excitedly, smiling and praising Suyu. On the other side, the warriors of Shandia were also excited and came forward to cheer. Enel was knocked down. God Enel really lost. Long life Fairy Tale. Long life President Suyu. Amid the cheers of the warriors, the only wounded man, Morganus, slowly regained consciousness. He limped towards Enel, looked at the guy lying on the ground like a dead dog, was stunned for a moment, and then laughed. Ha ha ha, you little brat have come to this day. I told you to surrender a long time ago, but you insisted on holding on. Now you know the consequences, right? You deserve it. Morgana laughed gloatingly, and even did not forget to kick Enel twice and retaliate fiercely. However, just as Morgana turned to leave, the ground suddenly made a heavy cracking sound. The cracks spread rapidly on the ground, and the surrounding ground began to be overwhelmed and shaky. Boom! Long! Accompanied by a loud bang, the entire battlefield suddenly collapsed. The damage caused by the battle between Suyu and Enel finally caused the island cloud ruins to collapse completely. And with the collapse of the island cloud, the magnificent city hidden under it finally saw the light of day again. Ah! It's the Golden City! Shandora has finally seen the light of day again. The warriors of Shandia were so excited that they could hardly control themselves, shouting in ecstasy, with tears in their eyes. This is Morgans touched the big bump on his head, stood up, looked at the scene in front of him, and was so shocked that he couldn't speak. Yes, this is the legendary Golden City Shandora. Robin, who landed smoothly under the protection of Suyu's gravity magic, said excitedly. What? Golden City? Vivi was shocked and unbelievable. And Nami's eyes were instantly blinded by money, and her eyes were shining, gold. Gold. He ran as fast as he could, looking for the legendary treasure everywhere. However, 5 minutes later, Nami pouted and returned to the crowd with a frustrated look. The president lied, saying that the Golden Country is full of gold, but there is not even a strand of gold here. Where is the Golden Bell? Where is the big bell tower? Where is the big Golden Bell Tower? Nami complained with dissatisfaction, and on the other side, the warriors of Shandia gradually lost their initial excitement because they couldn't find the Golden Bell Tower. Weber frowned. We obviously found the Golden Country, why can't we even see the Golden Bell Tower? What's going on? Urza, Myra, Juvia and other girls turned their eyes to Suyu. They firmly believed that the president would be able to solve this problem. Suyu felt the expectations of the girls, smiled slightly, and temporarily put the matter of the Thunder Dragon King mode aside. Don't worry, gold and the Golden Bell Tower will appear soon. Suyu finished speaking, walked to the bell tower square, and gestured to the sky to measure the height. Boom! Golden thunder shot out from Suyu's hand, hitting the sky, and instantly pierced through the island clouds in the sky. With the roar, a huge object fell from the sky, shining with an extremely bright golden light under the sunlight. Yellow gold! That is the Golden Bell Tower! The golden bell fell from the sky. The girls and warriors exclaimed continuously, staring at this scene in amazement. Suyu jumped up easily, held the Golden Bell Tower that fell from the sky with one hand, and landed steadily. Dang! The melodious bell sounded, like fairy music, spreading throughout the entire Sky Island. After 400 years, the flame of Shandora was ignited again. That night, the entire Golden City of Shandora was brightly lit, and the bonfire illuminated the night sky. Fairy Tale naturally became the center of the banquet and was warmly thanked by the Shandians and Sky Icelanders. However, Suyu's mood did not relax because of this. There are still two problems in front of him that need to be solved. First, despite absorbing the lightning power of Enel, the Dragon King seed still failed to activate successfully, and he needed to find another way. Second, there is a new partner problem that bothers him. With the completion of the Sky Island plot mission, the guild level was upgraded again, and the reward that followed was the summoning of new fairy tale partners. Coincidentally, the location of the summoned partner this time is on Sky Island. However, this new partner seemed a little naughty and played hide-and-seek with them. It had been more than half a day since the summoning, but he still hadn't shown up. Just as Suyu was lost in thought, the little lowly Wendy with blue hair and white silk walked up to him and asked with concern, "President, what are you worried about?" Suyu casually said, "I'm thinking about how to 100% separate the ability of Enel's Thunder Fruit. Wendy, do you have any good ideas?" Wendy was slightly startled, showing a somewhat frustrated expression, "Sorry, President, however, the next second, her expression suddenly became full of confidence, "Of course I have a way." Chapter 64 Swallowing the Thunder Fruit 1. Devil Fruit. This is a specialty of the pirate world, and there are countless mysteries. No one knows where it was born. According to the research theory of Vegapunk, the world's #1 genius scientist, the ability of the devil fruit comes from the wishes of ancient people and is born out of human desires. Of course, this is just an unconfirmed theory. Similarly, there is also a theory about the transmission of devil fruits. According to common sense, after the death of the previous generation of devil fruit ability users, the ability will be randomly reborn. But few people know that the devil fruit ability is sometimes randomly transferred to the nearest fruit. Suryu's eyes were fixed on Wendy, and his mind was full of questions. As a traverser, he knew that the ability of the devil fruit would sometimes be randomly transferred to the nearby fruit after the ability user died, but this process was not completely controllable. Now, he wants to directly obtain the method of Enel's natural thunder fruit ability, especially after the plan to activate the Dragon King species failed. "Wendy, what I said before is a way to separate the power of the devil fruit from others. Do you understand?" Suryu emphasized again, with some doubts in his heart. Wendy nodded gently, her smile still bright. "I understand, President." Suryu hesitated for a moment, and finally chose to believe Wendy, thinking that it would be okay to try anyway. Then, Suryu took Wendy to the cage where Enel was imprisoned. Seeing Suryu, the two guarding Shandia warriors immediately saluted. And Suryu let they retreated to attend the banquet, and told others not to approach here for the time being. After watching them leave, Suryu's eyes returned to Wendy, waiting for her to perform the magic of separating the devil fruit ability. "Hey, President, if I help you separate the devil fruit ability, can you agree to a small request of mine?" Wendy suddenly put forward a condition. "Of course. Not to mention 10 are no problem." Suryu agreed without hesitation. In any case, he never refused Wendy's request, especially when she could help him solve this thorny problem. With the President's words, "I feel relieved." Wendy smiled, then stretched out her little hand, and the crimson magic light slowly spread from her hand, covering the unconscious Enel. "Ah!" Enel's body began to tremble violently, followed by a shrill scream. The arc in his body seemed to be forcibly stripped by some force, and strands of lightning flew away from his body, as if being forcibly drawn out. Suryu saw this and raised his eyebrows slightly. The scene in front of him reminded him of the scene of Akatsuki separating the tailed beasts in the Naruto world. At present, the thunder fruit ability in Enel's body is indeed being separated, but he is still confused. How did Wendy do it? He never remembered that Wendy had this seemingly evil magic. Suddenly, Suryu's mind suddenly flashed with inspiration. The scene in front of him not only reminded him of tailed beast separation, but also another kind of magic similar to magic separation. He finally realized that this was the legendary magic, separation attachment. Separation attachment is a high-level magic that can separate and attach specific power from any object. The person who created this magic has an amazing background. She is one of the 12 shields of the Alvarez Kingdom in the fairy tale world, the Scarlet Despair, Irene. Irene is not only the founder of dragon-slaying magic, but also Urza's mother. She once seized Wendy's body in the final battle between Fairy Tail and the Alvarez Empire, and helped Wendy in some form many times in some of her later battles. Perhaps it was because of this special bond that Wendy mastered this magic. As Suryu's thoughts surged, Wendy's separation from Enel was nearing its end. As the arcs of electricity escaping from Enel's body continued to gather in the air, they finally condensed into a lightning symbol, which was the essence of the Thunder Fruit's ability. However, before Suryu could further observe the lightning symbol, Wendy suddenly waved her hand and cast an additional magic again. The lightning symbol turned into a flash of lightning and quickly rushed into Suryu's body. In an instant, Suryu's body seemed to solidify, but it was not a bad phenomenon. He could clearly feel that as the ability of the thunder fruit entered his body, the Dragon King seed finally began to change. No matter how much lightning it absorbed before, it failed to shake it, but this time it was different. The Dragon King seed was gradually blooming. This means that his direction is finally right. Suyu no longer paid attention to anything in the outside world, and immediately sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and carefully felt the changes in his body. With the integration of the Thunder Fruit's ability, the Dragon King is evolving and transforming. He can feel the power of the Thunder Dragon King mode approaching. Wendy glanced at Suyu, who was concentrating on practicing, raised a smile, and then turned and left. When she came to the clock tower square, Xiaolulu immediately came up to her. "Wendy, where did you go just now?" "Nothing, I just dealt with some things with the president," Wendy answered lightly. Hey Nami, who was a little drunk, came up, and Myra Jane and Juvia also cast curious eyes. "Wendy, the president didn't do anything to you, did he?" Nami asked with a smirk on her face. Wendy was stunned at first, and then couldn't help laughing. "No, he didn't before." She shook her head, but silently added in her heart, "But maybe I can try it in the future." "It's good that you're okay, Wendy, you're still young, wait until you grow up a little bit." Nami looked like a caring sister, and said earnestly. Wendy was a little amused. "Okay, Nami, you're drunk, you should take a rest first." Wei helped Nami to leave helplessly. At this time, Urza also came over. "Wendy, where is the president now?" Wendy looked at Urza quietly, with a strange look in her eyes. Urza was a little confused and touched her face. "What's wrong, Wendy? You look at me like this, is there something on my face?" "Nothing." Wendy smiled. "As for the president, he is doing something very important now, it's best not to disturb him for the time being." After that, Wendy turned and walked towards the ferry. "Hey, Xiaolulu, do you think Wendy is a little different today?" Juvia asked suspiciously. Well, Xiaolulu frowned and thought seriously. "Well, Wendy is Wendy, probably because she drank a little. I told her not to drink." After that, Xiaolulu spread her wings and quickly caught up with Wendy. On the other side, Wendy jumped and boarded the ferry with the breeze, walked into the guild's cabin, stood in the cabin and stared at the floor for a long time, as if thinking about something. It was not until Xiaolulu called her a few times that Wendy followed her upstairs and began to decorate her room. That night, the bonfire of the golden city of Shandora lit up the night sky. Chapter 65 Swallowing the Thunder Fruit 2. The next day, early in the morning, on the clock tower square. After the banquet, people fell to the ground in all directions. In front of the golden clock tower, Robin held her chin with one hand and stared at the base of the clock tower intently. As she expected, the Shandia family and the golden clock tower carried historical memories, but, as in the case of Alabasta, the records on the base of the clock tower were not what she really wanted. It still recorded things about ancient weapons, specifically, the identity and location of the ancient weapon Poseidon. However, Robin had no interest in ancient weapons. "Wow, ha ha ha, I didn't expect to see the historical text that is completely banned by the world government here. It's hidden under the golden clock tower." News King Morgans came up with a smile, looking particularly excited. "I was also a little surprised when I saw it yesterday," Robin responded casually. Morgan sighed and said, "In this world, I'm afraid only Miss Robin can decipher this kind of text." Robin did not respond, but continued to watch in silence. Morgause paused, as if he remembered something. "The O'Hara incident 20 years ago, forget it, let's not talk about it." He quickly stopped this sensitive topic tactfully. Morgause was also very interested in the historical text. He also wanted to know what was recorded on it. Wanted to know the history that the government banned, and even had a strong curiosity about ancient weapons. However, Morgause had been on the sea for so many years, and he knew what he could touch and what he couldn't touch. The historical text was definitely a forbidden area. 20 years ago, O'Hara was completely destroyed because of his historical research, and the only survivor Robin was rewarded 79 million berries when he was young because of this incident. Morgause knew that if he dared to touch the historical text, his head would probably be missing the next day. Just as he was sighing in his heart, Silyu's faint voice came to his ears. Morgause, are you also interested in the historical text? Since you are so interested, Robin, why don't you tell him about it? Silyu said casually. Robin was slightly stunned, then understood, and smiled. Okay, this historical article records. Wait a minute. Morgans interrupted suddenly, quickly covered his ears with his wings, and said in panic, I don't want to know. I don't want to know at all. Don't tease me anymore, President Silyu, I can still tell what can be reported and what can't be reported. Silyu nodded gently, since it's clear, it's good. Morgan's heart trembled, and finally understood Silyu's hint. He was electrocuted by Enel in the decisive battle yesterday and was unable to witness the whole process, but through indirect inquiries, he roughly understood some of the situation. Enel, the god of Sky Island, seems to be the real natural thunder fruit ability user. So, what is Silyu's ability? And the various magical powers of the fairy tale members? These are the explosive news that Morgans originally planned to report, but now he understands that these news must be temporarily suppressed and cannot be easily made public. In addition, another explosive point of the Sky Island incident also needs to be treated with caution. If it were him in the past, Morgause would have reported all the contents of Sky Island without hesitation, especially the legend of the Golden Country. In that case, there would be a frenzy of searching for the Golden Country in the world, and it might even bring disaster to Sky Island. After all, the temptation of the Golden Bell Tower was too great. After careful consideration, Morgause's reason overcame his desire. He gathered Wen Brown Kulik, Sky Knight Gonfer, and the leaders of Shandia together and told them about his plan to report the Sky Island incident. I don't agree to report the Sky Island incident. Let's keep the status quo here. Wen Brown Kulik objected without hesitation. The greed, cruelty, and violence of the pirates worried that once the peace of Sky Island was broken, the pirates would flock to it and bring endless disasters. However, the old chief of Shandia and the war ghost Weber firmly opposed this opinion. No. Nolando has suffered too much injustice for too long, and he can't continue to be ridiculed as a big talker. The old chief said firmly. The ghost of war Weber also supported. If it was the great warrior Kalgara, he would definitely choose to report it without hesitation. How can the reputation of a close friend continue to be trampled on? We can't let Noland continue to endure this kind of mockery just because we are afraid of trouble. Sky Knight Gonfer also expressed his opinion at this time. I agree with Weber's point of view. The reappearance of the Golden Bell Tower means that this secret will be discovered sooner or later. Moreover, it is extremely difficult for the pirates in Qinghai to land on Sky Island. Even if someone arrives by chance, we are not powerless to fight back. That's right, we Sky Islanders and Shandia warriors are not easily defeated. Mantis Kamachili and other warriors echoed. Seeing this, Morgans rubbed his hands excitedly, ha ha ha. Then it's decided, the news of Sky Island can be reported. Previously, Morgans was still uneasy, worried that the news of Sky Island could not be made public. If so, he would definitely be depressed about it. Then, President Silyu, do you have any other opinions? Morgans asked Silyu cautiously. Silyu shrugged his shoulders and said calmly, nothing, I just want you not to report about the historical text. Other things about Sky Island are beyond my control. However, Silyu looked at the scene in front of him and suddenly had some ideas in his mind. Since it has been decided, maybe I can do something. A few minutes later, Myra Jane delivered the item Silyu ordered to Gonfer and Chief Shandia. This is the symbol of fairy tale. The two were surprised. Morgans explained with a smile, ha ha ha. Thank President Suyu. He lent you the flag of fairy tale. With the protection of this flag, ordinary pirates dare not easily come here to make trouble. Gonfer and Chief Shandia were immediately surprised and full of gratitude. The carnival party started again. It was not until the night of 3 days later that Suyu finally got rid of the siege of the enthusiastic Sky Icelanders and Shandia people and returned to the ferry. He was about to have a good rest when suddenly 2 knocks on the door sounded. Suyu opened the door and saw the white silk lowly Wendy walked in gracefully. Now, it's time for you to fulfill your promise, President. Wendy said with a smile. Chapter 66 Meteor Brilliance, Fairy's Heart 1. Late at night, in the fairy's president's room. Blue-haired lowly Wendy asked softly, President, is the integration of that ability going smoothly? Suyu nodded. The natural thunder fruit ability that was stripped from Enel's body has been completely integrated into his body. Not only that, it has also successfully activated the Dragon King species. Now, the Thunder Dragon King mode has been turned on, and it is growing and evolving over time. It's all thanks to your help, Wendy. Suyu stood up and gently stroked Wendy's little head. Wendy smiled slightly, but then calmly slapped Suyu's big hand away. Since everything is going well, it's time for you to fulfill your promise, President. Suyu returned to the chair at the desk and asked calmly, So, Wendy, what do you want me to do? Haven't you noticed yet? What a slow president! Wendy chuckled, with a hint of mischief in her tone. After a long silence, Suyu finally understood something, took a long breath, and whispered, Irene Belzarian, it should be you, right? Correct. Wendy, no, to be precise, it was Irene, who snapped her fingers. A few days ago, Suyu began to be confused. After completing the Sky Island commission, the reward for the guild upgrade was to summon a new partner, but why did this new partner not show up? Although the summoning location is still Sky Island, and Fairy Tale has defeated Enel and saved Sky Island, the new partner did not take the initiative to show up and join the team. Which made Suyu feel strange. He began to worry whether the new partner had an accident, and even went to various places in Sky Island to look for him in person, and even looked for him in the stomach of the big snake Nolan, but fortunately he did not find that the new partner was swallowed. But all this only made things more confusing. Later, Suyu suddenly thought of a possibility. The new partner did not show up, but was always by his side, but he did not notice it. When this idea came out, the first person Suyu thought of was Wendy. Especially on the day of separating the power of Enel's fruit, when Suyu went to thank Wendy, she looked confused, as if she had no idea what was going on. From that moment on, Suyu began to suspect that the separation additional magic might not be a skill that Wendy acquired during the Sky Island mission, but someone else borrowed her body to perform it. This person is Irene Belzarian, Scarlet Despair, one of the 12 shields of the Kingdom of Albaraz, and the Dragon Mother Irene. She is the founder of dragon-slaying magic, and has a deep bond with Fairy Tale, especially with Urza. What's wrong, President, are you scared by my identity? Irene smiled mischievously, turned over and sat on Suyu's desk, her 2 white silk feet swinging back and forth in the air. Suyu reached out and grabbed her swinging feet without hesitation, frowning slightly. You and Wendy should be in a state of peaceful coexistence now, right? Irene nodded, yes. To be precise, I am attached to her body. Usually her consciousness dominates everything, and I can only come out when her consciousness is shaken or she falls asleep. Suyu understood that Wendy had been psychologically shaken by Suyu's words 4 days ago, which gave Irene the opportunity to temporarily control Wendy's body. As long as Irene does not harm Wendy, this symbiotic state is not a bad thing. He also believed that Irene would not lie to him, because, although Irene was not originally a member of Fairy Tale, she has now been summoned by the guild and become a member of Fairy Tale. What's more, Irene's favorability towards Suyu has been maxed out, which Suyu has confirmed from the system panel. In the list of summoned partners, Irene's name and information are clearly displayed, proving that she is already a member of the guild. So, Sister Irene, what do you want me to do? Yu brought the topic back to the beginning. Sister. Erin curled her lips. If you don't like elder sister, then aunt, old woman. Yu gave several names in a row. Crunch, crunch. Erin grinned Wendy's silver teeth. Women are always sensitive to age and the names of others. Even a strong woman like Erin is no exception. Very quickly, Erin regained her composure. She was no longer brought into Yu's rhythm. What I want is very simple. I want a body of my own, a normal body. Erin finally spoke, her tone calm but firm. Yu was not surprised by this request. As the founder of dragon-slaying magic, Erin had made dragons 400 years ago. The power of the dragon was attached to her, and she was completely transformed into a dragon, losing her human senses and emotions. She was almost driven crazy by this dragon state, so she had a strong desire for a normal human body. I don't have what you want now, but I will prepare it for you as soon as possible. Yu nodded in agreement. It was not difficult to find a suitable body on the Grand Line, especially for those female pirates who committed heinous crimes, even nobles or celestial dragons, who could become suitable containers. However, Irene smiled slightly, obviously not satisfied with this answer. She gently pulled her white silk feet out of Yu's hands, pressed them against his chest, and said meaningfully, "President, lying is not good. Don't you already have the best body?" Yu narrowed his eyes slightly, guessing what she meant in his heart, but did not respond directly. The myth of light, the meteor glow, or the heart of the fairy, should still be there, right? Irene asked directly. Yu nodded slightly, confirming her guess. The heart of the fairy is one of the biggest secrets of fairy tale, and it is above the laws of the fairy, the light of the fairy ball and other super magic. It is precisely because of the existence of the heart of the fairy that the wizards on the fairy have unlimited magic power. Even if they are exhausted outside, as long as they return to the ship, their magic power will be restored instantly. How is it, President? Irene smiled and tried. Yu looked calm and shook his head without hesitation, no. His tone was firm, without a trace of room for maneuver. The heart of the fairy was the foundation that he absolutely did not allow anyone to touch. Change it, he said calmly. Tisk, stingy. Irene pouted. Although she was dissatisfied on the surface, she had obviously expected Yu's refusal. However, a sly smile appeared on her face. Since the president is so stingy, I have to punish you a little bit. Irene moved her little feet lightly, slid down gracefully, and finally reached Yu's sensitive position. Yu frowned slightly and grabbed her ankle. You promised me 10 requests, now let me fulfill the first one. Irene smiled slyly, with a bit of teasing in her tone. I'm going to give you a little punishment. Yu. Chapter 67 Meteor Glow, Fairy's Heart 2. The next morning, Wendy rubbed her sleepy eyes and walked into the guild hall, yawning. Good morning, everyone, good morning, Xiaolulu. Xiaolulu saw that Wendy was a little tired, and asked in confusion, Wendy, what's wrong with you? Didn't you go to bed early last night? Wendy looked confused and pressed her sore feet. I don't know, I felt my feet were particularly sore when I woke up this morning, and my socks were missing, and it was Myra who helped me find them. Wendy, here, this is your breakfast. Myra Zhen brought a breakfast, and then brought a cup of coffee to Yu, looking at him with a smile. Yu felt Myra's meaningful gaze, and couldn't help but feel guilty, explaining, don't think too much, there are reasons for this. Myra smiled softly, yes, if the president needs it in the future, just go to my room and get it. Yu. At this moment, Yu felt that his reputation had been completely ruined. He gritted his teeth in his heart, thinking that after helping Irene find a suitable body, he must let her know the price of provoking the president. At this moment, Nami hurried in, so excited that she couldn't even speak clearly. President, President ship, golden ship. The fairy tale followed Suyu to the clock tower square, and saw the golden light shining in the sun. In addition to the golden clock tower, there was another object shining with golden light. It was a huge golden ship. This is the Ark Maxim. Robin's eyes narrowed slightly, and he said thoughtfully, so that's it. The reason why there is no gold in the Golden City is because Enel used all the gold to build this ship. Damn Enel, he emptied the Golden City. Fortunately, he didn't succeed. Nami was indignant, but soon her anger turned into excitement. She happily hugged the golden ship with a look of cherishment on her face. Gonfer and the old chief of Shandia stepped forward and said solemnly, President Suyu, we have discussed it. This ship is the reward for your help. Please be sure to accept it. Suyu looked at the Ark Maxim and fell into thought. Enel has some talent in design and construction. This Ark can fly by charging and can even reach the moon. It is a real treasure ship. However, Suyu already has the omnipotent fairy, and this half-finished Ark is almost useless to him. Just when Suyu was about to refuse, Nami looked at him eagerly, fearing that he would refuse this golden ship. For Nami, this is simply a priceless treasure. Okay, I accept it. Suyu nodded gently. But, Gonfer, can I dismantle this ship? Suyu asked. After all, this is something that the people of Sky Island have worked hard to build. Although it was built by Enel enslaving them, he still wants to confirm it. Gonfer nodded without hesitation and said, of course. This was originally built by Enel enslaving my subordinates. If I didn't think you might be useful, I would have wanted to dismantle it a long time ago. After getting a positive answer, Suyu nodded with satisfaction, and then took action himself, violently dismantling unnecessary wooden boards and structures, leaving only a whole golden frame. Suyu took a magic sword from Urza, his eyes condensed, and he cut and decomposed the golden frame in an instant. Suyu did not have too many concerns about the gold that was made into the Ark. The value of the antiques had disappeared with the construction of the Ark, and what remained was only the material value of the gold itself. President, what do you want to do? Wendy asked puzzledly when she saw Suyu's actions. Suyu smiled mysteriously and kept the suspense, you will know soon. As Suyu's golden thunder surged out of his body, the high temperature of the thunder quickly melted the gold piled up like a hill. Soon, the gold began to melt, and under Suyu's control, it gradually formed the prototype of a bell tower. Others looked at the gradually taking shape of the bell tower, suddenly realized, and all joined in to help. Nami changed into a maid outfit, clapped her hands on the ground, summoned the Spica cave, and a huge pool emerged. Juvia raised her hand and waved, and the pool was quickly filled with water. Suyu continued to control the power of thunder metallurgy. Under the high temperature of thunder and lightning, the bell tower finally took shape, and then he immersed it in the cold pool water for the final quenching treatment. With a hissing sound, water vapor rose up, and Wendy blew gently to disperse the diffuse mist. Suyu took a step forward, raised the golden bell tower shining with golden light with one hand, jumped up, and steadily installed it on the top of the guild of the fairy. So far, the fairy also has a symbolic warning bell, as if echoing the bell tower on the top of the Magnolia Guild in the fairy tale world. Wow, ha ha ha! Sparacy! President Suyu's methods are simply amazing. News King Morgans flapped his wings and praised repeatedly. President Suyu is the real god. God Suyu! Please lead us forward, God Suyu! The residents of Sky Island and Shandia cheered in unison, and even excitedly asked Suyu to become their god. Suyu smiled slightly and shook his head. Fairy tale's goal is the Sea of Stars, how could it be trapped on a small sky island? 3 days later, the fairy tale people appreciated the scenery of Sky Island, left countless beautiful memories and photo albums, and finally set sail and returned to Qinghai. Soon after, countless news birds flew around the world with the world economic news. The title of Golden Country Shandora reappears, shocked the whole world. Chapter 68 World Shock 1. The atmosphere at the headquarters of the World Economic News was extremely hot. The news materials and photos about the Golden Country Shandora brought back by President Morgans shocked the entire newspaper staff. You are worthy of being President Morgans. You can actually get such explosive news. The legendary Golden Country is actually true. This news will definitely shock the world. The employees were talking excitedly, their faces full of excitement and disbelief. Wow, ha ha ha. Morgans laughed triumphantly and ordered loudly, "Young men, there is no time to chat. Now, get moving immediately. Tomorrow, at the latest tomorrow, the news of the Golden Country Shandora must spread all over the world." "Yes, President." The employees responded enthusiastically and devoted themselves to work. The next morning, the sky in the east just showed a trace of white, and the newspaper office, which had been busy all night, had completed all the preparations. Countless newspaper birds flapped their wings and flew high, carrying the newly printed newspapers, flying in all directions, spreading the news of the Golden Country Shandora all over the sea. At this moment, the world was shocked. What? The legendary Golden Country. Golden Country Shandora is actually 10,000 meters in the sky. Isn't that the story made up by the liar Nolando? It's actually true. The Golden Bell Tower is so solemn and sacred. Fairy tale. It's fairy tale again. They found the Golden Country and liberated Sky Island. In the seas around the world, countless people are discussing this shocking news. Especially in the North Sea, as the birthplace of the story of the liar Nolando, this news has caused an unprecedented response. Hey, is it true? Is this really the Golden Country in the story of the liar? How is it possible? Isn't the Golden Country a story to deceive children? Is Nolando not a liar? Everything he said is true. Similar conversations are frequently staged in every corner of the North Sea. 400 years ago, the greedy king of the kingdom of Lubnir made the story of Nolando into a joke to deceive the world. Nolando was therefore dubbed the Liar King and became a household laughingstock in the North Sea. But now, this joke has been completely overturned. Golden Country Shandora does exist. It did not sink into the sea, but rose to the sky. On the newspaper page, the photo of Nolan's descendant, Chestnut Head Kulik, was particularly eye-catching. Readers in Bahai seemed to hear Kulik's shouting for the vindication of his ancestor from the photo. At this moment, Nolan's injustice was finally vindicated. And the existence of the Golden Country changed from legend to reality. The whole world was boiling for the reappearance of Golden Country Shandora. Navy Headquarters, Marshal's Office. Fairy tale is very active again this time. They even found the Golden Country that disappeared for 400 years. It's really amazing. Navy Chief of Staff Vice Admiral Tsuru said with emotion. Marshal Sengoku smiled bitterly and shook his head. Finally, this time it has nothing to do with us. For fairy tale, Sengoku admired and had a headache. What he admired was that they helped the weak and even completed the commissions of the lower-class civilians seriously. This style of doing things was completely different from that of ordinary mercenary organizations. Their existence brought a glimmer of hope to many people living in hardship, and also reduced the burden on the Navy. However, what made Sengoku headache was that fairy tale was too upright and fearless, especially since the guild also took in Nico Robin. The world government would never allow a dangerous person like Robin who could interpret the text of history to hide under the protection of the strong. Coupled with the powerful force of fairy tale, this combination made the world government feel a huge threat. Alas, Zhang Guo sighed in annoyance. The higher UPS are already preparing a plan against Nico Robin, and the two sides will have a head-on conflict sooner or later. Vice Admiral Tsuru nodded gently. Let Kuzan solve the problem of Nico Robin. He is the direct person in charge of this matter. Zhang Guo frowned. I hope everything goes well. Sabayati Archipelago, number 13 Mangrove, Xiaqi Extortion Bar. Old Lei, look at this photo, this golden bell on the fairy tale ship, and Xiaqi handed over the newspaper while speaking. Rayleigh took a look and shook his head. No. Are you so sure? Xiaqi asked curiously. Rayleigh explained, although it was more than 20 years ago, I have seen the Golden Bell Tower of Sky Island with my own eyes. When I saw it, my heart was deeply touched. Although the Golden Bell on the fairy tale ship is similar in style, it does not have that feeling. It should be a fake. A smile appeared on Xiaqi lips. Then I understand. Fairy tale deliberately used Morgan's report to attract criminals on the sea, making them think that the Golden Bell has been obtained by them, so as to protect Sky Island from harassment. It's really awesome, fairy tale, I like them more and more. Xiaqi exclaimed. New World, an island under the command of the 4 emperors red hair. Everyone, cheers for fairy tale and the Golden Country. Red Hair Shanks laughed and raised his glass. Oh! The Red Hair Pirates responded in unison and drank the wine generously. Newcomer Rockstar scratched his head and asked, Boss, we don't know fairy tale, why should we toast to them? Shanks smiled and said, because fairy tale did what Captain Roger couldn't do back then. What? The members of the Red Hair Pirates were surprised. What the Pirate King couldn't do? Everyone widened their eyes, full of curiosity. Shanks' face showed a look of reminiscence, and he slowly said, more than 20 years ago, the Roger Pirates landed on Sky Island. Even Captain Roger was powerless to solve the hundreds of years of grievances between the Sky Islanders and the Shandia clan. At that time, he had little time left, so he had to rush to the next journey. On the eve of disbanding, Captain Roger mentioned that one of his biggest regrets was that he could not solve this problem for Sky Island. Now, fairy tale has solved this historical problem, and Captain Roger can finally have no regrets. Shanks raised his glass and faced the sky. Captain Roger, cheers. Chapter 69 The World Shocks 2. New World, Wano Country, Onigashima. Crack. Lightning streaked across the sky, illuminating the dim skeleton Onigashima. It's great, fairy tale. The demon princess Yamato, wearing a large kimono, stared at the news reports intently, her face full of longing. It would be great if I could meet them, Yamato whispered to herself, fascinated. At the same time, in the skeleton hall of Onigashima, the 4 emperors of beasts Kaido laughed like a roar. Oh, the Golden Clock Tower, this is really good. The young big boss, Drought Jack, immediately asked, Mr. Kaido, please let me take down the Golden Clock Tower. Jack had just been promoted to the 4th in command and urgently needed a record to consolidate his position. However, before Kaido responded, Runty's voice was sweet but full of ambition. Lord Kaido, leave this task to me. After I finish it, you can let me be the big boss. Little Pepette, don't worry, sister can definitely handle it. Runty impatiently comforted her brother. Kaido looked at the quarreling siblings and laughed out loud. Wu lolo lolo, then leave it to you. New World, Wanguo Totland, Cake Island. Inside the 4 emperors' Big Mom's pirate group headquarters, her earth-shaking laughter echoed, MMMM. Golden Town Shandora is actually on Sky Island. So much gold, it's unbelievable. Her ministers also echoed, such a precious golden bell tower, how could it fall into the hands of a mere fairy tale? Only Mom deserves to own this treasure. Big Mom laughed, who is willing to take back the Golden Bell Tower for me? The Star Snag immediately stood up and said confidently, Mom, leave it to me. The 3rd son Dafa was not to be outdone. Mom, I am willing to fight for you too. Other cotters expressed their opinions one after another, vying to seize this priceless treasure for Big Mom. Pirates all over the world. The news of the Golden Bell Tower aroused the greed of countless pirates. Ordinary pirates are also ready to move, gathering everywhere, ready to break into the Grand Line and chase the legend of the Golden Bell Tower. Ha ha ha! As long as you grab it, we will make a fortune when we get to the Golden Bell Tower. Who cares about the man with a bounty of 500 million? Gold is real wealth. A lifetime of luxury depends on this time. For a time, countless pirates rushed to the Grand Line frantically, and the momentum of competing for the Golden Bell Tower was like a storm. On the ferry. President, the news about Sky Island has come out. Wei handed the newspaper to everyone excitedly. Nami flipped through the newspaper and smiled. In this way, Nolando can finally wash away the infamy that he has carried for 400 years. It's so romantic. Juvia pounced on Suyu, with affection in her eyes. Juvia also wants to have a romantic journey of hundreds of years with the president. However, before she got close, Juvia's head suddenly hit Urza's hard chest armor, making a bang sound. Arisa reminded, don't take it lightly. After this incident, we will definitely be targeted by various forces. Robin also looked solemn. Yes, the Golden Clock Tower is now on our ship, which will undoubtedly attract countless pirates to fight for it. I am afraid that there will be constant troubles in the future. Fairy Tale is never afraid of trouble. With the president here, they can be beaten into ashes in minutes. Nami smiled nonchalantly. But the leisurely girl Marion reminded, however, we still have a lot of commissions to complete, and we can't always deal with troubles. Wei also said seriously, yes, Nami, we still have huge debts, so we can't be lazy. Nami's smile froze instantly. Gah! Suyu saw that everyone had realized the current situation, and said with a smile, it seems that everyone understands the current situation. Next, let's divide into groups. As early as when the Golden Bell Tower was built, Suyu had foreseen what would happen next and had prepared a response plan. The main job of Fairy Tale is to complete the commission, but the safety of the members is also crucial. In the next mission, no single action is allowed, and all actions must be carried out in teams. For this reason, Suyu appointed 2 team leaders, Urza and Wendy. All other members can choose which captain to follow, but they cannot accept missions without the captain. Any other questions? After Suyu finished explaining, he looked at everyone, waiting for answers to their questions. Wendy was the first to raise her hand, her face full of confusion and pressure. President, I have no problem with Urza being the captain, but why should the other captain be me? Miss Myra or Miss Juvia are more suitable than me. I am so weak, how can I be the captain? Wendy felt that she was not suitable to lead the team at all, and the pressure was huge, especially because she felt that other people would not be willing to follow her. She was suddenly a little frustrated. Nami quickly gave a thumbs up and encouraged, Wendy, show your confidence. You are a Sky Dragon Slayer wizard, and you can fight dragons just like the president, which is already powerful enough. Wei also echoed, that's right, don't underestimate yourself, you are very strong. Other members also encouraged Wendy. The president appointed you as the captain because he saw your ability. Believe in yourself, Wendy, you can do it. With everyone's encouragement, Wendy regained some confidence. Suyu smiled slightly when he saw this, without further explanation. Urza's strength as a captain is unquestionable. When she is fully fired up, she can even rival the admirals of the navy, and she has no problem dealing with ordinary pirates in the Grand Line. Although Wendy looks weak, her true strength should not be underestimated, especially when she has a new partner in her body, Dragon Mother Irene. Wendy's potential has far exceeded the surface. Under Suyu's arrangement, the team grouping was completed quickly and the mission officially began. The ferry is anchored on an uninhabited island with abundant resources as a temporary base. Urza led Robin and Marion to set out on the mission first. Wendy formed another team with Xiaolulu, Nami, Vivi, and Juvia, and followed closely. As the members went out one after another, the ferry gradually returned to silence. Suyu looked at the ship gradually becoming empty, casually peeled off a letter of entrustment on the task notice board, and said softly, "It seems that I should go out for a while." He was going to look for the traces of the Rumber pirates, and this task had been put on the agenda. Have a safe trip, President. Chapter 70 Myra's Reward 1. The Devil's Triangle, shrouded in layers of fog, is a famous lost sea on the Grand Route, where hundreds of ships mysteriously disappear every year. There are endless rumors of horror here, zombies, skeletons, strange giant shadows, and even the most vicious pirates dare not easily set foot here. However, as a time traveler, Suyu was not afraid at all. He knew that most of these rumors came from the zombie army created by the 7 warlords of the sea Moria using the Shadow Fruit, but it was not Moria who really made the Devil's Triangle notorious. Suyu remembered that the Straw Hat Pirates had seen a mysterious huge figure in the original plot. That figure might be the real source of terror, and they must be careful. In addition, the rumored skeleton man running wildly on the sea is actually Brooke, a survivor of the Rumber pirates. 50 years ago, the Rumber pirates were wiped out. Although Brooke died of poison, he got a chance to be reborn after eating the Yomiuri fruit. However, his soul was lost for 2 years. When he returned to his body, he had turned into a skeleton. Suyu had already made an agreement with the Whale Lab of Gemini Cape to help Lab find the Rumba pirates. Although the deadline is 1 year, Suyu intends to complete this task as soon as possible to avoid more twists and turns. Let's make a quick decision, find Brooke as soon as possible and take him back to Gemini Cape. With this thought, Suyu turned into a flash of lightning and rushed into the foggy Devil's Triangle. A week later, Suyu returned to the ferry. "Ah, President, you are finally back? How is the commission this time? Have you found the Rumba pirates?" Myra smiled and greeted him, tidying up his messy clothes. Robin, who had just completed the mission and returned, took over the conversation. "Rumba pirates? That was the commission of the old whale of Gemini Cape. 50 years have passed, and it is normal that you can't find it for a while." Seeing Suyu's slightly lost expression, Robin seemed to guess something. "Well, after all, it's 50 years, it's not surprising that you didn't find it." Robin had also studied the commission of Gemini Cape several times. Her speculation was reasonable. It was almost impossible to find a pirate group that had disappeared for half a century in the vast ocean. The biggest possibility was that the entire Rumba pirates had already been destroyed and became a lost legend in the ocean. However, as a time traveler, Suyu knew all this. He knew that Brooke was still wandering in that sea area, but even he had drifted in the Devil's Triangle for a week and found nothing. Suyu couldn't help but feel a little frustrated, especially since this was the first mission failure of Fairy Tail, not to mention that it was a mission that he, a time traveler, had personally taken on. "It doesn't matter. If you didn't find it this time, you will definitely find it next time. Anyway, there is still time, don't worry." Seeing this, Urza gently patted Suyu's shoulder to comfort him. "Hey!" Suyu still sighed and was in a low mood. It wasn't until Myra leaned close to his ear and whispered a few words that Suyu's expression brightened slightly and he regained his spirits. After experiencing Myra's reward, Suyu was full of energy and accepted 6 commissions to eliminate pirates in one go. Although the first mission to find Brooke failed, Fairy Tail never failed again and was unstoppable. In 2 months, Fairy Tail completed more than 60 missions, eliminated more than 30 pirate groups, and saved the reunion of countless families. Suyu and Urza's team always won a crushing victory when they took action, ensuring that every mission was foolproof. In contrast, Wendy's team experienced more challenges and twists and turns, but every time at a critical moment, Wendy could burst out extraordinary power and lead the team out of danger. Nami, Vivi, and others were amazed at Wendy's performance, but Wendy often forgot her heroic deeds. After all, those outstanding performances were completed by Irene, who was substitute. Fairy Tail's efforts were not in vain, and the members have also made great progress. Vivi got the second zodiac star spirit clothing, Sagittarius star clothing, and Nami awakened a new star spirit skill, Clock Horolokim. This practical star spirit can not only avoid cold and rain, but also heal and escape, which is omnipotent. Robin has become more proficient in the control of wood magic, and the leisurely girl Marian's painting magic has also made significant progress. Occasionally, she will draw some wonderful works. Suyu believes that her magic potential is huge, and even considers letting her try to draw powerful beings like Godzilla and Ultraman. The indigenous girls in the pirate world have grown up, and Urza, Juvia, Wendy and others are also making continuous progress. Suyu believes that as long as it takes a period of tempering, Fairy Tail can officially march into the new world and challenge the top powers in the pirate world. Suyu's own progress should not be underestimated. Through the combination with the Thunder Fruit, he successfully opened the Thunder Dragon King mode and reached the extreme in the Thunder Dragon Slayer magic. Although he has not yet encountered a strong enough opponent for him to use it, he is sure that the power of the Thunder Dragon King mode is enough to allow him to enter the Emperor level. In addition, as the level of the Fairy Tail Guild was raised to level 13, Suyu received new rewards, including the Fire Dragon Slayer magic, which is the power of Fairy Tail's protagonist Natsu. This provides him with a new growth path. Flame and lightning are both violent elements. Combining the two, Suyu successfully experimented with the Thunder Dragon mode. However, Suyu found that the thunder in the Thunder Dragon King mode would suppress the power of flame. Only when the Fire Dragon Slayer magic was promoted to the Flame Dragon King level could it coexist with the Thunder Dragon King mode on an equal footing. The key to opening the Flame Dragon King mode is the natural flame fruit, which is his next goal. While all the members of Fairy Tail are growing, the dark forces of the entire sea are suffering. Because Fairy Tail has successively attacked major pirate groups and illegal forces, the underground black market has been severely impacted, especially the population and organ trading business has almost stagnated. This period of time is simply torture for the major forces in the underground world. Chapter 71 Myra's Reward 2. New World, Dressrosa, Underground Trading Port. In the underground port full of dark atmosphere, Shishibukai Doflamingo was sitting with his legs crossed, staring calmly at the video screen. The screen flickered with snowflakes, and then, various Dark World giants from the New World came in one after another, and the Dark World Summit was held rarely. The Lone Shark King Lufield, the Shipping King Umit, the Organ Dealer Jigura, the Arms Dealer and others appeared one by one. Phew, this is really what a strange sight. Doflamingo covered his forehead and laughed mockingly. Now is not the time to laugh, clown. The Lone Shark King Lufeld said angrily, we are here to discuss countermeasures. Organ Dealer Jigura yelled madly, damn Fairy Tail. In the past 2 months, they hijacked 2 of my ships, which were full of organs urgently needed by the nobles. Now my business is completely ruined. The big-handed Undertaker Pirklo laughed grimly, Gugugu, thanks to Fairy Tail, my funeral business has improved a lot. Jigura glared, you vampire. If it weren't for the delay of my organs, you wouldn't have the chance to do business. Umit said in a deep voice, enough. Now is not the time for infighting. We must discuss how to solve the problem of Fairy Tail. If we let them continue to run rampant, our business will be completely hindered sooner or later. Everyone nodded, full of anger and dissatisfaction. It's just a small mercenary organization, can they really turn the world upside down? It's not easy to be a hero on this sea, we must let them know the price of going against the underground dark world. Just as the leaders of the dark forces were making harsh remarks, the screen suddenly flashed again and a new video was connected. The person on the screen was News King Morgans. His appearance immediately caused collective glares. Morgans! Damn Birdman! You have been removed from the dark world. You have become a running dog of Fairy Tail, and you still have the face to attend our meeting. Morgans didn't care about their scolding and laughed, wow, don't be so excited, I'm a journalist, wherever there is big news, there is me. However, as a colleague of the dark world, I give you a piece of advice: it's best not to confront Fairy Tale head-on. They are just completing the tasks of the client and will not specifically target you, but if you take the initiative, that's another matter. Morgan's reminder did not arouse the gratitude of the crowd, but instead caused more ridicule. Why do we need you to point fingers at us? Are you afraid that we will destroy Fairy Tale and you will lose the news materials? Morgans shrugged and left the meeting with a smile. Ha ha ha, forget it if you don't listen to me, just wait and see you make trouble, then I will have big news to report. As Morgans left, there was a roar of curses in the meeting room. Damn traitor Birdman! Jigura gritted his teeth and said, wait until we solve Fairy Tale, then we will settle accounts with him. At this time, Liefeld sneered and looked at Doflamingo. Clown, you have been silent all the time, but we all plan to do things through you as an intermediary. Doflamingo grinned. Phew 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 phew, to be honest, I don't really want to get involved, after all, Fairy Tale has no direct conflict with me now. Just as he finished speaking, Treble's hurried footsteps came from outside the door. He rushed in with a big snot on his face and an anxious face. Dover. Something bad has happened. There is news from the paradise that our place was smashed by Fairy Tale. Nanny. Doflamingo was stunned. A burst of laughter suddenly broke out in the conference room, and Liefeld and other dark leaders gloated over the disaster. The previous second, the giants of the dark world were still laughing at Doflamingo with gloating, and the next second, they themselves were hit. Boss! Boss! Our place was smashed by Fairy Tale. Similar cries for help echoed in the strongholds of multiple dark forces, and the giant crocodiles in the entire underground world felt the fierce impact from Fairy Tale. Grand Line, Underground Island. This underground island hidden under the surface of an ordinary island is an illegal trading place jointly funded by the giants of the dark world. Here, the underground forces conduct various illegal transactions, and the pirates generally dare not make trouble easily because they are protected by the dark forces. However, at this moment, the entire underground island fell into chaos. The fairy team led by Urza launched a strong attack, the sword light flashed, and the illegal trading market on the underground island was in chaos. A few days ago, Urza's team received a commission to find a missing girl. Originally thought to be just an ordinary search mission, but as the investigation deepened, things became more and more complicated. Finally, after the tip of the News King Morgans, they tracked down this underground island. On the underground island, Urza witnessed the human auction for the first time. With a strong sense of justice, she could not tolerate such ugly behavior and took action without hesitation. Iluza, there are criminals escaping from the underground passage. I will chase them. Robin said calmly. Be careful. I will come to support you after I solve these problems. Urza warned. Okay. Robin nodded, and immediately activated the wood magic to pursue. Although Robin's pursuit was swift, the enemy escaped faster than expected due to the complex terrain of the underground island. When she chased to the port, she found that the criminals had boarded the ship and were preparing to escape to the sea. Robin was not to be outdone, and waved her palm lightly, and the big wooden hand quickly rushed out, trying to catch the enemy ship. However, just as the big wooden hand was about to touch the ship, suddenly, an extremely cold air swept over, freezing the sea surface and Robin's wooden hand together. Ding-ling-ling. Accompanied by the crisp sound of bicycle bells, a curly-haired man rode a bicycle and leisurely swayed over the frozen sea. Ah, Fairy Tale is such a great guild. Chapter 72 Farewell 1. Ding-ling-ling. As the crisp bell of a bicycle sounded, a man in a white suit vest and a blue shirt rode a bicycle across the frozen sea and slowly stopped in front of Robin. This man is Admiral Aokiji Kyuzan, one of the highest combat forces in the Navy headquarters. Robin suppressed the throbbing in her heart and said calmly, Admiral Aokiji. The appearance of Aokiji made Robin tremble unconsciously, but it was not because of the cold, but the fear from the heart. 20 years ago, in the O'Hara incident, it was this man who let her go, but from that moment on, her fate was also closely watched by him. For Robin, Aokiji has always been her nightmare. Even after joining Fairy Tail, she thought she had finally found her home, but she still couldn't get rid of this shadow. "Ah, don't be so nervous, Nico Robin," Aokiji said lazily, "I'm on vacation now and don't plan to cause trouble." Although his words were light-hearted, Robin did not relax at all. "Well, since we've met, let's talk." Aokiji continued to talk to himself. 20 years ago, O'Hara, I let you live. Since then, all your actions are within my scope of responsibility. I have the responsibility to ensure that you will not pose a threat to the world, and terminate you before you reach that step." Robin pursed his lips and responded calmly, "Are you here to terminate me now?" Aokiji shook his head gently and waved his hand. No, I said before, I'm on vacation, only once or twice a year, very precious. I just want to ask you, have you found your home?" Robin answered without hesitation, "Yet." Aokiji smiled slightly and nodded, "It seems that you really like the life of Fairy Tail, that's good." His expression instantly became serious. "Just." After a minute of silence, Aokiji looked at Robin and said meaningfully, "I've said everything here, and it's not convenient to say more about the rest. Goodbye." As his voice fell, Aokiji pedaled his bicycle, gradually going farther and farther, disappearing on the frozen sea, leaving Robin standing there alone in silence. At this time, a familiar call came from the sky, "Robin." Marian sat on a big bird and descended from the sky, asking with concern, "Are you okay?" Robin forced a smile, "I'm fine." Not long after, Urza also arrived. Looking at the frozen coast, she showed a hint of surprise, but seeing that Robin and Marian were fine, she didn't investigate further. 2 days later, Urza's team finished the aftermath of the underground island and returned to the ferry. It happened that Wendy's team was also resting, and all the members gathered together for a rare occasion. The ferry was very lively, and naturally a grand banquet was indispensable. At the banquet, Suyu, as the president, stood on the stage and gave a speech, thanking all members for their hard work during this period, and promised to organize a team-building tour as long as one more round of tasks was completed. This painting cake greatly stimulated everyone's enthusiasm, and the atmosphere on the scene was high. The next day, the two teams set out again to perform the mission, but the configuration of the team members was adjusted. Robin and Marian joined Wendy's team this time, while Nami and Juvia followed Urza. Such team rotation not only brings more changes in combat coordination, but also helps to promote the bond between partners. This strategy was formulated by Suyu at the beginning. Time flies, and another week has passed quietly. It's almost time for everyone to come back. "President, have you decided where to take us to relax?" Myra Jane asked with a smile. "Well, I've thought about it. Let's go here." Suyu pointed to the promotional poster on the table and smiled slightly. Spaceland, a famous holiday ship on the Grand Line. 2 hours later, Urza's team returned on time. "Spaceland? Great!" Hearing this news, Nami's eyes immediately lit up and nodded eagerly. They also saw the advertisement of Spaceland on the way to complete the mission, and they have long been fascinated by the amusement facilities there. "Then it's settled." Myra Jane immediately started to call to book the venue. "If you want to play, have fun. Now we just have to wait for Wendy and the others to come back." Juvia was full of expectations. She had been busy for 2 months, and finally had the opportunity to relax with Suyu. Her heart was throbbing. At this moment, the Den Mushi suddenly rang. "It's Wendy and the others. It seems that the mission has been completed." Myra Jane answered the Den Mushi, but the next second, a girl's crying came from the other end of the Den Mushi. "Wendy, what happened?" Suryu's expression suddenly became solemn. President, I'm sorry, I lost Miss Robin. Wendy's voice was full of regret and helplessness. The ferry immediately set sail at full speed, and half a day later, they arrived at the Island of Books. This island is famous for books. It has a huge library with a large collection of rare books. Since O'Hara was destroyed 20 years ago, it has gradually become a new academic center. This time, the commission of Wendy's team is to interpret ancient characters here, a task that is perfect for Robin. However, the development of the matter far exceeded expectations. Wow, President, I'm really sorry. It must be because I didn't do a good job as the captain that made Miss Robin. After seeing Suryu, Wendy's emotions broke down again, and she cried in Suryu's arms. Okay, don't cry, Wendy, it's not your fault. Suryu gently stroked Wendy's head and soothed her emotions. Urza frowned and looked at Xiaolulu. Xiaolulu, tell us what happened. Xiaolulu nodded and began to explain. This morning, we arrived at the Island of Books, and Robin began to interpret the ancient characters. Since we couldn't help, we went to the island to stroll around and bought some specialties. However, when we returned to the library, Robin was gone, and only this letter was left. Xiaolulu handed over a handwritten letter. Suryu took it and read it carefully. President Suryu, thank you very much for your care during this period. The time I spent in Fairy Tale is the happiest memory of my life. However, what I really want is a quiet scholar's life, not fighting and killing. Therefore, I decided to leave. Please forgive my sudden farewell. Robin, is this to find your new dream and decide to become a scholar? Nami looked at the letter and shook her head in disbelief. If she really decides to leave, although we are reluctant, we will definitely respect her choice. This is Fairy Tale. Urza's tone was firm, but based on this letter alone, I can't believe this is true. Robin must have been coerced. Yes, Robin couldn't do this, she must have been forced to write this letter. Marianne also broke her usual leisure and said excitedly. The reason why she finally joined Fairy Tale. It was all because of Robin's encouragement and support. She came because she had Robin with her. It was also because of Robin. She felt these beautiful things. To her, Robin was like her sister. She naturally couldn't accept this result. Chapter 73 Farewell to President. Everyone's eyes fell on Suryu. Tear. The farewell letter in Suryu's hand broke with a sound, and the fragments slowly drifted in his hands. Hehe, do you think I will believe this kind of high-sounding reason? What kind of woman you are, I know better than anyone else. Suryu's voice was cold. Suryu saw the problem with the letter left by Robin at a glance. Even Straw Hat Luffy would never believe it, let alone him, a time traveler who knows everything. How could Robin suddenly want to become a quiet scholar? The O'Hara incident 20 years ago had already made her realize that research and a peaceful life were a luxury for her, so how could she have such an idea at this time? Someone actually dared to coerce our Fairy Tale. He is really brave. If I catch him, I guarantee that he will have a bad life. Nami said viciously, her fists creaking. Could it be the Navy? The attitude of Vice Admiral Douta was very clear before, and he wanted to take Robin away at all costs, as if she had a special meaning to them. Mylogen frowned, obviously not ruling out this possibility. But if it was really the Navy, why didn't Robin resist? With her strength, plus the support of Wendy and others, she should not be completely powerless to fight back. Urza's voice was full of confusion. Yeah, I don't quite understand this either. Since it was coercion, why didn't Robin choose to fight? Xiaolulu also lowered her cat ears, her face full of confusion. Anyway, let's go to the Navy base to confirm first. Nami was already rubbing her hands and ready to go. However, at this moment, a calm voice interrupted everyone's discussion. No, it's not the Navy. Vivi finally spoke, her voice firm, immediately attracting everyone's attention. Vivi, what do you know? Nami widened her eyes and asked eagerly. Vivi took a deep breath, as if she had made up her mind. Yes, I know. Robin did not leave Fairy Tale voluntarily. She was to protect everyone, Fairy Tale, me, and even Alabasta. Vivi's words stunned everyone. She told everyone everything she knew, including the intervention of the world government, Robin's past, and why the Navy and the government were so obsessed with Robin. As Vivi narrated, Suyu's eyes became deeper and deeper. He had a premonition long ago and was not surprised by these. After all, Robin had made a similar choice to protect the Straw Hat Pirates. If she was still in a place like Baroque Works, she might leave without hesitation. But Fairy Tale is different. Robin has long regarded this place as her home. Because of cherishing, she is unwilling to let the guild be threatened because of herself, even if she pays for her life. Suyu knows Robin's character well, and all this is not surprising. From the moment she joined, Suyu has been trying to change the burden in her heart and want her to get rid of the self-perception of a troublemaker. Whether it was the initial battle with Daotu or the encouragement afterwards, Suyu has been building confidence for her. Unfortunately, the appearance of Aokiji completely broke all his efforts and pushed Robin back to the shadowy past again. I'm sorry, President, I'm sorry, everyone. Robin is obviously our partner, but I hesitated. I didn't. Weiwei's voice was full of guilt. Before she could finish, Suyu's big hand gently pressed on her shoulder. You have done very well, Weiwei. Suyu's voice was low and gentle. This choice must be difficult for you, right? But you are brave enough. Next, just leave it to us. He knew Vivi's character very well. She was kind and strong. If it was just for herself, she would do her best to protect Robin, even at the cost of her life. But she is not only a member of Fairy Tale, but also the Princess of Alabasta, shouldering the responsibility of the country and the people. If the world government and Fairy Tale completely break up, then even Alabasta may be implicated. The world government took advantage of this and seized Vivi's inner pain and worries. Robin's departure can not only resolve the contradiction between Fairy Tale and the government, but Alabasta will not fall into crisis because of her. This seems to be the best solution for both parties. However, Vivi could not accept Robin to repay her for the harm she had done to Alabasta in this way. They are partners. Robin is one of the most precious friends in her life, and she will never allow her partner to suffer such pain. So that's how it is. I finally understand. Urza's hand tightly grasped the hilt of the sword, her eyes burning with anger. 20 years ago, the only survivor of O'Hara on the island of Scholars, the woman known as the Devil's Child. What kind of life did Robin experience before she met us? Myra Jane silently covered her mouth, tears falling uncontrollably. Robin, she has so much on her shoulders, but I never knew it. Nami also fell into deep thought, muttering to herself, compared to her, the pain I have experienced in the past is nothing. President, Miss Robin, are we really going to lose her? Wendy burst into tears, her voice full of helplessness. Suyu gently patted Wendy's head and said firmly, don't worry, Wendy, everything will be fine. President, let's go, we must bring Robin back. Juvia said with a firm face. Yes, everyone, get ready. Suyu stood up, his voice full of determination. At the same time, Judicial Island, Nice Hall, this is one of the 3 world government institutions with the Navy headquarters Marineford and Impel Down. It is also known as the Never Sleeping Island because it is always in daylight. Woo woo woo. The whistle of the sea train cut through the sky. And the train slowly drove into the station of Judicial Island. CP0, wearing a white robe and a white mask, said coldly, let's go, Nico. Robin, it's time to go. Robin stood up silently, walked out of the station, and looked up at the scorching sun in the sky for the last time. She knew in her heart that everything was over. The time in Fairy Tale seemed like an illusory dream. Now the dream has awakened, and she is about to say goodbye to the light forever. Despite this, She is still grateful for that short period of happiness, and those memories are enough to support her through the rest of her dark life. Ha 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 ha, great! Nico Robin, I've missed you for a long time. Spondam, the highest commander of Judicial Island, laughed wildly with pride. For him, this was an unexpected great achievement. He caught the son of the devil who had been on the run for 20 years without any effort. He had already begun to fantasize about his bright future of promotion. Commanders of CP0, the light wine is ready, let's drink and talk. Spondam greeted enthusiastically. No, the mission is important. CP0 team leader Guernica responded coldly. Hurry up and arrange the ship and send her directly to Impel Down. Don't delay. Ha ha ha, Commander, you are too cautious, Spondam said nonchalantly, this is Judicial Island. No one who comes in can get out alive, so there is no need to worry about any accidents. Before Spondam finished speaking, the island suddenly shook violently. Chapter 74 Breaking Through the Judicial Island 1. Boom! The night sky was cut through, and a piercing sonic boom shook the entire sea. Those who were sleeping on the ship were awakened by the huge noise, and they all looked up and looked at the huge object passing through the sky in astonishment. The shock and disbelief on their faces were clearly written. This night, the Grand Line added another legend. After 7 hours of full-speed flight, the ferry finally rushed out of the darkness and welcomed the dazzling light. But this light did not come from dawn, but they had entered the waters of the never-sleeping island. The ice hall of the Judicial Island was only 5 kilometers away from them. The girls on the ship did not care about the half-day and half-night scene. They had only one thought in their hearts: to welcome their partner Robin back. I'll go first. Suyu at the bow had sharp eyes. Before he finished speaking, he turned into a flash of lightning and flew away. The distance of 5 kilometers was reached in an instant. Boom! With a loud noise that shook the earth, Suyu's figure fell heavily at the gate of the front island of Judicial Island. He could feel that Robin was still on the island. With his current strength, rescuing Robin was just a piece of cake. But this time, he not only wanted to save people, he wanted to turn the world upside down. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! All units alert! Enemy attack! Who are you? This is Judicial Island. The soldiers guarding the gate shouted in panic and were extremely nervous. As the smoke and dust dissipated, Suyu's figure appeared, and the soldiers' expressions instantly changed from fear to shock and horror. Fairy tale. It's him. Fairy's Tale leader Suyu. A man with a bounty of 500 million. Boom! Suyu's thunder fist slammed into the front island's gate, and the gate flew away, and the guards behind the gate fell down one after another. He flashed to the center of Judicial Island like a ghost. Who are you, thief? Tell me your name. We, the giants, are guarding here, and we will never let you go any further. Standing in front of Suyu were 2 giant warriors, Cassie and Oimo. They held up their clubs and axes, with burly figures and fierce eyes. Suyu's eyes were calm, and he said lightly, "Don't waste time, just use your strongest moves, otherwise you will have no chance." On weekdays, Suyu might chat with these honest giants, or even persuade them to rebel. But today, he didn't want to say much. The giants Cassie and Oimo looked at each other, and saw unprecedented tension in each other's eyes. They all knew that the man in front of them was the president of the fairy tale with a bounty of 500 million. Although they knew that they were facing an absurdly strong enemy, the glory of the giants and their beliefs made them unable to retreat. Even if our strength is far from enough, today I will let you see the combined attack skills of our giants. The 2 giants stepped forward at the same time, swinging the clubs and axes in their hands. Baguio! Accompanied by a huge roar, a terrifying shock wave burst out and rushed straight towards Suyu. Suyu did not dodge and faced the shock wave head-on. A blazing flame ignited on his fist. The iron fist of the fire dragon. He swung his iron fist with the full-level fire dragon slayer magic, instantly piercing through the giant's combined shock wave. The fist wind was violent, hitting the chests of the two giants directly. Ugh! Ah! The huge bodies of Cassie and Oimo flew backwards together, smashed through the main island's gate, and fell to the ground with a bang. Too weak, if this is what you giants call the combined attack of the hegemony, then I don't have to go out of my way to find your giant soldier pirate captain. Suyu said lightly, and walked calmly past the two fallen giants. The captain's hegemony is more than 10 times stronger than ours. The two giants felt unwilling at the same time, but before they could refute, the huge dizziness had completely overwhelmed them. The giants Cassie and Oimo fell to the ground unconscious. Guilty. 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 Awoo. Awoo. Accompanied by frantic shouts, the special guards of Judicial Island, the guilty jury and the law dog team rushed in from both sides, and the neat sound of chains and dog barking came one after another, approaching Suyu. However, facing the sudden attack of these guards, Suyu was too lazy to even look at them. Chi-chi! Golden lightning burst around him, and thunder roared. Boom! At the same time, in the Tower of Justice, Spondam, who was processing official documents, learned of the arrival of the invaders. What? Intruders! He widened his eyes and screamed in disbelief, "This is Judicial Island, one of the 3 major institutions of the world government. Who dares to invade? Report to the commander, the invader is Fairy Tale President, Suyu, who offers a reward of 500 million berries." A government official reported nervously. What? Spondam's scream almost broke, and his face was pale. The 3 CP0 members on the side looked at each other. Although they were wearing masks, their shock and palpitations were self-evident. They had expected that Fairy Tale might chase them, but they didn't expect Suyu to come so quickly. Robin stood aside silently, with a faint glimmer in her dim eyes, but soon, she fell into doubt and confusion again. Why? Why did the president come? How many people from the invading Fairy Tale are there? CP9's Gabra asked. Now it has been confirmed that there is only one person, the president of Fairy Tale. The official replied. Haha. Hearing this, Spondam's nervousness disappeared instantly, and he laughed wildly. It turned out to be just one person? I thought there were many people coming. We have 10,000 soldiers stationed here, and there are 2 giant warriors. What kind of waves can a mere one person make? However, before he finished speaking, new bad news came one after another. It's bad. Sir, 2 giant warriors have been defeated, and the invaders have entered the main island. What? The guilty jury and the law dog team were annihilated. The invaders have reached the roof of the court. Not only the Fairy Tale president, but all the Fairy Tale members are here. Even the ship is here. The news came one after another, fast and deadly. In just a few minutes, the defense line of Judicial Island almost collapsed completely. Spondam's face turned pale again. He rushed to the balcony and saw with his own eyes that the familiar figure appeared in his sight across the waterfall in the distance. How is it possible? The defense lines of the front island and the main island have all been breached. Spondam was so scared that he trembled all over. No problem, although not all of our CP9 members are here, there are still CP0 here, and it is absolutely impossible for Fairy Tale to succeed. Gabra said confidently. However, the 3 CP0 agents he had high hopes for were in a panic. They originally thought that they could easily escort Robin to the Impel Downs, but they did not expect that Suyu would come so quickly, forcing them to take extraordinary measures again. Nico Robin, you should know what to do. CP0 team leader Guernica took out a golden Den Mushi. When Robin saw the Den Mushi, his pupils suddenly shrank and his body could not help but tremble. His eyes, which had originally been slightly bright, suddenly turned into a golden light. God, fell into darkness again. On the roof of the Judgment House, Suyu and Urza have arrived. President, Robin should be here, shall we go in directly? Urza asked. Without waiting for Suyu to answer, Nami, Wendy and others have already waved their hands and shouted excitedly, Robin! It's Robin! Hey! Robin, we are here to take you home. Chapter 75 Breaking Through the Judicial Island 2. On the Judicial Tower. Robin's eyes swept over the companions of Fairy Tale, and the fierce struggle in her heart surged into her heart again. She closed her eyes, was silent for a moment, and finally seemed to have made up her mind. Go back. I no longer belong to Fairy Tale. I am no longer your partner. Robin held back tears and shouted loudly. Robin, don't say that. We already know everything about your past and your pain. Juvia responded firmly. Yes, Robin, you love Fairy Tale the most in your heart, just like us, right? In that case, don't say you want to quit. Nami echoed, her voice gentle and firm. Fairy Tale will never abandon any partner, we will tolerate everything about you. Come back, Robin. Myra Jane advised gently. Robin's face showed deep pain and struggle. She took a deep breath, tears welled up in her eyes, but her tone was still resolute. You know my past, so you should understand that you shouldn't come to me. You are fairies in the sun, and I am just a moth chasing the light. We are not from the same world. The demon-killing order 20 years ago took away everything from me. Now, it once again threatens my newly found partner. The closer you get to me, the more I will drag you into the vortex of darkness. My enemy is not an individual, but this world and the huge forces hidden in the darkness. As long as I am in Fairy Tale, you will always be involved in trouble. In the end, you will definitely regard me as a burden and abandon me. This is what I fear most. I don't want you to save me. If I must die, I would rather die here. Robin cried, heartbroken, venting the pain that had been suppressed in her heart for 20 years. Her cry failed to arouse sympathy, but it attracted Spondam's triumphant laughter. Ha 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 ha. Yes, Robin is right. No one wants to be dragged down by you. Spondam raised his hand and pointed to the flag flying over Judicial Island, and the laughter became more and more harsh. Look at that flag. That's the flag representing the world government. Do you understand now? You are resisting the power of more than 170 member states, which is the world. His face was full of pride, and his voice was sharp and piercing. Give up, even she doesn't want to live anymore, what are you still holding on to? Spondam's arrogant shouting echoed on the island. He was sure that Fairy Tale should be aware of the situation now and would not continue to resist. However, as soon as his laughter fell, Suyu's voice broke it all. Vivi, shoot through that flag. Suyu finally spoke, his voice was calm, but with an irresistible force. On the ferry, Vivi nodded decisively and instantly changed into the Sagittarius star spirit clothes. Star shooting, With a slight sound of the bowstring, the arrow broke through the air and hit the flag symbolizing the world government over Judicial Island. The flames rose and burned the flag representing the world to ashes. This scene stunned the people of the world government. They had never thought that someone would dare to challenge the authority of the world so openly. Burning the flag of the world government in front of everyone is undoubtedly a declaration of war on the whole world. Robin, no matter what your reason is, as a member of Fairy Tale, you must not easily say I want to die. Suyu's voice came faintly. On the side, Urza's figure shook. And she quickly changed into a solemn armor and stood beside Suyu. There are 3 rules for quitting the Fairy Tale. First, any information that is unfavorable to Fairy Tale must not be leaked to outsiders in your lifetime. Second, the quitters must not contact the past clients without authorization and use the relationship for personal gain. And the third one? Urza took a deep breath, her tone full of determination. Even if you take a different path, you must live strong. Never despise your own life, and never forget the partners you once cherished in your life. She said the most important third rule in a sonorous and powerful way. Her voice echoed over the judicial tower, shocking people. Robin, do you understand? Suyu spoke slowly, his tone equally unquestionable. You can't live strong, I will reject your application to quit as the president. If you still insist on quitting Fairy Tale, then come back to us first and prove to us that even if you leave, you will live well. His words were like an indestructible barrier, blocking all of Robin's self-denial. Tears overflowed from her eyes and flowed down her cheeks. Her eyes were blurred, but the depression and pain in her heart seemed to be gradually relieved. She always thought that her death would be the best choice for Fairy Tale, but she never thought that she would also live right. Hurry up, Robin. Suyu's tone was calm, but with a force that could not be refused. Say you want to live. Robin trembled all over, and the barrier in his heart finally collapsed, and he shouted hoarsely. If I also have the right to live, then I want to live. Please take me to the sea. Her voice was filled with tears and despair, but full of desire for life. Suyu's mouth corners slightly raised, and he felt relieved for this once fragile woman. Robin finally crossed the barrier in her heart and completely integrated into Fairy Tale. Ha ha ha, great! Wendy cheered with a smile. Robin, wait a minute, we'll come to save you right away. Vivi also responded with a smile. Okay, masked bastard, it's time to pay the price. You've already made people very unhappy. Nami sneered, with the fighting spirit in her eyes. In an instant, the harsh thunder exploded in the ears of Spondam and the CPS. In a flash of lightning, Suyu had already landed on the top of the Justice Tower and held Robin forcefully in his arms. Earth waves, star shooting, water cutting, roar of the dragon, Wendy, Vivi, Juvia, and Nami all launched magic, and fierce attacks followed one after another, instantly defeating the 3 CP9 members of Werewolf Gabra, Otonashi Owl, and Lion Week, without even a chance to resist. At the same time, Marion quickly found the key and quickly opened Robin's sea stone handcuffs. Spondam was stunned by the scene, his face full of fear. Are you serious? You are crazy to be enemies with the world. He shouted hysterically. I wish for it. Suyu responded calmly. Lightning flashed suddenly, and Spondam was instantly hit by thunder and turned into charcoal in an instant. Suyu didn't even have the mood to look at this despicable man who was full of foul language. Feeling the approach of the breath of death, CP0 Captain Guernica quickly took out the last trump card from his pocket, Golden Den Den Mushi, trying to threaten him with it. However, before he could say a word of threat, his right hand suddenly felt a sharp pain. The Golden Den Den Mushi had already been in Suyu's hands without knowing when. A mere demon-killing order. Suyu smiled contemptuously and pressed the button of the Golden Den Den Mushi without hesitation. Chapter 75 Double Fruit 1. Wow, wow, wow. The urgent alarm of the Silver Den Den Mushi rang through the Navy headquarters, responding to the signal of the Golden Den Den Mushi from the distant Judicial Island. This means that the Navy's supreme order, the Demon Killing Order, has been triggered. In an instant, all members of the Navy headquarters entered an emergency state. Hurry up! The Demon Slayer order has been activated. Confirm the target location immediately. Sir, confirmed. The source of the Golden Den Den Mushi signal is Ice Hall on Judicial Island. What? Judicial Island? That's the island of the world government. How is that possible? The reason is currently unknown, but the signal of the Golden Den Den Mushi cannot be wrong. Hurry up and summon the nearby Vice Admirals. The Vice Admirals who are closer have gathered. It will be faster to send troops directly from the headquarters through the Gate of Justice. Marshal Sengoku has approved it. The action begins. Yes. Vice Admiral Inigamo, get ready to go. Fairy Tail has its own rules, and the Navy also has its iron laws. Once the Demon Slayer order is activated, even Marshal Sengoku cannot stop it. At this time, the warships have quickly assembled. The 5 Vice Admirals of the Navy, Yoshu, Hwashaishin, Doberman, Inigamo, and Stole Oberi, are leading 10 warships and are heading towards Judicial Island at full speed. Marshal's office at the Navy headquarters. Sengoku frowned, his face full of anxiety. The Demon Slayer order has been launched, but he still doesn't know the truth of the matter, nor does he know who initiated this fatal order. In the past, the Navy would deploy the Demon Slayer order in advance, but this time, the Demon Slayer order was launched without any warning and there was no time to prepare. It's bad, Sengoku. There's news. Vice Admiral Crane, the Navy's Chief of Staff, walked in quickly with a heavy expression. What happened? Sengoku saw her expression and his heart sank, and he had a premonition that something was wrong. Fairy Tail. Crane answered briefly and heavily, with a deep look in his eyes. Fairy Tail again. Sengoku was shocked instantly. However, he immediately realized the key. Nico Robin, is it because of her? Crane nodded slowly, yes, the world government took action against Robin. Sengoku's face suddenly darkened. He had expected that Fairy Tail and the world government would face off sooner or later, but he didn't expect it to come so suddenly. How is it possible that there is no news at all for such a big operation? Too fast, Robin was just sent to Judicial Island, and Fairy Tail arrived. So you only took 1 minute to penetrate the entire Judicial Island. There was no time to report to us. Crane's tone was solemn. The world government may want to test the bottom line of Fairy Tail this time, but obviously they picked the wrong opponent. Now, Fairy Tail is ready to confront the entire world government. At this moment, Judicial Island, Tower of Justice. The whole space was shrouded in a depressing silence. Guernica and the other 2 CP0 agents were stunned. They couldn't believe what was happening in front of them. The golden Den Mushi was originally their trump card, used as a bargaining chip to threaten negotiations, but Suyu didn't give him any. They took the opportunity, snatched the Den Mushi, and directly pressed the button of the Demon Slayer order. What kind of lunatic is this? Burning the flag of the world government is already an extreme act of declaring war on the world, and now, Suyu actually took the initiative to launch the Demon Slayer order and asked for trouble. No. CP0 Captain Guernica suddenly woke up. He realized that even if the fleet dispatched from the Navy headquarters to send the Demon Slayer order at the fastest speed, it would take at least 15 minutes to arrive. With the strength of Fairy Tail, they can completely escape before that. Are you going to use the Demon Slayer order to destroy this island as revenge? Guernica lowered his voice, his eyes full of doubts. If I just want to destroy this island, I don't need the Demon Slayer order at all. Suyu sneered. His current strength is enough to destroy the entire Judicial Island by himself, without the help of external forces. The real reason for summoning the Demon Slayer order is not to sink the island, but to prove one thing: the Demon Slayer order that Robin has always been afraid of is nothing more than this. The Straw Hat Pirates were powerless against the Demon Slayer order and could only escape with the help of the Mary. But the power of Fairy Tail is far beyond the Straw Hat Pirates. Suyu wanted Robin to see with her own eyes that the power that had frightened her for 20 years was no longer a threat. Madman! Fairy Tail is really crazy. Guernica couldn't accept this fact for a while. Have you said enough? Is this your last words? Suyu's voice was flat, but every word was filled with a suffocating sense of oppression. The 3 CP0 agents knew they couldn't retreat anymore. They burst out with all their strength, performing the razor in the 6 styles, and approached Suyu at a very fast speed. However, suddenly, a dense forest suddenly emerged from the ground, instantly covering the entire room. The huge trees rose from the ground in an instant, pushing the 3 CP0s to the ceiling. Although this blow was not enough to seriously injure them, it disrupted their rhythm and gave Fairy Tale the best chance to attack. Urza, Juvia, Wendy, and Vivi all used magic together. Star Armor, Light Particle Cannon, Water Stream Laser, Roar of the Dragon, Star Shooting. A wave of powerful magic combos poured down like a storm. The violent vibration shook the entire judicial tower, and a huge hole was directly blasted into the tower wall. The 3 CP0 agents were powerless under this powerful attack and were knocked down in an instant. Time flies, and in a blink of an eye, 15 minutes have passed. President, the door is open. Juvia shouted anxiously. The Demon Slayer order is here. Robin clenched her fists nervously. Don't be afraid, we are all here. Urza gently held her cold hand. I will never let you face it alone this time. Vivi firmly held Robin's other hand. And me. Wendy jumped up and hugged Robin. The warmth of her companions was transmitted to Robin's heart. And her fear and anxiety instantly melted away. Look carefully, Robin, the Demon Slayer order is not scary. We have enough power to destroy it. Suyu put his hands behind his back, stepped into the sky with the wind under his feet. At the same time, the Gate of Justice opened, and the fleet of the Demon Slayer order was approaching.